So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and I really welcome all of you to this channel again. And today we will see a crossover between Harry Potter and Marvels. So today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter crawled to Stark Tower half dead and Tony Stark made him a very dangerous suit ever. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay.
The portal spat him out like something it couldn't stomach. One moment there was nothing, not darkness, not light, not even the concept of either. And then there was concrete and gravity and the taste of blood so thick in his mouth he thought he might drown on it. Harry hit the pavement at an angle, shoulder first, and the sound his body made was wet and wrong, and he couldn't even scream because his lungs wouldn't fill. He tumbled, rolled, scraped across asphalt and shattered glass, and came to rest against something metal, a dumpster maybe, or a car. He couldn't tell because his vision was just smears of color and his glasses were gone. He lay there. Breathing hurt, not breathing hurt worse. So he breathed. Something above him was glowing, tall, impossibly tall, like a beacon. He couldn't make sense of it. His brain felt like it was full of wet cotton and broken glass, and every time he tried to focus on anything, the world spun so hard he nearly vomited. Blood was running from his nose, from his ears, from a gash somewhere on his scalp that was pulsing in time with his heartbeat. His left arm wasn't working right. It was bent at an angle that arms didn't go, and when he tried to move it, the bolt of agony that shot through him was so sharp and absolute that he grayed out for a second. When he came back, he was colder. The pavement was cold. New York in October was cold, though he didn't know it was New York, and he didn't know it was October, and he didn't know much of anything except that he was dying and he didn't want to die again. Again. He'd done this before. In the forest, with the stone in his hand, with his parents and Sirius and Remus walking beside him, telling him it didn't hurt. And they'd been right, but also they'd been dead, and what did the dead know about pain? He'd walked to his death then, and he'd accepted it, and Voldemort's killing curse had hit him like a freight train made of nothing and everything, and he'd gone to King's Cross, and he'd come back, and he'd won. He'd won. And then the veil. The memory hit him harder than the pavement had. The Department of Mysteries. They'd gone back, he and Ron and Hermione, because Kingsley had reported Death Eater activity, the war technically over but the remnants still fighting, always fighting, and the veil had been active, pulsing, whispering in voices that Harry recognized. And there'd been a curse that went wide and hit the archway itself, and the veil had screamed, actually screamed, and then here. He forced his right hand flat against the ground, pushed. His body rose maybe 2 inches before his elbow buckled and he dropped back down, and his broken arm sent a fresh wave of white-hot misery through his entire left side. He pushed again, got to his knees, stayed there, swaying, blood dripping off his chin in a steady patter. The glowing building was ahead of him, close, maybe 50 meters. He could see it better now, a tower massive with a word on it in light, but his vision was too blurred to read it. Didn't matter. Buildings had people, people had phones, phones could call help, though he didn't know who to call. He didn't know where he was, he didn't know what had happened to Ron and Hermione. He didn't know if they were alive. He didn't stop. Move, Harry crawled. It was pathetic and slow, and every few feet he had to stop and ride out another wave of nausea or agony or both. His right knee was shattered, maybe, or at least badly damaged. It ground and clicked with every movement, and the pain was so constant that it almost became background noise, almost, but not quite. His magic was doing something. He could feel it thrashing inside him like a trapped animal, surging and receding in waves that made the air around him crackle. A street lamp above him flickered and burst. A car alarm went off. Then another. Then 3 more, cascading down the block in a symphony of mechanical shrieking. He kept crawling. The tower had a plaza in front of it. Clean, open, the kind of space designed to make a building look important. Harry dragged himself across it, leaving a smear of blood behind him that looked black in the low light. He was halfway across when his right arm gave out too, and he went face first into the ground and just lay there, breathing in sharp little gasps that tasted like copper and ozone. He was going to die here. On some unknown pavement in some unknown city in what might not even be his own bloody world, because the air tasted wrong in the stars, he rolled onto his back, gasping, and looked up. The stars were wrong too. Wrong constellations. Wrong sky, not his sky. The realization should have terrified him. It didn't. He'd been terrified so many times that the emotion had worn smooth, like a stone in a river. What he felt instead was something quieter and worse. Exhaustion so bone-deep it felt like his soul was tired. He closed his eyes. His magic pulsed one more time. A massive, uncontrolled wave that radiated outward from his body like an EMP. And every electronic device within 200 meters died simultaneously. Security cameras, motion sensors, the environmental systems in the lobby of the building above him, the arc reactor-powered backup generators, all of it, dead just for a second, just long enough for a very particular AI to notice that something deeply unusual had happened. "Sir," Jarvis said, his voice carrying the particular inflection he reserved for events that defied easy categorization. "We have a situation." Tony Stark was in his workshop, which was where Tony Stark usually was at 2:47 a.m. Because sleep was for people who hadn't flown a nuclear warhead through a wormhole into an alien armada and seen infinity staring back at them. He was elbow-deep in the Mark Roman 42 left gauntlet, which kept misfiring during the autonomous assembly sequence, and he was having an argument with the gauntlet that he was losing. "Come on," he muttered, tweaking a servo connection with a micro-soldering tool. "I gave you life. I gave you purpose. The least you could do is lock onto my wrist instead of my face. We've talked about this." "Sir," Jarvis said, busy. "Sir, every electronic system in the ground-level plaza just experienced a simultaneous failure and reboot. The pattern doesn't match any known form of electromagnetic interference." Tony looked up. Not because Jarvis had said something alarming. Jarvis said alarming things fairly often. It was part of his charm, but because of the word unknown. Tony's relationship with the unknown was complicated. He was addicted to it the way some people were addicted to gambling, except the stakes were usually the fate of civilization, and the dopamine hit was understanding something nobody else could. Define doesn't match. "I mean precisely that, sir. The energy signature bears no resemblance to any electromagnetic phenomenon in my database. It is not nuclear, not Chitauri, not consistent with Asgardian energy patterns as recorded during the New York incident. It is, to be quite frank, something I have never encountered." Tony set down the soldering tool. "Show me." The holographic display above his workbench shifted, replacing the gauntlet schematics with a real-time feed from the tower's external sensor array. The data was gibberish. Not corrupted, Tony could have dealt with corrupted but actively unintelligible, as if the sensors were trying to describe a color that didn't exist. "That's not possible," Tony said. He was already moving toward the elevator. "That's not a thing that data does." "And yet, sir." External cameras, recovering. The pulse disabled them for approximately 4 seconds. They are rebooting now. A pause, rare for Jarvis. "Sir, I should note that the tower's primary arc reactor experienced a momentary fluctuation at the same instant. Whatever this energy is, it interacted with the reactor." Tony stopped walking. The arc reactor in Stark Tower was a self-contained system that generated enough power to run the building for a year. It didn't fluctuate. He designed it not to fluctuate. The only time it had fluctuated was during the Chitauri invasion, when Loki's portal had been opened directly above it, using a device that was literally powered by an infinity stone. He started walking faster. "Get me camera feeds the second they're back." "Already done, sir. You should see this." The elevator doors opened. Tony stepped in. A holographic screen materialized in front of him, and he saw it, a figure on the plaza, flat on the ground, small, dark-haired, not moving much. And the thermal imaging overlay told a story that made Tony's jaw tighten. The body temperature was dropping fast, there was blood everywhere, and there was something else. something the thermal camera was rendering as a fluctuating halo of energy around the figure that the display software literally didn't have a color for. "Is that a kid?" Tony said. Biometric estimation is difficult given the unknown energy interference, but proportional analysis suggests the individual is an adolescent or young adult. Male. Significant traumatic injuries visible even at this resolution. "Where did he come from?" "I don't know, sir." Jarvis paused again, and the second pause in 30 seconds was what really got Tony's attention. The individual did not approach the building from any surrounding street. There is no footage of his arrival. The cameras went down, and when they recovered, he was there. He appeared. "In the middle of my plaza." That is the most accurate description I can offer. The elevator opened at the ground floor. Tony crossed the lobby in long strides, the lights flickering on ahead of him as Jarvis activated the path. He hit the front doors, the night air cold enough to make him regret not grabbing a jacket, and he saw the blood first, not drops. A trail, starting from maybe 40 meters out in the plaza and leading in a ragged, weaving line toward the building. Whoever this was had crawled. A long way, badly hurt, and they'd crawled. Tony followed the trail to its end and found a boy. He was maybe 17. Thin, too thin, the kind of thin that came from not eating enough for a long time, not just a few missed meals. Dark hair matted with blood. Clothes that made no sense, some kind of robe, heavy fabric, torn and scorched in places. His left arm was broken badly enough that Tony could see the unnatural angle even in the low light. His face was covered in blood from a scalp wound, and more blood had come from his nose and ears. But he was breathing. Shallow, fast, wrong, but breathing, and the air around him felt like standing next to a Tesla coil. Tony's skin prickled. The hairs on his forearms stood straight up. There was a hum that wasn't quite sound, more like a vibration in his back teeth, in his bones, in the arc reactor in his chest, which was doing something it had never done before, pulsing in rhythm with something external. "Jarvis," Tony said quietly, "what am I looking at?" "I genuinely do not know, sir." Tony knelt beside the boy. Up close, the energy was stronger, waves of it rolling off the kid's body like heat shimmer. Tony's watch died, then restarted, then died again. The kid's eyes opened. They were green. Bright, vivid, startling green, the kind of green that didn't look entirely natural even before you factored in the fact that they were literally glowing, a faint luminescence in the irises that pulsed with the same rhythm as the energy waves. The kid looked at Tony. Tony looked at the kid. "Hey." Tony said, keeping his voice calm, the way he'd talk to a frightened animal or a live bomb, both of which this situation might qualify as. "You look like you're having a rough night." The kid's mouth moved. It took him 3 tries to make sound come out. When it did, his voice was raw, cracked, British. "Where?" He coughed. Blood came up. "Where am I? New York City. Specifically my front yard, which I'd appreciate if you stopped bleeding on, but we can discuss that later. I'm Tony. What's your name?" The kid stared at him. His eyes were unfocused, flickering, trying to make sense of something. "Tony," he repeated, like the word was from a language he didn't speak. "Yeah, Tony Stark. This is my building, Stark Tower. Big ugly thing with my name on it, hard to miss." He was talking too much, which was what Tony did when he was nervous. And he was nervous because his arc reactor was singing in his chest in a way it had never done, and because every sensor in his body, the engineering ones, not the biological ones, was screaming that this kid was something fundamentally different from anything he'd encountered before. "What's your name, kid?" "Harry." Another cough, another spatter of blood. "Harry Potter." "Okay, Harry Potter. I'm going to touch your arm, the one that's not broken, and I'm going to help you up, and I'm going to get you inside where there are medical supplies and a couch and probably some cold pizza. Nod if that sounds like a plan." Harry nodded, barely. Tony slid his arm under the kid's shoulders and lifted. Harry made a sound that wasn't quite a scream. He strangled it, clamped his jaw shut so hard Tony heard his teeth click, and his body went rigid with pain. The energy around him spiked. Tony felt it in his fillings, in the reactor, in every nerve. A window on the ground floor of the tower cracked, a sharp splintering sound that cut through the quiet. "Easy," Tony said. "Easy, I've got you." He half carried, half dragged Harry across the plaza and through the front doors. Jarvis opened them without being asked. The lobby lights flickered wildly as they passed under them, not the building's power, Tony realized, but the kids' energy interacting with the electrical systems. Jarvis prepped the medical suite on 42, full trauma setup. "Already prepared, sir." I should note that the young man's energy output is interfering with several of the diagnostic systems. The MRI is non-functional. The cardiac monitors are showing readings that correspond to no known biological pattern. Then we'll figure it out as we go. Harry's head lolled against Tony's shoulder. He was fading, consciousness coming and going in waves. Each time his awareness dipped, his energy output surged, and each surge did something new and small and impossible. A fire extinguisher mounted on the wall discharged on its own. A holographic art display shattered. The elevator call button depressed itself repeatedly, lights flickering in a manic pattern. Tony got him in the elevator. The doors closed. They started going up. "Harry, stay with me. Don't pass out." Trying, his voice was barely a whisper. "My magic can't control it." Tony almost didn't catch the word. Almost, but he did. Magic, the kid's eyes flickered open again, that green glow, that impossible, sensor-defying luminescence. "Wizard," Harry said, and then his eyes rolled back and he went limp and the elevator lights exploded. All of them, simultaneously, showering Tony with sparks and glass. Jarvis switched to emergency lighting. Dim red strips along the floor, and the elevator kept rising, because Jarvis was smart enough to route the controls through a backup system. But Tony was standing in the dark, holding an unconscious teenager who had just said the word wizard. And he was having a moment. "Jarvis, sir," he said, "wizard. I heard sir, as in magic, as in not science. I would not presume to draw conclusions at this stage. That's very diplomatic of you. Thank you, sir." The elevator opened on 42. Tony carried Harry out and down the hallway. The kid weighed almost nothing, which was wrong for someone his height, another indicator of chronic deprivation, and into the medical suite. He got him onto the table. Under the harsh medical lighting, the injuries looked worse. The broken arm. The shattered knee. Deep lacerations across the torso, visible through the torn robes, burns on his hands, and a scar on his forehead, old and healed, shaped like a bolt of lightning. Tony started with the basics. Stabilize the breathing, stop the worst of the bleeding. He wasn't a doctor, but he'd patched himself up enough times. Shrapnel in a cave in Afghanistan tended to provide practical medical education. And Jarvis could walk him through what he couldn't figure out. Except the equipment kept dying. Every time Tony tried to connect a sensor or a monitor, Harry's energy surged and fried it. 3 cardiac monitors, 2 pulse oximeters, the automated blood pressure cuff literally caught fire. "This is getting expensive." Tony muttered, ripping the burning cuff off the kid's arm and stomping it out on the floor. "Jarvis, what's his blood oxygen? I cannot determine that without functioning equipment, sir." "Then give me something analog. Is there a manual blood pressure cuff somewhere in this building?" "Supply closet at the end of the hall." I should also note that the young man's blood, the samples now visible on his clothing and skin, is registering as anomalous on the room's atmospheric sensors. It contains cellular structures that do not correspond to any known human biology. Tony stopped. "He's not human. He appears to be human. His physiology, as far as I can observe visually, is consistent with a human male of approximately 17 years. But there is something additional present in his biology, something that exists alongside the human cells. I lack a frame of reference." Tony looked down at Harry Potter, unconscious, bleeding, thin, scarred, wearing robes, generating an energy field that was eating his electronics for breakfast. "Magic," Tony said again, testing the word. He didn't believe in magic. He believed in science, in physics, in things that could be measured and understood and improved. He'd met Thor, who was essentially a god, and he'd filed that under advanced alien civilization and moved on. He'd seen the Chitauri, the Tesseract, things that would make a lesser mind crack, and he'd categorized all of it as science he didn't understand yet. Because that's what magic was, right? Science nobody had explained yet, but the data. The sensor readings that didn't correspond to any known phenomenon. The energy that interacted with his arc reactor, with arc reactor technology, which was based on physics so advanced that maybe 5 people on the planet understood it, in a way that nothing else ever had. The blood that contained something beyond human biology, maybe, just maybe. This was a new category. Tony got the manual blood pressure cuff. He got to work. Over the next hour, he stabilized Harry using a combination of old-fashioned medicine and creative engineering. He couldn't use the electronic diagnostic equipment, so he improvised mechanical monitoring, direct visual assessment, manual readings. He set the broken arm using a splint kit that didn't have any electronic components. He cleaned and sutured the worst of the lacerations, noting as he did that the cuts were already closing slowly, as if the kid's body was repairing itself at a rate that shouldn't have been possible. The knee was bad, dislocated, not shattered, which was better, and he managed to reduce it with a pop that made Harry's unconscious body flinch violently. The energy surges gradually decreased as Harry stabilized. By the time Tony had finished the basic trauma work, the field had contracted from frying everything in the room too, making nearby electronics mildly glitchy. Jarvis was able to get some readings through finally, and what he reported was fascinating. His heart rate is 52 beats per minute, low for someone with these injuries, but steady. His body temperature is 96.8, low, but rising. The unknown energy is concentrated most heavily around his core mass and his head. It appears to pulse in synchronization with his heartbeat, though not perfectly. There is a secondary rhythm that does not correspond to any biological process I can identify. A second pulse, Tony said. He was sitting in a chair next to the bed, his hands bloody, his Black Sabbath t-shirt ruined, and he was staring at the sleeping kid with an intensity that meant his brain was eating this problem alive. Like a second heartbeat. Analogously, yes, can you map it? I can attempt to, sir. The energy is not cooperating with my sensor arrays. It's not that I can't read it, it's that it appears to change its properties when observed, as if it has a degree of, Jarvis hesitated, intentionality, intentional energy. I told you, I lack a frame of reference. Tony leaned back in the chair. His arc reactor was still humming with that strange new resonance, softer now but present, like a harmony line he'd never noticed in a song he'd listened to 1,000 times. The kid said he was a wizard, Jay. He did. I've fought aliens, I've met gods. I've held an Infinity Stones container in my hand. A wizard isn't the craziest thing I've ever heard. If you say so, sir. Tony rubbed his face with his hands, realized they were still bloody, and sighed. Don't call S.H.I.E.L.D. I wasn't going to suggest it. Fury would have this kid in a cell inside of an hour. Whatever he is, wherever he came from, he crawled to my building. He crawled. Tony looked at the blood trail on the floor, leading from the door to the bed. Someone who has the energy to crawl when they're this messed up isn't someone you lock in a box. That's someone you help. I agree, sir, though I feel compelled to note that you haven't slept in 31 hours. I'll sleep when he wakes up and tells me what a wizard is. Of course you will, sir. Harry dreamed he was in King's Cross again, the white, formless space. Dumbledore was there, but he looked wrong, faded, like a photograph left too long in the sun. He was trying to say something, but the words weren't reaching Harry. There was glass between them. Or not glass, a veil, translucent and shifting, and behind it Harry could see shapes moving in the deep. Vast, slow, ancient shapes that had nothing to do with Dumbledore or King's Cross or anything human. Dumbledore pressed his hand against the veil from his side. Harry pressed back from his. The fabric between them was cold and hummed with a power that made Harry's teeth ache. You've gone somewhere I can't follow, Dumbledore said, and the words arrived not through the air but through Harry's bones, vibrating. But you are not lost, Harry. You are exactly where you need to be. I don't know where I am. No, Dumbledore smiled, and it was the sad one, the one Harry had always hated because it meant something painful was about to be true. But you will. The veil billowed, and Dumbledore was gone, and the shapes in the deep moved closer, and one of them turned something that might have been a face toward Harry. And he felt a recognition so profound it was almost nausea. This thing knew him, had always known him. Had been watching since before the Hallows, since before the Potters, since before he woke up screaming. The room exploded. Not literally, no fire, no shrapnel, but every object in it that wasn't bolted down launched itself away from the bed, as if repelled by a magnetic force centered on Harry's body. Medical supplies, a rolling cart, the chair Tony had been sitting in, bottles and instruments and a tray of surgical tools. All of it flew outward and hit the walls with a cacophony of crashes and clangs that sounded like a kitchen being dropped from a height. Tony, who had in fact not slept and was leaning against the far wall checking readings on a tablet, threw himself sideways as the chair hurtled past his head. The tablet cracked against the wall. Tony hit the floor, rolled, and came up in a crouch with his hands raised. Harry was sitting up in bed, his chest heaving, his eyes wide and glowing and terrified, his right hand extended as if to ward something off. The air around him was thick, visible, not light, not smoke, but a distortion like looking through water. It crackled, sparks arced between his fingers. "Harry," Tony said, sharp and loud. "Harry, look at me." The kid's eyes darted to Tony. They were wild, somewhere between awake and still dreaming. His hand was shaking, and where it pointed, the wall was cracking, hairline fractures spreading out from a central point like a web, plaster dust sifting down. "You're in Stark Tower," Tony said. He stayed in his crouch, kept his voice firm and clear. "New York City. You crawled to my building last night. I fixed your arm. Your name is Harry Potter, and you told me you're a wizard, which, by the way, we're going to have a long talk about. But right now I need you to breathe." Harry's chest was heaving. His eyes were locked on Tony's. Something in the words was getting through, an anchor, something to hold on to. "Breathe," Tony said again, slow, like you're trying to fog up a window. Harry's mouth opened, closed, opened again. He took a breath. It was ragged and wet, but it was deliberate, then another. The distortion in the air flickered, the crackling diminished, the wall stopped cracking. "Good," Tony said. "Keep doing that," Harry breathed. The energy around him receded slowly like a tide going out. The glow in his eyes dimmed from incandescent to faint. His extended hand dropped to his lap. He looked around the room at the destruction, the scattered equipment, the cracked wall, and his expression shifted from terror to something that was almost worse, shame. "I'm sorry," he said. His voice was hoarse and small. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean." "Stop," Tony said, standing up and brushing plaster dust off his jeans. "I've broken more rooms in this building than I can count, and I do it on purpose. An involuntary remodel barely registers. How do you feel?" Harry looked down at himself. His left arm was in a splint. His torso was wrapped in bandages. His knee was braced. He looked like he'd been through a war, which, based on the scars Tony had seen during treatment, he probably had. "Like I fell out of the sky," Harry said, close. "You appeared in my plaza. No approach vector, no visible arrival method, just pop, there you are, bleeding everywhere. Ring any bells?" Harry closed his eyes, opened them. "The veil," he said quietly. "I fell through the veil, going to need more than that. It's..." Harry paused. His expression was strange. He was looking at Tony with an intensity that went beyond curiosity, like he was trying to figure something out. "Who are you, really?" "I told you, Tony Stark." "That doesn't mean anything to me." Tony blinked, then tilted his head. In his experience, Tony Stark meant something to literally everyone on the planet. He'd been on the cover of every magazine that existed. He'd saved New York from an alien invasion on live television. The idea that someone didn't know who he was bordered on offensive, but also, interestingly, kind of refreshing. Okay. Short version: genius, inventor, billionaire, I build things. I built a suit of armor that lets me fly and shoot energy beams. I use it to fight bad guys. I'm part of a team called the Avengers. We saved the world recently. Any of that tracking? No, Harry said flatly. He wasn't being rude. He genuinely had no idea, right? Tony pulled the one unbroken chair over and sat down, straddling it backwards. Your turn. Who are you, Harry Potter? Harry was quiet for a long moment. The silence had weight. Tony watched him thinking, watched him deciding how much to say, and recognized the calculation. He'd done it himself in the cave with Yinsen, figuring out how much truth was safe. I'm a wizard, Harry said. Not a metaphor, not slang. I can do magic. Real magic. I can move things without touching them, change one thing into another, appear and disappear, create light, create fire, create shields. I fought in a war between wizards, and I won. I killed the man who started it. And then I fell through something called the Veil of Death, and I woke up here. Tony's face did something complicated. He was fighting about 6 different reactions simultaneously. Skepticism, fascination, the urge to ask 100 technical questions, and something else, something quieter, that had to do with the way Harry had said, I killed the man who started it. With the flat, used-up tone of someone who'd done a thing that cost them everything and would do it again. Show me, Tony said. Harry looked at his right hand, flexed his fingers. A small ball of light materialized above his palm, soft, warm, golden. It floated there, perfectly steady, casting gentle shadows around the room. Then it changed color, blue, green, white, and then it split into a dozen smaller lights that drifted around the room like fireflies before reconverging and winking out. Tony hadn't breathed. That, he said. That was not science. No, Harry agreed. It's magic. Your energy readings don't correspond to any known physical phenomenon. The pulse you generated when you arrived interacted with my arc reactor, which is powered by a miniaturized version of a particle accelerator. Nothing interacts with it. It's a closed system, Harry frowned. I don't know what most of those words mean. They mean you're impossible, and I need to understand how. I don't know if you can. Harry said it without arrogance, just honestly. Muggles, non-magical people, they've never been able to understand magic. It doesn't follow your rules. Everything follows rules, Tony said. Sometimes we just don't know what they are yet. Something shifted in Harry's expression, a crack in the shell, something very close to respect. That's the smartest thing a muggle's ever said to me about magic. I'm the smartest muggle you'll ever meet about anything. Come on. Tony stood, extending a hand. Can you walk? Where are we going? My workshop. I want to run some tests, and also, if your magic is going to keep frying everything on this floor, I'd rather it fry the things I can rebuild. Which is everything in my workshop. Harry hesitated. He looked at Tony's hand. There was something in his eyes that Tony recognized from his own mirror, the wariness of someone who'd been betrayed by people they trusted, who'd learned that help always came with strings. That kindness was usually a prelude to manipulation. Why are you helping me? Harry asked. Tony could have given a dozen answers, because I'm a hero. Because it's the right thing to do, because you're a kid and you're hurt and I'm not a monster. Instead, he told the truth. Because you crawled. You were half dead, you had no idea where you were, everything hurt and you crawled. I know what that looks like from the inside. I built my first suit of armor in a cave with a box of scraps because the alternative was dying, and I crawled out of that desert on fumes and spite. People who crawl when they should be dead, those are my people. Harry looked at him for a long, long moment. Then he took Tony's hand and stood up. He nearly fell immediately, his knee buckled, his vision swam, but Tony caught him, and Harry leaned on him, and they made their way slowly out of the destroyed medical suite and down the hallway to the elevator. Harry's magic pulsed gently with each step, making the hallway lights flicker in a rhythm that matched his breathing. And Tony noticed and filed it away in the rapidly growing folder in his brain labeled things that shouldn't be possible but apparently are. The workshop was 3 floors down. Tony's sanctum, the place where he was most himself, surrounded by half-built suits and holographic displays and the organized chaos of a mind that never stopped working. DUME beeped at them from the corner and rolled forward inquisitively. Harry flinched, then stared. Is that a robot? That's Dummy. He's an idiot. Don't let him near you with a fire extinguisher. DUME beeped again, sounding offended. Tony settled Harry into a chair, a mechanical one, no electronics, and started pulling up holographic displays. The sensors in the workshop were more sensitive than the ones in the medical suite, custom built for Tony's research, and they immediately began trying to make sense of Harry's energy field. Jarvis, run a full spectrum analysis. Everything we've got. If the standard sensors can't read it, try the experimental ones, the quantum field detectors, the dark matter array, everything. Running now, sir. Harry watched the holographic displays materializing around him with an expression of guarded wonder. These are they're not real. They're light, holograms, projected light that I can interact with. Here, Tony reached out and spun a holographic model of the tower. Touch it. Harry reached out. His finger passed through the hologram, and then, impossibly, the hologram rippled, like touching the surface of water. Tony stared, Harry stared, Jarvis was uncharacteristically silent. That shouldn't have happened, Tony said slowly. My magic interacts with things, Harry said. All things. It's not separate from the physical world, it's woven into it. Tony's eyes were very bright. The look on his face was one that Pepper would have recognized immediately. The look that preceded 3 days of no sleep and a breakthrough that changed everything. Tell me about your world, Tony said. Everything. So Harry did. He started from the beginning, not his beginning, but the beginning as wizards understood it. The existence of magic as a force, innate, genetic, present in a subset of the human population. The statute of secrecy that hid the magical world from ordinary people. Schools of witchcraft and wizardry, Hogwarts, his school, a castle in Scotland where children learned to turn teacups into tortoises and brew potions that could heal wounds or bring death. Tony listened. He asked questions, sharp, precise, engineering questions that no one in Harry's world would have thought to ask. How does a wand channel magic? Is it a focusing element or a catalyst? What's the energy source? Does the wizard get tired? Is there a conservation law? Harry answered as best he could, which wasn't always well. He'd never been Hermione, never been the theoretical one, but what he could describe was enough to set Tony's mind on fire. Magic had rules. They weren't physics rules, they were something else, but they were consistent, learnable, teachable. There was a taxonomy of spells. There were limits, though the limits seemed to be more about the wizard than the magic itself. So the magic doesn't have a cap, Tony said, leaning forward. It's not like a battery that runs out. It's more like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets, and the only limit is the wizard's ability to control and direct it. Something like that. Powerful wizards can do things that weaker ones can't, but it's not just power, it's will, intent. You have to mean the spell. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, it only works if you genuinely want the target dead. You have to mean it. Intent-driven energy manipulation, Tony murmured, his eyes unfocused, looking at something in his mind that Harry couldn't see. The will of the operator is a variable in the equation. That's not science, that's something else, that's something new. It's magic, Harry said, and for the first time there was a ghost of humor in his voice. Don't get smug, kid, I'll figure it out. You won't. Watch me. Harry almost smiled. It was the closest he'd come since arriving, and it faded quickly as something darker moved across his face. The war, he said. Do you want to know about the war? Tony's expression shifted, softened. He recognized the look on Harry's face because he'd worn it himself, staring at the ceiling of his Malibu bedroom at 4 a.m., seeing the wormhole every time he closed his eyes. Only if you want to tell me. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he started talking, and he didn't stop for a long time. He told Tony about Voldemort, about the prophecy, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, that had been made before Harry was born. About his parents being murdered when he was 15 months old, about growing up in a cupboard under the stairs. About Hogwarts and hope, and how quickly hope could curdle when a Dark Lord was hunting you. About the Horcruxes, pieces of a soul, hidden in objects, making Voldemort immortal until each one was destroyed, about hunting them, about friends dying. About walking into the forest to let Voldemort kill him because that was the only way to destroy the Horcrux inside his own head. Wait, Tony said. Inside you, he put a piece of his soul inside you, not on purpose. When he killed my parents and the curse bounced back, a fragment broke off and latched onto me. I carried it for 16 years, and the only way to destroy it was to die. But you're here, you didn't die. I did die, and then I came back. Tony stared at him. The workshop was very quiet. Even DUME had stopped moving. You're telling me you died, actually died, and came back to life? Yes. How? Harry's hand went to his chest unconsciously. The Deathly Hallows, 3 magical objects, the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand ever made. The Resurrection Stone, which can bring back the spirits of the dead, and the Cloak of Invisibility, which can hide you from anything, even death itself. The legend says that whoever possesses all 3 becomes the master of death, and you had all 3. I had all 3. The silence that followed was thick enough to lean on, sir, Jarvis said, very quietly. The energy readings around Mr. Potter just changed. The secondary pulse I identified earlier, it has intensified significantly during this conversation. It appears to be responding to his emotional state. Is it dangerous? Not at the moment, but sir, the pattern. If I compare it to the few records we have of the Tesseract's energy signature, the comparison is imperfect, but the scale is similar. Tony and Harry looked at each other. The weight of what Jarvis had said settled over the room like a blanket. Similar to an infinity stone, Tony said. Your magic is putting out energy on a scale similar to an infinity stone. Harry didn't know what an infinity stone was, but he understood scale. He understood the way Tony was looking at him, not afraid, which was important, but aware, deeply, carefully aware. I didn't ask for any of this, Harry said. Yeah, Tony said. That's usually how it works. He stood up, crossed to a holographic display, and pulled up a blank design interface. Here's what I'm thinking. Your magic is incredibly powerful. It's also uncontrolled. You're frying everything around you. You can't direct it precisely without a wand, and when your emotions spike, it lashes out. You're a cannon with no targeting system. Thanks. Wasn't an insult. Cannons are effective, but imagine a cannon with a targeting system. Imagine if I could build you something that worked with your magic instead of against it, something that channeled it, focused it, amplified it, like a wand but better. Harry's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? Tony's hands moved across the holographic display, and shapes began to form, lines of light sketching something in the air, an outline, human-shaped, armor. I'm talking about a suit, Tony said, and his eyes were alive in a way they hadn't been since the wormhole. I build suits, it's what I do. I built a suit that runs on technology so advanced it might as well be magic. Now I've met a kid who runs on magic so powerful it might as well be technology. What happens if I put them together? Harry looked at the holographic outline, the armor taking shape in light. He should have been skeptical, he should have been afraid, he was neither. What he was, for the first time since falling through the veil, was interested. You want to build me a suit of armor, Harry said. That runs on magic. I want to build you the most dangerous suit ever made. One that takes everything you are and removes the ceiling. No wand, no incantations, just you, your power, and a delivery system designed by the smartest person on the planet. You're very humble. Humility is for people who have things to be humble about. I'm too good for that. Tony grinned. It was the grin that had launched 1,000 tabloid covers, but underneath it was something genuine, excitement, pure and uncomplicated. The excitement of a man who just found the most interesting problem in the world. So, what do you say, Harry Potter? Want to see what happens when magic meets stark engineering? Harry looked at him, at the holographic armor, at the workshop full of impossible things built by a man who didn't believe in impossible. He thought about the veil. About Dumbledore's words in the dream, "You are exactly where you need to be." He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About being told he was nothing, being told he was too much, being told to hide, to be less, to die quietly so others could live. He thought about every time someone had put a ceiling on him, Dumbledore with his secrets, the Ministry with their fear, even his friends with their well-meaning caution, and how every ceiling had eventually shattered because Harry Potter did not stay contained. Yeah, Harry said. Let's see what happens. Tony's grin widened. He turned back to the holographic display, and his hands began to move, and the armor began to take shape. And in the quiet hum of the workshop, surrounded by the future, Harry Potter began to understand that he hadn't just fallen into another world. He'd fallen into the one place where someone would look at everything he was, the magic, the power, the damage, and say, "Let me make that bigger." Outside, the sun was coming up over Manhattan. The light hit Stark Tower and blazed gold. Jarvis quietly logged the beginning of a new project file, labeled it with a designation he chose himself, and began compiling data. The file name was Arcanis. And in the medical suite 3 floors up, the trail of Harry's blood on the floor pulsed once, faintly, with a light that no camera caught and no sensor recorded. A light that was green and old and patient and had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Chapter 2. Wreckage. Harry woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of someone arguing with a machine. "No," I said counterclockwise. Counterclockwise? What part of that is confusing to you? You have one job, one rotational direction. This is not complicated. A mechanical whir, a clang. A hiss of something pressurized releasing. That was clockwise. That was aggressively clockwise. Jarvis, I'm disowning him. You've disowned DUME 14 times this month, sir. He remains undeterred. Harry opened his eyes. He was still in the workshop, in the chair Tony had put him in, but someone had draped a blanket over him, a thick, expensive one that smelled faintly of lavender. His left arm ached in the splint. His knee throbbed. Every muscle in his body felt like it had been individually removed, beaten with a hammer and reinstalled incorrectly. But he was alive. And the panic that had owned him last night, the animal terror of not knowing where or when or why, had receded to something manageable. Still there, coiled in his chest like a snake, but quieter. Tony was at a workbench across the room, his back to Harry, engaged in what appeared to be a deeply personal conflict with DUME over the correct way to tighten a bolt. He changed clothes at some point, different t-shirt, same jeans, but the shadows under his eyes said he hadn't slept. Holographic displays floated around him like rectangular ghosts, covered in equations and diagrams that Harry couldn't begin to parse. "You didn't sleep," Harry said. Tony turned, his expression shifted from irritation to something lighter. "You're up, how do you feel? Like someone dropped me out of the sky?" "Someone did. Interdimensional travel is hell on the body. I did some reading while you were out." "Well, I did some theorizing, since there's no existing literature on falling through magical death curtains into parallel realities. I had to make up a new branch of physics. I'm calling it Starkian translocation mechanics." "You named a branch of physics after yourself." "Who else would I name it after?" Harry almost smiled. Almost. The expression got halfway there before something heavy pulled it back down. He looked at his hands, his right one, the one that worked, burns across the knuckles. He remembered casting spells, shields, curses, the frantic combat in the Department of Mysteries before the veil had swallowed him. The last thing he'd seen was Ron's face, mouth open, reaching for him. Ron, the thought hit him like a physical blow. Ron and Hermione and Ginny and Neville and Luna and all of them, everyone, his entire world, gone. Not dead, he didn't know if they were dead, but gone from him, unreachable, separated by something vaster and more absolute than any ocean or any spell. He might never see them again. He might never know if they were okay. They might be looking for him right now, might think he was dead, might be grieving while he sat in a stranger's workshop wrapped in a blanket that smelled like lavender. His magic surged. The holographic displays around Tony's workbench flickered and danced. A wrench on the bench vibrated, slid 3 inches to the left and stopped. "Easy," Tony said, watching the wrench. "I felt that one in the reactor." "Sorry." Harry pulled his magic back in, clamped down on it. It fought him, it had been fighting him since he arrived, wild and restless, like a horse that had thrown its rider and didn't want to be caught again. "My magic's been wrong since I came through, stronger but less controlled. Like the veil stripped something away, some kind of limiter I didn't know I had." Tony's eyes sharpened. "A limiter? You think your magic was being constrained?" "I don't know, maybe. It's always been strong, but it never felt like this. This is." Harry flexed his hand, and a ball of light materialized without him even trying, just from the thought. It burned white hot and fierce before he crushed it with an effort of will. It's like going from shouting to screaming, same voice, 10 times the volume. Interesting. Tony pulled up a new holographic display and made a note. Harry watched the light letters form in the air and felt a strange dislocation. This was so far from anything in his experience that it circled back around to almost familiar. Magic made impossible things ordinary too. Theory, the veil didn't just transport you, it did something to your magic in transit, stripped away whatever was holding it back, wand dependency maybe, or something else. The scar, Tony pointed at Harry's forehead, the Horcrux you mentioned. When Voldemort's soul fragment was destroyed, did your magic change? Harry thought about it, really thought for the first time. I was a bit busy dying and then coming back to life and then fighting a war. I didn't exactly have time to run diagnostics. Fair, but think about it now. Was there a difference after there had been? Harry remembered in the final battle after coming back his magic had felt cleaner, lighter. As if a filter he'd never noticed had been removed, spells came easier, hit harder. He'd attributed it to adrenaline, to the clarity of purpose, to knowing with absolute certainty that he was going to end Tom Riddle. But maybe it was more than that. Yes, he said, it was different, better. So the Horcrux was already constraining you. And then the veil stripped away even more limitations. You're running on factory settings for the first time in your life. Tony's expression was the one Harry was starting to recognize, the hungry, alive, utterly focused look of a mind that had found something it couldn't let go of. Harry, you might not even know what you're capable of yet. That's not reassuring. It wasn't meant to be reassuring. It was meant to be exciting. A sound from across the workshop, an elevator chime, soft and polite. Tony glanced over and something in his posture shifted. Not tension, exactly, but a certain straightening. A particular set of the jaw that Harry recognized because he'd seen it on men who were about to either lie to someone they loved or tell a truth they weren't ready for. "Sir," Jarvis said, "Miss Potts is on her way down." "Of course she is." "She's seen the security footage from the plaza." "Of course she has. She appears to be carrying breakfast. That's either a good sign or she's lulling me into a false sense of security before she kills me." Tony turned to Harry. "You're about to meet Pepper. She's the person who runs my life and also my company and also occasionally my emotional well-being when I allow it, which is rarely. She's going to have questions. She's going to be calm about it. That calm is a weapon. Do not be fooled." The elevator doors opened and a woman walked out. Harry's first impression was competence. Not beauty, though she was beautiful, tall, red-haired, carrying herself with the easy authority of someone who managed chaos for a living and was very good at it. She was dressed simply, dark pants and a blouse, and she was carrying a tray with 2 mugs of coffee, a plate of toast, and what appeared to be a full medical first aid kit. She took in the scene without breaking stride. Tony at his workbench, Harry in the chair, the blanket, the splint. The bandages, the holographic displays full of impossible equations. "Tony," she said, setting the tray down on the cleanest surface she could find, which wasn't very clean. "You found a bleeding teenager on our doorstep and you brought him to the workshop instead of a hospital. He fries electronic medical equipment. That's not a reason, that's a technical challenge. Those are the same thing for me." Pepper turned to Harry. Her expression changed, the sharpness she'd had for Tony softened into something warm and careful. She crouched slightly to be at eye level with him, and Harry was struck by the simple decency of the gesture, not looking down at him, meeting him where he was. "Hi," she said, "I'm Pepper. Are you in pain?" "I'm okay." "That's not what I asked." Harry blinked. Something about her directness cut through his defenses in a way that Tony's rapid-fire brilliance hadn't. Tony challenged him, engaged him, kept his brain busy. Pepper just looked at him like he mattered and waited for the truth. "Everything hurts," he admitted. "My arm's the worst, and my knee." Pepper opened the first aid kit. It was stocked with non-electronic supplies, manual everything, ice packs, bandages, painkillers in blister packs. She'd come prepared. Tony told me what happened. Not all of it, he was characteristically vague on the details, but enough. "You came from somewhere else, you're hurt, you need help." She handed him 2 tablets and a glass of water. These are ibuprofen. They're mild, but they'll take the edge off. Harry took them, swallowed. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I also brought toast, and you're going to eat all of it. She put the plate in front of him with the gentle firmness of someone who was not making a suggestion. When was the last time you ate? Harry tried to remember. Before the Department of Mysteries, he'd been at the Weasleys for supper, Molly's cooking, shepherd's pie. Ron had eaten 3 plates. Ginny had thrown a bread roll at Fred's head, and Fred had transfigured it into a small bird that had flown into Percy's hair. The memory hit him so hard his vision blurred. Yesterday, he said, and his voice didn't crack, but it came close. I think time's gotten confused. Eat. Pepper said and touched his shoulder briefly, just a quick light pressure, and then she turned to Tony with an expression that was decidedly less gentle. Kitchen. Now. Now, Tony. Tony went. Harry heard them talking as they moved toward the small kitchenette in the corner of the workshop. Tony's voice low and fast, Pepper's measured and pointed. He caught fragments. Can't just keep him here without. I know, but Shield would. A child, Tony, he's clearly. Not a child, Pepper, you should see what he can. I don't care what he can do, I care that he's hurt and alone, and Harry ate the toast. It was good toast, simple, butter and a bit of jam. The normality of it was almost painful, such an ordinary thing in such an extraordinary situation. He chewed and swallowed, and listened to 2 people argue about him with the particular intensity of people who cared about getting it right. They came back. Tony looked slightly chastened, which Harry suspected was a rare condition. Pepper looked like she'd won something, which Harry suspected was not rare at all. Okay, Tony said. New plan. Before we do anything else, before suits and tests and the exciting stuff, we're going to do the boring stuff. You're going to rest. You're going to eat real food. And Pepper is going to make sure I actually follow through on that, because apparently I can't be trusted. You can't, Pepper confirmed. I was being sarcastic. I wasn't. Harry looked between them. Their dynamic, the push and pull, the barbs wrapped in affection, the way they orbited each other, reminded him painfully of Ron and Hermione. Not the same, but the same frequency. People who argued because they cared too much to be quiet. I don't want to be a burden, Harry said. Both of them turned to him. Tony's expression went flat and serious in a way Harry hadn't seen before. Let me tell you something about this building, Tony said. It's got 93 floors. Half of them are empty. I built it too big on purpose because I always build things too big. It's a character flaw or a design philosophy depending on who you ask. I have more room than I know what to do with, more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes, and a pathological need to fix things. You're not a burden. You're a project. That's worse. No, it's not. It means I'm invested. Pepper was watching Harry with that careful, seeing expression. He means you can stay as long as you need to, she translated. In human words. Harry looked at the toast, at the blanket that smelled like lavender. At the 2 people standing in front of him who had no reason to help him except that he'd bled on their doorstep. He thought about Dumbledore, who had helped him and used him in roughly equal measure. About the Dursleys, who had never helped him at all. About all the adults in his life who had treated his suffering as either a tool or an inconvenience. These 2 didn't know him. Didn't know his story, not really, not the weight of it. They just saw a hurt kid and decided to help. Okay, Harry said. Thank you, both of you. Don't mention it. Tony said, already turning back to his holographic displays. Seriously, don't mention it. If Fury finds out I'm harboring an interdimensional wizard, it'll be a whole thing. Who's Fury? Tony and Pepper exchanged a look. Let me get more coffee, Pepper said. This is going to be a long conversation. They talked for 3 hours. Tony explained the world Harry had fallen into, and he did it the way he did everything, fast, detailed, and with editorial commentary that ranged from insightful to ridiculous. The Avengers. Tony started there because it was the most relevant, and because, Harry suspected, Tony couldn't talk about anything for long without talking about himself. A team of extraordinary individuals assembled to handle threats too big for any one person. Captain America, a super soldier from World War II who'd been frozen in ice for 70 years. Thor, an actual Norse god from another dimension called Asgard. The Hulk, a scientist whose anger turned him into an unkillable green giant. Black Widow and Hawkeye, two spies with skill sets that made them dangerous enough to stand alongside gods and monsters. And you, Harry said, and me, no powers, no serum, no divine heritage, just the suit, the brain, and an unwillingness to die that borders on clinical. I know something about that, Tony's mouth quirked. Yeah, I'm starting to get that. Then the invasion, the Chitauri. An army from space led by Loki, Thor's adopted brother, an Asgardian with a grudge and an infinity stone. They'd poured through a portal above this very building and devastated Manhattan. Tony described it in clipped, efficient sentences, but Harry heard what was underneath, the fear, the chaos, the moment when Tony had grabbed a nuclear missile and flown it through the portal because no one else could and no one else would. You flew a bomb into space, Harry said. Through a wormhole, into the fleet, the portal closed behind me and I fell back through at the last second, nearly didn't make it. Tony's voice was light, but his hands had stopped moving on the holographic display, and Harry noticed. The stillness of a man who replayed a moment so often that his body had memorized the pause. I saw the other side, Harry, the vastness, the things that are out there. It's not like your war contained personal, a dark wizard and his followers. This is bigger. There are forces in this universe that could swat Earth like a fly, and they know we're here. The weight of that settled between them. Harry understood it, maybe better than Tony expected. He'd lived under the shadow of a prophecy his entire life. He knew what it was like to look at the sky and know something up there wanted you dead. Shield, Tony continued, shifting tone with visible effort. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. They're the ones who put the Avengers together. Nick Fury runs it, one eye, black trench coat, trust issues that make yours look healthy. They monitor threats, gather intelligence, and project force when diplomacy fails. They're useful and they're dangerous, and I trust them about as far as I can throw the helicarrier. The what? Flying aircraft carrier, I know, this world is absurd. Harry processed all of it. Aliens, gods, super soldiers, flying warships, a global intelligence agency. It was so far from the world of wands and broomsticks and pumpkin juice that it felt like fiction, except that all of fiction felt like that when you were living in it. In my world, Harry said, the most advanced thing we had was a flying car, and it went feral and lived in a forest. Tony stared at him. A flying car that went feral, long story. I need to hear it immediately, later. Harry shifted in his chair, wincing as his knee protested. What happened to Loki after the invasion? Thor took him back to Asgard, prison. Supposedly very secure Asgardian prison, which I'm sure is very impressive and very escapable, because prisons always are. Tony paused, looked at Harry with a sharpness that was more than casual. Why? Because you said he used a portal, and I came through something like a portal. And if there's someone out there who knows how portals work, he's in prison. You just said prisons are escapable. Tony opened his mouth, closed it, pointed at Harry. I hate that you're already thinking 3 steps ahead. That's my thing. I spent 7 years with people trying to kill me. You learn to think ahead or you learn to die. Pepper, who had been listening from across the workshop while answering emails on a tablet, looked up. He's got you there. He's got me nowhere. I'm just saying I appreciate the strategic thinking. Tony pulled up a new holographic display, a map of Manhattan. Look, I want to show you something. This is the city. Harry leaned forward. The holographic map was incredibly detailed, 3-dimensional, the buildings rendered in precise miniature. Tony zoomed in, and Harry could see streets, vehicles, people rendered as tiny moving dots. This is where you appeared. Tony highlighted a point in the plaza. Right here, and this, he pulled up another overlay. A web of lines spread across the city, concentrated most heavily at the point of Harry's arrival, but radiating outward in diminishing intensity. This is the energy signature your arrival left behind. It's fading, but it's still there, like a scar in the fabric of local space-time. Harry looked at the lines. They pulsed faintly, like veins. What does that mean? It means the barrier between wherever you came from and here is thin at that point, damaged. My sensors are picking up micro-fluctuations, tiny pulses of the same energy your magic produces, coming from the scar site. Is something coming through? Not yet, but the scar isn't healing. It's stable, but it's there, and anyone with the right sensors or the right magical senses could find it. Tony let that hang in the air for a beat, which is why Fury can't know about you, not yet. If S.H.I.E.L.D. finds that scar, they'll trace it to you, and then you're a national security asset instead of a person, and I've seen how Fury treats assets. I wouldn't let them take me. I know you wouldn't, that's what worries me. A fight between you and S.H.I.E.L.D. right now, with your magic this unstable, Manhattan would not survive the collateral. Harry didn't argue. He couldn't. Tony was right. His magic was a live wire, and until he could control it, every confrontation risked becoming a catastrophe. So what do? We keep you off the radar. Literally, your energy signature is distinctive and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sensor network is good. I'm already working on a masking solution. Tony gestured to one of the holographic displays covered in equations. Your magic has a frequency. Everything does. If I can identify it precisely enough, I can build a dampening field into the tower that hides you from external scans. A magical Faraday cage. Tony looked at him, surprised, pleased. You know what a Faraday cage is? Hermione explained it to me once. She explained everything to me at least once. Harry stopped. The past tense felt wrong, but the present tense felt impossible. She was my best friend, Muggle-born. She knew both worlds. Smart, smartest person I've ever met. Present company excluded, surely. No. Including present company, you've never met Hermione Granger. Tony grinned. I think I'd like her. She'd terrify you. Even better. Tony swiped the map away and pulled up the sensor data from last night, the impossible readings, the energy that changed when observed, the secondary pulse. Okay, while you were sleeping, I ran every analysis I have on the energy your magic produces. Want to hear the results? Do I have a choice? No. Result 1. Your magic generates a field that exists in at least 11 dimensions. My sensors can read 3 of them, maybe 4 on a good day. The rest are completely beyond my current instrumentation. I'm working on that. Result 2. The energy is self-renewing. It doesn't deplete, it cycles. It's the closest thing to a perpetual motion system I've ever seen, which should be impossible, and yet. Tony gestured expansively. Result 3, and this is the one that kept me up all night, your magic and my arc reactor technology are resonant. What does that mean? It means they vibrate at compatible frequencies, like 2 tuning forks that harmonize. When you got close to the reactor in the tower basement, your magic didn't just interact with it, it amplified it. For a fraction of a second, the reactor's output increased by 12%. 12%, Harry, from proximity alone. No interface, no connection, just you being near it. Harry didn't fully grasp the technical implications, but he understood the look on Tony's face. He'd seen it before on Dumbledore, when he'd discovered something about the Horcruxes. On Hermione, when she'd cracked a particularly impossible problem. The look of someone standing at the edge of something huge. That's why you want to build the suit, Harry said. That's why I can build the suit. If I can create a framework that merges arc reactor technology with your magical energy, a suit that uses both, channels both, amplifies both, the output would be. Tony trailed off, staring at his own calculations. Honestly, I don't know, the math breaks down. The projections go past anything I can model, and that almost never happens. Almost. The last time was the nuke through the wormhole. I didn't know what was on the other side either. Tony's voice had gotten quiet without him noticing. He caught himself, shook it off. But first things first. Before I build you anything, I need to understand your magic better, which means I need to see it in action. Real action, not floating light balls. No offense to the light balls. Harry straightened in the chair. This, at least, was familiar ground, magic. The one thing he'd always been good at, not because he studied, not because he was careful, but because his magic was part of him in a way that went deeper than knowledge. It was instinct and blood and will. Where? Harry asked. Roof. Open space, nothing to break that I care about, and Jarvis can set up a sensor array to record everything. I'll need my wand. Harry reached for his pocket, found nothing. The realization hit him like cold water. My wand, I don't have. He checked every pocket, patting himself down with his one working hand, growing more frantic. It was in my hand when I fell through the veil. It's gone, the Holly and Phoenix feather wand, 11 inches, brother to Voldemort's wand. His companion since he was 11 years old, the first object that had ever chosen him, ever said you belong, gone, his magic convulsed. The holographic displays shattered into static. A crack raced up the nearest concrete pillar with a sound like a gunshot. DUME wheeled backward rapidly, beeping an alarm. Harry, Tony started. I can't, Harry's breath was coming fast. Without a wand, I can't. Wizards need wands, it's how we focus. Without it, Harry, listen to me. Tony was in front of him, hands on the armrests of the chair, eye to eye. You just cracked a reinforced concrete pillar without a wand, without a spell, without even trying. You blew out every electronic system in a 2-block radius from flat on your back in my plaza. You've been doing magic since you got here. Wandless, wordless, uncontrolled, but real. Whatever a wand does for you, you don't need it anymore. Harry stared at him. His breathing was ragged. His magic was still roiling, making the air thick and charged, but Tony's words were sinking in. He looked at the cracked pillar, at the shattered holograms, at all the evidence of power that had come from him without any wand at all. In my world, wandless magic is almost impossible, Harry said slowly. Only the most powerful wizards can do it, and even then it's weak, imprecise. You're not in your world anymore. And whatever limits that world put on you, the veil took them away. You said it yourself, your magic is screaming. Maybe it's screaming because it's finally free. Harry closed his eyes. He could feel it, the magic, his magic, vast and churning inside him like an ocean he'd only ever seen a cup of. The wand had been a straw, letting him sip. Without it, he was drinking straight from the source, and the source was bottomless. It was terrifying. And Tony was right, it was also exciting. Roof, Harry said. Let's go to the roof. Getting to the roof was an adventure in itself. Harry could walk barely, with his knee braced, leaning on Tony, and then on a crutch that Pepper materialized from somewhere. The elevator ride was long, and Harry spent it watching the city descend below them through the glass walls, Manhattan spreading out in a grid of streets and steel that was nothing like London, and nothing like anything he'd ever seen. And then they were there. The roof of Stark Tower. Open sky, cold October air, the noise of the city far below turned to a distant murmur by height and wind. The landing pad where Tony's suits launched and landed stretched out wide and flat, and beyond it, the skyline of New York glittered in the morning sun. Harry stood at the edge and looked out. The city was immense. Dense and loud and alive in a way that Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade had never been. No cobblestones, no owls, no robed figures hurrying between shops that sold cauldrons and broomsticks. Instead, glass and steel and concrete and millions of people who had no idea that anything magical existed, because in this world, apparently, it didn't. Not the way Harry knew it. There were no wizards here, no Hogwarts, no Ministry of Magic. There was just this, a world of technology and science and extraordinary individuals who got their power from serums and suits and gamma radiation. And him. Dropped into the middle of it with nothing but the magic in his blood, he noticed the damage. It wasn't everywhere, but it was visible, buildings with scaffolding, construction cranes, gaps in the skyline where structures had been destroyed. The Chitauri invasion. Tony had described it clinically, but the evidence was sprawled across the city like a wound still healing. That bad. Harry said, nodding at a block to the east where 3 buildings were still being rebuilt. Tony stood next to him, hands in his pockets. That bad, thousands dead, hundreds of thousands displaced. The city's tough, New Yorkers are obscenely resilient, but it changed things. People know they're not alone in the universe now. They know things can come through the sky and wreck everything. It's the same fear I have, just scaled to 8 million people. Harry understood. He remembered the aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts, the shattered walls. The bodies in the great hall, Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin Creevy. The weight of survival, the guilt of being alive when others weren't, the terrible knowledge that the world you'd known before the war was gone and the world after it would never feel safe again. It doesn't go away, Harry said. The fear, you just learn to carry it. Tony glanced at him, a beat of silence that said more than words. Then he cleared his throat. All right, Jarvis, sensor array hot, record everything. Every spectrum, every frequency, every dimension we can read. Online and recording, sir. Harry. Tony moved back, giving him space. 20 feet, 30. Show me what you've got. Harry stood alone on the rooftop landing pad. The wind tugged at his borrowed clothes. Tony had given him a t-shirt and sweatpants since his robes were destroyed, and his hair whipped across his forehead, across the lightning bolt scar. He raised his right hand. For a moment, nothing. The habit of reaching for a wand was deep, wired into his muscle memory. His hand felt empty, wrong. Every instinct told him he needed the tool, the focus, the 11 inches of holly that had been his anchor for 6 years. Then he thought about what Tony had said. Whatever limits that world put on you, the veil took them away. He stopped reaching for the wand. He reached for the magic instead. It was right there. Not separate from him, not something stored in a core or a channel. It was him, his blood, his breath, his will. It had always been there, and the wand had always been a middleman, a translator between his intent and the world. Without it, the translation was direct. Raw, unfiltered. Harry closed his eyes, felt the magic build, opened his eyes and said, Lumos. Light erupted from his palm. Not the soft, gentle glow he'd produced in the workshop. This was a column of white gold brilliance that shot skyward like a searchlight, punching through the morning clouds and painting the rooftop in stark, blazing illumination. It was so bright that car alarms went off 40 stories below. Tony threw up an arm to shield his eyes. Jarvis's sensors spiked across every spectrum they could read, and several they theoretically couldn't. Harry cut it off. The light died. After images danced in his vision. Okay, Tony said, blinking rapidly. That was Lumos. That was the spell you said makes light. Yes. That was a spotlight. That was a weaponized sunrise. It's never been that strong before. Scale of 1 to 10. How hard were you trying? Harry considered. 3. Tony made a sound that was half laugh, half something else. He pulled up a holographic readout from his wrist display. One of the few electronics that Harry's proximity hadn't killed, probably because Tony had hardened it after last night. The data was dense and incomprehensible to Harry, but Tony was reading it like poetry. The energy output on that single spell was approximately 1.7 gigajoules, Tony said. For reference, a lightning bolt is about 1 gigajoule. You just casually outperformed lightning. Harry felt something unfurl in his chest. Not pride exactly, he'd never been comfortable with pride, but a sense of recognition, of potential, like looking at a door he'd always known was there but had never been allowed to open. What else? Tony said. What else can you do? Harry turned to face the open sky beyond the roof's edge. He raised his hand again. Akio, he said, and pulled, not at anything specific, just pulled with his magic at the world, and the world answered. From the street far below, loose debris, fragments of brick, scraps of metal, a newspaper, a traffic cone, rose into the air and streaked upward toward the roof. Harry caught them in a swirling orbit around his hand, a small tornado of mundane objects spinning in a perfect circle, held aloft by nothing but his will. He flicked his wrist and they stopped, hung motionless. Then he released them gently and they floated back down to where they'd come from. Summoning charm, Harry said. I once used it to call a broomstick from half a mile away during a tournament. You summoned objects from ground level, from 93 stories, through wind and without line of sight. Tony was typing furiously on his wrist display. The targeting precision alone, Jarvis. Did you get the trajectory data? Yes, sir. Each object followed an individually calculated path to avoid collision with buildings and other obstacles. The charm appears to have an inherent intelligence. It doesn't simply pull objects in a straight line. It navigates. Intelligent magic, Tony muttered. Of course it's intelligent. Harry was warming up. The magic was flowing now, and it felt good, better than good. It felt like stretching after being cramped in a box for years. Each spell came easier than the last, the wandless casting becoming more natural with every attempt. He threw a shield charm, Pratigo, and it materialized not as the translucent shimmer he was used to, but as a wall of solid, blue-white energy that hummed with power and sent visible distortion, waves rippling outward from its edges. Tony threw a wrench at it experimentally, and the wrench disintegrated on contact. "That was a good wrench," Tony said mildly. "Sorry, don't be Jarvis. What's the tensile strength on that shield? I cannot accurately calculate it, sir." The wrench was a titanium alloy rated for approximately 800 megapascals. The shield destroyed it instantly. The shield's strength exceeds my ability to measure with current tools. Harry dropped the shield and tried something else. Transfiguration. He pointed at a piece of metal debris on the roof and focused, and the metal flowed like water, reshaping itself into a perfect replica of a chess piece. A knight. The horse's head was detailed down to individual hairs in the mane. "Matter manipulation," Tony breathed. "You just restructured metal at the molecular level, with a thought. Transfiguration. It's taught in third year at Hogwarts. Third year, how old is third year? 13. Tony put his hands on his head. "You're telling me that 13-year-old children in your world routinely restructure matter? With wands, and usually they're turning matchsticks into needles, not metal into chess pieces. But yes, your world is insane," says the man who built a flying suit of armor in a cave. "Fair point." Harry kept going. Reducto, a blasting curse that punched a 3-foot crater in the reinforced concrete of the landing pad, which Tony was less pleased about. Episci, a healing charm that he cast on his own knee, and the swelling visibly reduced, the joint clicking back toward alignment as the magic worked. Aguamenti, a jet of water from his palm that he shaped into a sphere, then a cube, then a spinning double helix, then let splash onto the roof. Each spell was stronger than it should have been. Each one came without a wand, without an incantation if he chose, powered purely by intent and will. Harry could feel the depth of it, the reservoir of magic inside him that he was barely skimming the surface of. The veil had done something. Whether it had stripped away limiters or opened channels that had been closed, or simply catalyzed a potential that had always been there, the result was the same. He was more than he'd ever been. "One more," Harry said. He was breathing hard, not from exhaustion but from exhilaration, from the sheer intoxicating rush of feeling his magic respond without restraint. "You'll want to see this one." He closed his eyes, reached deep, thought of Sirius, of his parents, of Remus and Tonks and Fred, and every person he'd loved and lost and still carried in his chest like burning coals. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his palm. It was enormous. In his world, his Patronus had been the size of a real stag, beautiful, luminous, but bound by the proportions of a living animal. This one was twice that size, 3 times. It was a creature of pure, blazing silver-white light, antlers branching like lightning frozen in mid-strike, hooves ringing against the rooftop with a sound like bells. It was so bright it washed out the sun. So powerful that the air temperature around it dropped 10 degrees as it drew the cold and the dark into itself and burned it away. The stag turned its great head and looked at Harry. Its eyes, its impossible, beautiful silver eyes, held something that Harry felt in his soul. Recognition. Love. The echo of every person who had ever loved him and been taken too soon. "That," Tony said, and his voice had lost every trace of its usual performance. It was quiet and raw and real. "What is that?" "A Patronus. It's a guardian. A protection against the darkest creatures in my world, dementors, beings that feed on happiness and drain your will to live. It's powered by your happiest memories, your strongest emotions. It's pure positive energy given form. It's beautiful." Harry looked at Tony. The genius billionaire playboy philanthropist, the man who'd built an empire on snark and swagger, was staring at the silver stag with an expression that had nothing clever in it at all. Just awe. The stag lowered its head toward Tony, stepped forward. Its muzzle brushed Tony's shoulder and Tony flinched, then stilled because the touch wasn't cold or burning or painful. It was warm. Warm like sunlight, like coming home, like someone telling you it's going to be okay and meaning it. "Oh," Tony said softly. "Oh, that's..." The stag dissolved. The light faded. The rooftop was just a rooftop again. Harry's legs gave out. The sustained magic on top of his injuries was too much, and he went down hard on his good knee. Tony was there immediately, catching his arm. "Easy, that's enough." "One more thing," Harry said, panting. He was exhausted, but he needed to do this, needed to know. "Let me try something." He focused on the air in front of him, thought of the great hall at Hogwarts, the long tables, the enchanted ceiling, the warmth and noise and life of it. He gathered his magic and pushed, crack. The sound of apparition, the sharp, whip-crack of displaced air, split the morning. But Harry hadn't moved, nothing had happened. No transportation, no displacement. He tried again. Thought of anywhere, London, Hogwarts, the Burrow, platform 9 3/4. Pushed harder. Nothing. Not even a crack this time. His magic hit something, a wall, a barrier, an absence, and slid off it like water off glass. There was nothing to connect to. No Hogwarts on the other side, no Burrow, no Diagon Alley, no world of wizards and witches waiting for him to appear with a pop and a stumble. They weren't there, it hit him all at once. The reality of it, the finality, crashing through the adrenaline and the excitement and the wonder of his unchained magic like a wave through a sandcastle. He was alone. Not temporarily, not as a problem to be solved, but fundamentally and perhaps permanently. The people he loved were in a world he couldn't reach. His home was gone. His life was gone. Everything he'd fought for, everyone he'd fought beside. Ron's terrible chess metaphors, and Hermione's ink-stained fingers, and Ginny's hair catching the light, and the sound of the Burrow settling at night. Gone. Harry sat on the cold rooftop with the wind in his hair, and the alien sky above him, and he did not cry because he'd forgotten how somewhere between Cedric's murder and his own death in the forest. But the grief that went through him was so vast and so absolute that it manifested physically. A wave of magic that rolled outward from his body and made the entire building hum like a struck tuning fork. 93 floors of glass and steel singing with a frequency that was pure sorrow. Tony felt it. Pepper, 50 floors below, felt it. Jarvis recorded it across every sensor in the building and flagged it with a single descriptor, grief event. Tony sat down next to him, didn't touch him, didn't speak. Just sat there on the cold concrete and waited, the way you wait out a storm, not because you can stop it, but because no one should have to be alone in one. After a while, the humming stopped. The building settled. Harry's breathing steadied. "They're gone," Harry said. "I can't reach them. I can't feel them. It's like they never existed." "They existed," Tony said. "You're proof of that." "What am I supposed to do, right now?" "Nothing. You're supposed to sit here and feel this and let it be terrible. Later, tomorrow, next week, whenever, we figure out the next step. But you don't have to figure out anything right now." Harry stared at the skyline. Somewhere out there, the dimensional scar from his arrival was still pulsing, a wound in reality, a reminder that the walls between worlds could be broken. "I want to go home," he said. "I know, but I can't." "Not yet. Maybe not ever." Tony was quiet. Not because he didn't have anything to say, Tony always had something to say, but because he was choosing not to fill the silence with false comfort. Harry noticed, and something in him was grateful for it. He'd been lied to enough. Dumbledore's gentle reassurances, the Ministry's hollow promises, the constant suffocating chorus of "it'll be fine, you're the chosen one, everything will work out." Tony didn't lie. Tony just sat with him. After a long time, Harry said, "The building, I'm making it hum. Jarvis says the structural integrity is fine. You can hum all you want. I should stop. You should do whatever you need to do. The building can take it, so can I." Harry looked at him. Tony Stark. A man he'd known for less than 24 hours, who had no reason to care about an impossible teenager from an impossible world, sitting on a cold rooftop at 10 in the morning being patient and kind and present in a way that no one had been for Harry in a very long time. "Thank you," Harry said. It came out rough and unpolished. He meant it more than he'd ever meant those words. "Don't mention it," Tony said. "Seriously, I have a reputation." The call came that afternoon. Harry was sleeping, real sleep this time, in a bed on one of the residential floors, with actual pillows and sheets and a door that locked. Pepper had set it up while they were on the roof, because Pepper thought of things like that. The bed was ridiculously comfortable. Harry had fallen asleep in under a minute, his exhausted body finally overriding his churning mind. Tony was in the workshop, surrounded by holographic displays, deep in the early architecture of the Arcanis suit. He'd been going for 3 hours without pause, sketching framework designs and running simulations, trying to figure out how to build a technology interface for an energy source that didn't obey the laws of physics. The challenge was intoxicating. The phone rang. Not his cell phone, which was on a table somewhere under a pile of schematics. The secure line. The Avengers line. The one that only a handful of people had the number to, and that only rang when the situation was, in the technical parlance, extremely not good. Tony tapped his earpiece. "Stark." "Stark," Nick Fury's voice, flat, controlled, carrying the permanent undertone of a man who trusted no one and slept even less than Tony did. "We picked up an energy anomaly in Manhattan last night, big one, centered on your tower." Tony's hand didn't pause over the holographic display. His expression didn't change, but his pulse, which Jarvis was monitoring because Jarvis monitored everything, ticked up by 4 beats per minute. "Define big," Tony said. "Big enough to light up every sensor array we have from here to the Triskelion. Big enough that 3 separate satellite systems flagged it independently. Big enough that my analysts spent the last 10 hours trying to classify it and came back with unknown origin, unknown composition, unknown threat level. I don't like unknowns, Stark. Nobody does. That's what makes them unknown. Don't be cute. The anomaly was centered on your building. Your arc reactor fluctuated at the same time. And 20 minutes ago, there was a secondary event, smaller but distinct, also centered on your building. From the roof. The Lumos spell, the Patronus." Harry's demonstration that morning, which Tony had thought was contained, apparently not. "I'm running experiments," Tony said smoothly. "New arc reactor configurations. The energy output sometimes gets unpredictable when I'm pushing the boundaries. You know how it is." "I know how you are," Fury said. "And I know when you're lying. The energy signature from last night doesn't match arc reactor technology. It doesn't match anything. If you've got something in that tower that I should know about, then I'd tell you, probably, eventually, after I understood it myself." Tony leaned back in his chair. "Look, Fury, I appreciate the concern, but I've got this. If I find something that requires the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D., you'll be my first call. That's not how this works." "That's exactly how this works. My tower, my tech, my jurisdiction. I'm not a S.H.I.E.L.D. employee. I'm a consultant, and I consult when I feel like it." A long silence. Tony could practically hear Fury's remaining eye narrowing. "I'm going to send Agent Romanoff to check in," Fury said. "I'm busy." That wasn't a request. The line went dead. Tony stared at the phone for a moment, then pulled up a holographic display of the tower's sensor data. The energy spikes from Harry's demonstration were clearly visible, bright, anomalous peaks that stood out against the background radiation like flares in the dark. "Jarvis, how much of Harry's activity this morning was detectable externally?" "Quite a lot, sir. The Patronus alone generated an energy signature visible to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orbital sensor network. The dimensional scar in the plaza is also continuing to emit low-level energy that is detectable with sufficiently sensitive equipment. Can you mask it? I can attempt to generate interference patterns that disguise the signature. However, Mr. Potter's magical energy is not consistent enough for me to create a perfect mask. There will be anomalies. Do what you can, and build me a Faraday cage, a real one, tuned to Harry's frequency. We need to contain his emissions to the building." "Sir, I should point out that Agent Romanoff is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most effective intelligence operatives. If she enters the tower, the likelihood of her discovering Mr. Potter's presence is high. I know. I'll deal with Romanoff." Historically, sir, very few people have successfully dealt with Agent Romanoff. Then this will be a fun challenge. Tony went back to the Arcanis designs, but his mind was split now, half on the engineering problem, half on the political one. Fury was suspicious. Romanoff was coming. The dimensional scar was broadcasting Harry's arrival like a neon sign. And Harry himself was an energy signature that no amount of clever shielding could fully conceal, because his magic wasn't just energy, it was alive, responsive, willful. It leaked around barriers the way water found cracks. He needed time to build the suit, time to stabilize Harry's magic, time to understand what the dimensional scar meant and whether it was going to become a bigger problem. But time was the one thing Fury wasn't going to give him. The phone rang again. Different line this time. Private, unlisted, Stark. Tony's voice was warier. Tony, Steve Rogers. Captain America's voice was what it always was, earnest, clear, carrying the particular weight of a man who'd been a symbol before he'd been a person and had never fully reconciled the two. Fury just called me. He said you're sitting on something. Fury says a lot of things. Most of them are designed to make people do what he wants. He's not wrong about the energy spike. I felt it, Tony. I was in Brooklyn this morning and I felt something, a pulse, a vibration in the air. Like the world rang like a bell. Tony closed his eyes. The grief event, Harry's sorrow so vast it had made the building sing, and apparently it hadn't stopped at the building. Steve, I need you to trust me. I do trust you. That's why I'm calling instead of showing up. Give me 48 hours. I'm working on something. It's important and it's sensitive, and if Fury gets his hands on it before I understand it, people are going to get hurt. A pause. Is it dangerous? Everything worth doing is dangerous. 48 hours, please. Another pause, longer. Tony could hear Steve thinking, actually hear the quality of the silence, the careful consideration of a man who weighed every decision against a moral framework forged in a different era. 48 hours, Steve said. Then I'm coming over and you're telling me everything. Deal. Tony hung up. He stared at the Arcanis designs. The suit was taking shape in his mind, not just as engineering but as art, as philosophy, as the answer to a question he'd been asking since the wormhole. How do you protect people from things that are beyond your ability to comprehend? Answer: you find someone whose abilities match the threat, and you give them the best tools humanity can create. He started working faster. Harry woke in the late afternoon to golden lights slanting through floor-to-ceiling windows and the distant sound of the city below. For a disorienting moment, he didn't know where he was. The bed was too soft. The room was too quiet. There was no snoring from Ron, no creaking of the burrow's ancient timbers, no distant hooting of owls. Then it all came back. The veil, the plaza, Tony, the magic. He sat up slowly. His arm ached in the splint, but less than before. The healing charm he'd cast on the roof had accelerated the mending, and he could feel the bones knitting, his magic working steadily even while he slept. His knee was better too. Still stiff, still painful, but functional. The room Tony had given him was simple and clean. Bed, desk, chair, window, no decorations, no personal touches, a blank slate. Harry appreciated that. He didn't want someone else's space, he wanted neutral ground. He got up, found the bathroom, and looked at himself in the mirror for the first time since arriving. The face that looked back was thinner than he remembered. Sharper. The baby fat of adolescence had burned away in the last year of the war, replaced by angles and shadows. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead was the same as always, but his eyes, green, his mother's eyes, everyone always told him, were different, brighter, more vivid. As if the magic thrumming through his body was leaking through them, he looked older than 17. He looked tired and hard and alive, and there was something in his expression that hadn't been there before the veil. A steadiness, a calm at the center of the storm, the particular peace of someone who had already died and come back and was therefore fundamentally difficult to frighten. He washed his face, changed into fresh clothes that someone Pepper almost certainly had left folded on the desk, and went to find Tony. The elevator took him to the workshop. The doors opened and Harry stopped because the space had been transformed. The holographic displays that had been scattered around the room were now organized into a massive, interconnected web of data that filled half the workshop with light. At the center, a life-sized holographic figure rotated slowly, a human form encased in armor that was unlike anything Harry had seen. It was sleek, dark, with lines of deep emerald green running through it like veins, pulsing faintly. The helmet had a faceplate like Tony's Iron Man suit, but the eyes were different, wider, more angular, and in the holographic rendering, they glowed with a green light that Harry recognized as the color of his own magic. The chest piece didn't have an arc reactor. Instead, it had something that looked almost like a rune, a circular design of interlocking lines that hummed with a suggestion of power. "That's it," Harry said. Tony spun around in his chair. He had grease on his face and a manic energy that suggested he hadn't stopped working since Harry went to sleep. "That's the concept, first draft, very rough. I've redesigned it 9 times in the last 4 hours, and I'm probably going to redesign it 9 more, but the core idea is there." Harry walked around the hologram, studying it. The armor was thinner than Tony's Iron Man suits, lighter, less bulky. Where Tony's suits were tanks, this was a rapier, built for speed and precision, not brute force. "It doesn't have weapons," Harry observed. "Doesn't need them. You're the weapon. The suit is the delivery system." Tony stood and walked into the hologram, gesturing at different sections. Every panel is lined with a micromatrix of circuits modeled on the runic patterns you described. When your magic flows through them, they act as amplifiers and focusing lenses. The suit doesn't generate power, it takes your power and makes it more focused, more controlled, more efficient. Tony pointed at the chest piece. "This is the core, not an arc reactor. Your magic replaces it. Your energy is the power source. The rune circuit here draws from your magical core and distributes it through the entire suit. The more power you push, the more the suit can do. And the limit, theoretically, there isn't one. That's what I meant when I said the math breaks down. Every projection I run, every model I build, the output curve just keeps going up. Your magic doesn't have a ceiling, and the suit is designed to grow with it. The more powerful you become, the more powerful the suit becomes." Harry stared at the hologram, the green-lined armor, the runic chest piece, the suggestion of something that was both technology and magic and neither and both. "What about flight?" Harry asked. Tony grinned. "Thought you'd ask." "The suit has repulsor nodes at the hands and feet, same as mine, but they're augmented with what I'm calling apparition burst technology. Based on what you told me about apparition, the ability to teleport, I've designed a propulsion system that combines conventional thrust with short-range spatial displacement. You won't just fly, you'll skip through space, blink from point to point faster than anything in the sky." "That's insane." "Thank you. I didn't mean it as a compliment. I know, I'm taking it as one anyway." Tony moved to another display. "There's more. The suit's exterior is a nanotech alloy I've been developing, same family as the Iron Man armor but modified. I've introduced a crystalline structure into the nanoparticles that, based on my analysis of your shield charm, should be resonant with your Pratigo spell. When you cast a shield, the suit will amplify it and integrate it into the physical armor. Magic and metal working as one layer." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "Thinking, Tony," he said. "Why are you doing this?" "Because it's the most interesting engineering challenge I've ever..." "No, not the suit. Why are you doing all of this for me? You don't know me. I showed up on your doorstep last night, and you've given me a bed, medical treatment, food, and now you're designing the most advanced piece of equipment you've ever conceived, apparently." "Why?" Tony stopped moving. The manic energy dimmed. He stood in the middle of his holographic masterwork, surrounded by light and equations, and for just a moment the mask, the humor, the confidence, the relentless forward motion slipped. "You want the real answer? I always want the real answer. When I came back through the wormhole, I saw something. Not just the fleet, not just the darkness. I saw how small we are, how fragile. And I've been building suits ever since, dozens of them, each one more advanced than the last, trying to make myself enough. Trying to be big enough to match what's coming. Because something is coming, Harry. I can feel it. Every instinct I have says there's a threat out there that makes Loki's invasion look like a skirmish. Tony looked at the holographic armor, at the green lines of magic woven through the metal. Then you show up. You fall out of the sky with power that my sensors can barely read, power that resonates with my technology in ways I didn't think were possible. You're 17 years old and you've already fought a war and died and come back and you're still standing. Tony met Harry's eyes. I'm doing this because I think you might be the answer to the question that's been keeping me up at night. Not the only answer, but a big one. That's a lot of pressure to put on someone you met yesterday. I'm not putting pressure on you. I'm building you a suit. What you do with it is your choice. You could use it to fight aliens or you could use it to deliver pizza. I don't care. But if the choice is between having the tool and not having it, I'd rather you have it. Harry looked at the holographic armor for a long time, then he looked at Tony. Build it, he said, already started. I know, you couldn't have stopped yourself if you'd wanted to. Also true. Something passed between them, not a handshake, not a promise, not anything so formal, just a look, an understanding. Two people who'd been broken and rebuilt and broken again, recognizing in each other the particular stubbornness that keeps you standing when everything in the universe says you should fall. There's one more thing, Tony said. Fury called. Harry's expression shifted immediately. Not fear, Harry didn't do fear anymore, not the kind that made you flinch, but alertness. The war-trained vigilance of someone who'd survived by never being caught off guard. What does he want? You, probably. He doesn't know you exist yet, but he knows something happened. The energy spikes from your arrival and our test session this morning were visible on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sensor network. I told him it was arc reactor experiments. He didn't believe me. Will he come here? He's sending someone. Agent Romanoff, Natasha, she's one of the Avengers, the spy. She's very, very good at finding things people are trying to hide, and she's going to be here soon. Harry absorbed this calmly. His magic stirred, but he controlled it, held it steady, didn't let it spike, a conscious effort that he was getting better at with every hour. You want me to hide? Harry asked, can you? Harry thought about it, then shook his head. No, I don't hide. Good, because I don't think you could, and trying would just make it worse. Here's what I'm thinking instead. You meet her, on your terms, in my building. You don't tell her everything, you don't owe anyone your story, but you don't pretend to be something you're not. And if she reports back to Fury, she will. That's her job. The question is what she reports. If she meets you and you're a terrified kid, Fury will see a target. Something to acquire and control. But if she meets you and you're what you actually are, Tony tilted his head. What are you, Harry? Right now, in this moment, what are you? Harry didn't hesitate. Dangerous. Then be dangerous. Let her see it. Let her understand that coming after you would be a very, very bad idea. Tony picked up a wrench, tossed it in the air, caught it. In my experience, the best way to keep predators at bay isn't to run, it's to make sure they know you have teeth. Dumbledore would have told me to be diplomatic. And how did that work out? Harry thought about Umbridge, about Fudge, about the Ministry's years of denial and persecution, about all the times diplomacy had failed because the people on the other side weren't interested in being diplomatic, they were interested in control. Badly, he admitted. It worked out badly. Then try it my way, be yourself, be powerful, let them decide if they want to be your friend or your problem. Harry nodded slowly. Something was settling in him, not anger, not defiance, but clarity, a decision being made at a level deeper than thought. He was done hiding. He'd hidden for years, hidden his pain from the Dursleys, hidden his doubts from his friends, hidden his power from a world that feared it. And hiding had never kept him safe. It had just made him small. He was done being small. When does she get here? Harry asked Jarvis. Agent Romanoff's vehicle is currently on the Queensborough Bridge, sir. Estimated arrival, 22 minutes. 22 minutes, Tony repeated. That's enough time for me to shower. I should probably shower. I smell like solder and hubris. You always smell like hubris. And you've known me less than a day. Imagine what I'm like after a week. Tony headed for the door, then turned back. Harry, one more thing. When Romanoff gets here, she's going to try to read you. It's what she does, reads people. Body language, micro-expressions, vocal patterns. She's the best in the world at it. I know the type, Harry said, thinking of Snape's legilimency, Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze, Voldemort's cold assessment. I've been read before, not like this. She's Tony. Harry's voice was quiet and certain. I survived Voldemort. I dueled the most dangerous dark wizard in history and won. I walked into my own death and came back. Whoever this woman is, whatever she can do, I promise you, I've faced worse. Tony looked at him. 17 years old, battered, displaced, grieving, wrapped in borrowed clothes in a world that wasn't his, and absolutely radiating a calm, lethal confidence that made the air in the workshop feel heavy. Yeah, Tony said. You know what, I believe you. He left. Harry stood alone in the workshop, surrounded by the holographic blueprints of the most dangerous suit of armor ever designed, and waited. His magic hummed. Steady now. Ready. Natasha Romanoff arrived at Stark Tower at 5:47 p.m. in a black sedan that she parked in the underground garage with the practiced ease of someone who had been here before. She was wearing civilian clothes, jeans, leather jacket, boots, because this was technically a social call, though nothing Natasha did was ever technically anything. Everything was operational. Every interaction was an intelligence-gathering exercise. Fury's briefing had been sparse. Energy anomaly centered on Stark Tower. Unknown origin. Stark lying about it. Go find out what he's hiding. She took the elevator to the common floor, the open living space that Tony had designed for Avengers' use. All clean lines and expensive furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows, with a view of Manhattan that made you feel like you were floating above the city. She expected to find Tony there, probably with a drink, definitely with deflections prepared. She found someone else. A boy, young, lean, dark-haired, standing at the window with his back to her. He was wearing clothes that fit oddly, as if they'd been given to him by someone larger. His posture was relaxed, but wrong in a way that took Natasha 3 seconds to categorize. It was the relaxation of someone who was always ready, who had been in enough dangerous situations that their resting state was preparation. Combat veteran, her training whispered. Young, but experienced. Watch the hands. Hello, she said, casual, warm, the version of herself that made people comfortable. The boy turned green eyes, a scar on his forehead, jagged, old, a face that was too young for the expression it wore, measured, watchful, giving away nothing. You must be Natasha, he said. British accent, calm voice. I am, and you are, Harry Potter. Tony said you were coming. Natasha crossed the room, keeping her body language open and unthreatening. Standard approach for an unknown, appear friendly, invite reciprocity, read everything. She catalogued details as she moved, the way Harry tracked her, not her face, her hands, the faint bruising visible at his collar, the splint on his left arm, the slight favoring of his right knee, injured. Recently. Badly, but standing. She sat on the arm of a couch, creating a height differential that put her below him, a deliberate choice to seem less threatening. Tony didn't mention he had a guest. Tony's in the shower. He said you'd try to read me. Harry said it simply, without accusation, just a fact. Natasha's eyebrows rose a fraction, points for directness. Everyone reads people, I'm just better at it than most. I know, he told me you're a spy, best in the world, he said. Tony's generous with his superlatives. He's also not wrong usually, even when he's being annoying about it. Harry moved away from the window and sat across from her, in a chair, leaning back. The posture was deliberately open, mirroring what she was doing, Natasha noted. He was reading her right back. So, you're here to find out what the energy anomaly was. I'm here to check on Tony. You're here to find out what the energy anomaly was, and you're using a social visit as cover. Tony told me that too. Natasha's internal assessment was updating rapidly. This boy was not what she'd expected. His eyes were steady, his voice was controlled, and he was engaging with her directly instead of deflecting. Most people, even trained operatives, tried to dance around Natasha. Harry was walking straight at her. All right, she said, adjusting. Dropping the warm persona by a degree, shifting toward professional respect. Cards on the table. Fury detected an energy anomaly last night that was unlike anything in our databases. It was centered here. This morning, there were additional events. Tony claims it's arc reactor experiments. It's not. What is it? Me, Harry said. The word hung in the air. Natasha held his gaze, and something in it made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. Not threat, exactly, but presence. A weight in the room that hadn't been there a moment ago, as if the air itself was paying attention to this boy. "What are you?" she asked. "A wizard." Natasha's face didn't change. She'd been trained to absorb information without visible reaction, and she was very good at it. But internally, she was running calculations, weighing the statement against everything she knew and coming up short. Define wizard. Someone who can do magic. Harry raised his right hand, palm up. A sphere of blue fire materialized above it, cold, contained, casting no heat but throwing shifting light across the room. It was the size of a tennis ball, and it floated there, perfectly steady, clearly impossible. Natasha looked at the fire. Her hand, which had been resting casually on her knee, had moved an inch toward the concealed weapon at the small of her back. She stopped it. The fire wasn't threatening, it was a demonstration. "That's not technology," she said. "No, it's magic. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have a file on magic." S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have a file on a lot of things, apparently. Harry closed his hand and the fire vanished. "I'm not from here. Not from this city, not from this country, not from this world. I fell through a dimensional breach last night and landed in Tony's plaza. He's been helping me since then." Natasha was quiet for a long moment, processing, comparing. She'd seen Thor bend lightning. She'd seen the Hulk punch through walls. She'd seen Loki twist reality with a scepter powered by an infinity stone. But all of those had frameworks: Asgardian technology, gamma radiation, alien artifacts. This was something else, something that didn't fit into any existing category. "You're from another dimension," she said. "Yes, and you have abilities that our science can't explain." "Yes. And Tony is building you something." "Yes, a suit." Harry smiled. It was the first time Natasha had seen him smile, and it transformed his face, made him look his age for a moment, young and sharp and almost playful. "He tells everyone, doesn't he? Tony doesn't have secrets. He has reveals he hasn't gotten to yet." Natasha uncrossed her legs and leaned forward. "Harry, I'm going to be straight with you because I think you'd prefer that. I would. Fury is going to want to bring you in, not arrest you, recruit you, control you, put you in a box with a S.H.I.E.L.D. label on it and deploy you when it's useful. That's what Fury does." Tony said the same thing. "And what did you say?" I said no. Fury doesn't take no well. Harry's expression didn't change, but the air did. The temperature dropped 2 degrees. The lights flickered, not dramatically, just a subtle dimming that lasted half a second. Natasha felt it in her chest, a pressure, a heaviness, as if gravity had briefly increased. "I've dealt with people like Fury before," Harry said, and his voice was still calm, still controlled. But underneath, it was something that Natasha's instincts, honed by decades of the most dangerous work on the planet, identified immediately as an apex predator deciding whether to display its capabilities. Powerful men who want to use other people as tools. I spent my childhood being used. I spent my teenage years being manipulated. I fought a war because adults couldn't or wouldn't, and I wanted at a cost that Fury can't imagine. He paused. "I'm done being used by anyone." The pressure in the room eased. The lights returned to normal. Harry sat back in his chair and his expression softened by a fraction. Natasha's pulse was elevated. She controlled it with practiced ease, but she noted it. Noted that this teenager, sitting calmly in a borrowed chair, had triggered a physiological stress response in a woman who had stared down gods and monsters without blinking, not because he'd threatened her. Because she'd glimpsed what was underneath the calm, and it was deep. "I believe you," she said, and she meant it, which surprised her because Natasha Romanoff didn't believe people easily. "Good, I'm still going to report to Fury." "I know. What do you want me to tell him?" Harry thought about it, really thought for several seconds, and Natasha respected the deliberation. This wasn't stalling. This was a strategist choosing his words. "Tell him the truth," Harry said. "Tell him there's someone in Stark Tower with abilities S.H.I.E.L.D. can't classify. Tell him I'm not a threat, but I'm not an asset either. Tell him I'm a person and I'll work with the Avengers because Tony asked me to, but I don't answer to S.H.I.E.L.D. And tell him that if he sends someone to try to bring me in against my will. Harry's eyes met hers, and the green was very bright. I'll demonstrate exactly why that would be unwise. Natasha held his gaze. Then she nodded once. I can work with that. I hope so, because I'd rather have you as a friend than a problem. Something shifted in Natasha's expression. The professional mask cracked, just a hair, just for a second, and underneath was something that might have been genuine amusement. Tony said the same thing. He's rubbing off on me. The elevator chimed. Tony walked out, freshly showered, wearing a clean band t-shirt and an expression of studied casualness that fooled no one. Natasha, what a completely unexpected surprise. Tony, your guest just threatened to fight S.H.I.E.L.D., did he? Good, I told him to be himself. Tony dropped onto the couch. So, now you know, I have an interdimensional wizard living in my tower. What's the play, Romanoff? Natasha looked at Tony, at Harry, back at Tony. She was calculating not just the immediate situation, but the long game, the geopolitics of a new type of power showing up on the board. The institutional response, the threat assessment, and underneath all of that, her own judgment of people, which had been sharpened by years of reading lies into something almost supernatural. Harry Potter was telling the truth. She was as sure of it as she'd ever been sure of anything. He was powerful, he was traumatized, he was angry, and he was sitting in Tony Stark's living room being offered a home and a purpose by a man who collected broken things and built them into something extraordinary. It was either the most dangerous situation she'd ever seen, or the most promising. 48 hours, Natasha said. I'll tell Fury you're running experiments and I didn't find anything conclusive. That buys you 2 days. Tony's eyebrows rose. You're covering for me. I'm gathering more information. 2 different things. Natasha stood, zipped her jacket, paused. Looked at Harry. Can you really do everything Tony says? More than what Tony says, Harry replied. He's only seen the basics. There's more than the basics. There's always more. Natasha's mouth twitched, almost a smile. I'll be back in 2 days. Be ready to show me. She walked to the elevator. The doors opened. She stepped in, turned, and the last thing she saw before the doors closed was Harry Potter sitting in a chair in Stark Tower, green eyes bright, magic humming in the air around him like a song in a frequency she couldn't quite hear. The doors closed. The elevator descended. Natasha pulled out her phone and dialed. Director, she said. The situation at Stark Tower is more complex than we thought. Define complex. Natasha chose her words, chose them like she chose weapons, precisely, with awareness of what they could do. New player on the board, she said. Young, powerful, not ours. Whose? Nobody's. That's what makes him interesting. The elevator reached the ground floor. Natasha walked to her car, got in, and sat for a moment in the silence. Her hands were steady. They were always steady. But she was thinking about green eyes and cold fire, and the particular quality of a boy's voice when he said, I'm done being used. And she was thinking that Nick Fury was not going to like what was coming. Up in the tower, Tony handed Harry a cup of tea, actual tea, which Pepper had procured from somewhere, and which Harry suspected was better than anything he'd ever had, which was saying something because the Hogwarts house elves took tea extremely seriously. That went well, Tony said. She's terrifying. She likes you, I can tell. How can you tell? Because she didn't stab you. That's Natasha's version of a hug. Tony sat down across from him. The sky outside was darkening, Manhattan's lights coming on in a cascading wave of gold and white. We've got 48 hours before she's back, and probably less than that before Fury does something unilateral. We need to move fast. The suit, and more than the suit. We need to train your magic, stabilize it, control it, push it, find out what you can really do without limits. And we need to figure out that dimensional scar, because it's not going away and I don't like things that don't go away. Harry sipped his tea. It was perfect. He felt a pang of homesickness so sharp it was almost physical. Tea, the universal comfort of his old world, familiar even in exile. 48 hours, he said. We've worked with less. Have we? I built the first Iron Man suit in 3 months in a cave with no proper tools and a car battery keeping shrapnel out of my heart. 3 months, and that was version 1. This is everything I've learned since then, plus an energy source that makes arc reactor technology look like a potato battery. Tony leaned forward. 48 hours for a prototype, a working, flying, magic channeling prototype. Is that possible? Probably not. But you're going to do it anyway, obviously. Harry set down his tea, looked at Tony. At the workshop below them, visible through the glass floor where the holographic blueprints of the Arcanis suit glowed in the dark like a promise. Then let's get started, Harry said. Tony grinned, stood. Cracked his knuckles. Jarvis, play my workshop playlist, the aggressive one. Certainly, sir. Shall I also alert Miss Potts that you and Mr. Potter will not be sleeping tonight? Pepper already knows. Indeed she does, sir. She's left a note on the kitchen counter that reads, and I quote, "If Harry collapses from exhaustion, I'm blaming you." Noted and ignored. Come on, kid. They went to the workshop. The music started. Loud, electric, driving, and Tony dove back into the holographic displays with both hands, reshaping designs, running calculations, arguing with Jarvis about material tolerances and energy throughput. Harry sat beside him, watching, learning, asking questions that Tony answered at a speed that would have been incomprehensible to most people, but that Harry followed because he'd spent years following Hermione's equally rapid-fire lectures. Outside, the dimensional scar in the plaza pulsed once. Then again. The rhythm was slow, patient, almost geological, like a heartbeat, like something breathing in the space between worlds, waiting for the crack to widen. And in the dark between dimensions, something that was neither alive nor dead, neither god nor mortal, turned its vast attention toward the light of Stark Tower and felt, for the first time in eons, the presence of a boy who carried death's mark and had walked through the door between worlds. The something smiled. If something without a face could be said to smile, it could wait. It had been waiting for a very long time. A little longer would do. Chapter 3. Forged. The first prototype of the Arcanis suit was born at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday, and it almost killed Tony. They'd been working for 19 hours straight. Harry had given up trying to sleep after the second hour. The energy in the workshop was too electric, Tony's creative process too mesmerizing to look away from. The man didn't just build things. He conducted them into existence, hands moving through holographic light like a pianist attacking a concerto, reshaping matter and mathematics with an authority that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of Dumbledore at his most brilliant. Except Tony didn't hide behind cryptic riddles and long silences. Tony narrated everything, a constant stream of consciousness that was half genius and half madness and entirely impossible to ignore. The problem isn't the amplification matrix, Tony said, for the third time in an hour, spinning a holographic cross-section of the suit's chest piece. The problem is the interface. Your magic isn't electricity. It's not a current I can channel through wires. It's more like a fluid. It has viscosity, it has intent, it flows where it wants to go. So I can't build a circuit, I need to build a riverbed. A what? A riverbed. A channel that your magic naturally wants to flow through, not forced, not directed, invited. The suit has to ask your magic to cooperate, not demand it. Harry frowned. Magic doesn't work that way, you can't negotiate with it. Have you tried? The question stopped Harry. He thought about every spell he'd ever cast, the rigid structure of incantation and wand movement, the precise formulas drilled into students at Hogwarts. Point, speak, direct, magic as obedience, but that wasn't all of it. The accidental magic of his childhood, blowing up Aunt Marge, growing his hair back overnight, apparating onto the school roof, that hadn't been controlled. It had been responsive, his magic doing what he needed before he even knew he needed it. Maybe, Harry said slowly, maybe you're right. I'm always right, it's exhausting. Tony pulled up a new display, crystalline structures, molecular lattices that looked like frozen lightning. These are the nanoparticles I've been developing for the next generation of Iron Man suits. Self-assembling, self-repairing, programmable at the atomic level. But the key feature, the thing that makes them special, is that they're resonant. They vibrate at frequencies that can be tuned to match external energy sources. You want to tune them to my magic. Bingo. If I can calibrate the nanoparticles to your magical frequency, the one Jarvis has been mapping since you got here, they should bond with your energy field naturally. The suit won't just sit on your skin, it'll integrate with your magic, become part of it. That sounds. Harry searched for the right word. Intimate. It's armor, not a marriage proposal, but yes, the bond will be deep. The suit will respond to your thoughts, your emotions, your intent. Cast a spell and the suit amplifies it. Take a hit and the suit absorbs it. Want to fly and the suit flies. Now you're getting it. Tony grabbed a physical component from the workbench, a small disc, maybe 4 inches across, made of a metal so dark it seemed to drink the light. It was covered in microscopic etchings that Harry initially mistook for decoration before realizing they were equations. Thousands of them, engraved at a scale that shouldn't have been possible. This is the core matrix, Tony said, holding it up. The heart of the suit. Every nanoparticle in the armor connects to this. It's the control node, the power distributor, the brain, and it's designed to be powered by you. He handed it to Harry. Hold it. Harry took the disc. It was warm, not from Tony's hands, but from within, a gentle heat that pulsed rhythmically. The moment his fingers closed around it, his magic reacted. The response was instantaneous and involuntary. His magical core, the deep well of power in his chest that he'd always been aware of, but never truly understood, surged toward the disc like water finding a drain. The etchings on the surface lit up, glowing a deep emerald green, and the disc vibrated in his hand with a hum that climbed from subsonic to audible to something beyond hearing. A frequency that Harry felt in his teeth and his bones and the base of his skull. The holographic displays around the workshop went haywire. Data streams accelerated, flickered, rearranged themselves. Jarvis's voice cut through the noise, rapid and sharp. "Sir, the core matrix is drawing power, significant power, Mr. Potter's energy output has increased by a factor of, I'm losing the ability to measure this accurately." "The scale is, Harry," Tony said, and his voice had lost its casual edge. "Harry, can you control it?" Harry tried. He could feel his magic pouring into the disc, feeding it, and the disc was drinking it in with an appetite that bordered on ravenous. It didn't hurt, it felt good, actually, a release of pressure he hadn't known he was carrying, like unclenching a fist he'd held closed for years. But the flow was accelerating and the workshop was reacting, tools vibrating on workbenches, lights flickering, DUME retreating to a corner with alarmed beeps. Harry closed his eyes. Found the flow. Didn't fight it, that was the instinct, the Hogwarts training to clamp down, to control, but instead he shaped it. Like cupping his hands in a river, letting the water through but directing where it went, the surge smoothed out. The vibration in the disc settled to a steady, powerful hum. The etchings glowed with a constant green light. The workshop stabilized. Harry opened his eyes. Got it. Tony was staring at his readouts. His face was doing the thing Harry was learning to recognize, the expression of a man whose understanding of the universe had just been revised upward. The core matrix was designed to handle the output of my most advanced arc reactor, 100 terajoules per second. You just fed it 3 times that in under 10 seconds, and it's asking for more. Should I stop? Don't you dare. Jarvis, are the nanoparticle fabricators online? They are, sir, but I feel compelled to point out that the energy levels Mr. Potter is producing exceed the design tolerances of, noted, override, begin fabrication sequence Alpha 7. Sir, now Jarvis, along the far wall of the workshop, a bank of machines whirred to life. These were Tony's most advanced fabrication systems, molecular assemblers that could build materials atom by atom, printing matter with a precision that made conventional manufacturing look like finger painting. They began producing nanoparticles, billions of them per second, tiny specks of dark metal that gathered in a containment field like a swarm of metallic bees. Put the core matrix on the workbench, Tony said. Don't let go of it, keep feeding it power. I'm going to start the assembly sequence. Harry placed the disc on the bench, keeping his hand on it. The magic flowed steadily now, a river he was learning to navigate. Tony's hands moved through holographic controls, orchestrating the fabrication with the focused intensity of a man defusing a bomb he'd built himself. The nanoparticles began to move. Drawn by the core matrix, drawn by Harry's magic flowing through it, they streamed from the containment field in a dark, shimmering ribbon and began assembling around the disc. Layer by layer, structure by structure, the armor built itself. Harry watched, mesmerized, as the nanoparticles locked together in patterns that were half technology, half something else, something organic, something that reminded him of the way crystals formed or the way tree roots grew, following paths of least resistance, finding natural channels. "It's working," Tony said, and his voice was barely above a whisper. "The nanoparticles are aligning with your magical energy. They're using it as a template. The suit isn't just being built, it's being grown." The assembly continued. Chest piece first, forming around the core matrix in overlapping plates of dark metal shot through with veins of green light. Then the shoulders, arms. The left gauntlet formed differently from the right, asymmetric, with a broader palm plate and deeper channels, as if the suit was adapting to Harry's dominant casting hand. Legs, boots, spine. Each piece growing from the nanoparticle stream with an intelligence that was equal parts Jarvis's programming and something else, something that came from the magic itself. The helmet formed last. It rose from the workbench like a dark flower blooming, the faceplate assembling itself with a precision that was almost ceremonial. The eyes were angular, wider than Tony's Iron Man design, and they glowed, not with the white blue of arc reactor energy, but with the deep, vivid green of Harry's magic. The suit stood on the workbench, empty, complete, waiting. Tony let out a breath he'd been holding for what felt like an hour. "That's not what I designed," Harry looked at him. "What?" "The suit. It doesn't match my blueprints. It's close, the core architecture is the same, but the details are different. The proportions, the channels, the distribution patterns. My design was a starting point in your magic." Tony stared at the armor with an expression caught between admiration and mild indignation. "Your magic edited my work. Is that a problem? It's a collaboration, and I don't collaborate well. Ask anyone." But Tony was smiling, the real smile, the rare one that had nothing to do with performance. "Jarvis, full diagnostic on the Arcanis mark I. Running, sir." A pause. "The suit's structural integrity exceeds projections by 47%. The energy channeling efficiency is." "Sir, I don't have a percentage for this. The system is not losing any energy in transit. Zero loss." "That is not physically possible." "And yet," Tony said. "And yet," Jarvis agreed. Harry reached out and touched the armor's chest plate. The green veins pulsed under his fingers, brightening at the contact, and he felt the suit respond, felt it the way you feel a sleeping animal stir when you stroke its fur. Recognition, readiness. "How do I put it on?" Harry asked. "You don't put it on, it puts itself on you." Tony tapped a control. "Arcanis armor, deploy." The suit dissolved. One moment it was standing on the workbench, a complete set of armor. The next, it broke apart into millions of individual nanoparticles that streamed through the air like a murmuration of starlings, dark and glittering and alive. And they flew toward Harry and began assembling on his body. It was the strangest sensation he'd ever experienced, and Harry had experienced some deeply strange sensations. The nanoparticles landed on his skin and bonded, not cold, not hot, but present, a pressure that was also a connection, an awareness that extended beyond his body. The armor formed around him in seconds. Boots, greaves, thigh plates, waist, torso, arms, gauntlets, shoulders, and finally the helmet, which slid over his head and locked into place with a soft, definitive click. Harry's world changed. Inside the helmet, a heads-up display materialized, but it wasn't like looking through a screen. It was like having new eyes. The display overlaid the real world seamlessly, providing information in layers that he could focus on or ignore at will. Temperature, wind speed, structural analysis of the room around him, energy readings, and at the center of his vision, a simple status display showing the suit's power level, which was currently reading as a bar that extended past the edge of the display and kept going. Harry. Tony's voice came through the helmet's speakers, crystal clear. Talk to me. How does it feel? Harry flexed his hands. The gauntlets moved with his fingers perfectly. There was no lag, no resistance, no sense of wearing gloves. The armor moved like a second skin, so responsive that it was less like wearing something and more like becoming something. It feels like me, Harry said. Like it's part of me. That's because it is. The nanoparticles are bonded to your magical energy field. As long as you're powering them, they're an extension of your body. Think of them as magical muscles. Harry raised his right hand, pointed at the far wall, thought reducto, he didn't say it, didn't even mouth it, just thought the intent, the will, the desire to blast, and the suit translated. A beam of concentrated force erupted from his palm. Not red, not white, green, dark emerald green, the color of his magic amplified through the suit's focusing matrices. It crossed the workshop in a fraction of a second and hit the reinforced concrete wall and punched through it like the wall was cardboard. Through the wall, through the room beyond. Through the exterior wall of Stark Tower itself, out into the open air of Manhattan, where it dissipated into the night sky with a fading glow like a comet's tail. Harry stared at the 2-foot-wide hole he'd blown through the side of the building. Cold October air rushed in, ruffling his hair through the open faceplate. Tony stared at the hole. Dume stared at the hole. Sir, Jarvis said with remarkable composure, I'd like to report a structural breach on the 67th floor. I see it, Jarvis. The blast penetrated 14 inches of reinforced concrete, 6 inches of structural steel, and the building's exterior cladding. Total penetration depth, 3 feet 4 inches. I barely tried, Harry said. His voice was strange, awed and frightened and thrilled all at once. You didn't try at all, Tony said. You thought about blasting and the suit did the rest. He was already at a holographic display pulling up data. The amplification factor, Jarvis, what are we looking at? The suit amplified Mr. Potter's raw magical output by approximately 800% for that single burst. If he had been exerting deliberate effort, the factor would likely be significantly higher. 800%. Harry's uncontrolled reducto, the one that had cracked concrete on the roof yesterday, had been strong. This was 8 times stronger, and it had been a passing thought. We need to go outside, Harry said. We really, really do, Tony agreed, before you accidentally demolish my building. Tony suited up. Not the Mark Roman 42, that was still misbehaving, but the Mark Roman 7, a reliable workhorse that Tony kept ready for emergencies. The red and gold armor assembled around him in a practiced sequence that was purely mechanical, no magic involved, and yet Harry could see the parallels. 2 men in armor, 2 different sources of power. The same fundamental idea, take a human being and remove the word can't from their vocabulary. They stood on the landing pad together, side by side. Harry in dark armor veined with green light, Tony in red and gold. The city sprawled below them, a galaxy of streetlights and windows, and the sky above was clear and cold and full of stars. Jarvis, Tony said, log this as the first flight test of the Arcanis Mark I. Time stamp it. This one's going in the history books. Logged, sir, Harry. Flying in the suit is instinctive. The nanoparticles read your intent. You don't need to think about thrust or direction. You just need to want to fly. Harry looked at the sky. The last time he'd flown, it had been on a broomstick, racing through the corridors of Gringotts on the back of a half-blind dragon while the bank collapsed around him. Before that, Quidditch matches, wind in his face, the freedom that was the only thing in his life that had never come with strings. He wanted to fly. He'd always wanted to fly. The suit responded. The boot repulsors fired, not with the mechanical roar of Tony's thrusters, but with a sound like a sustained musical note, a harmonic frequency generated by the interaction of Arctech propulsion and magical energy. Harry lifted off the pad 6 inches, a foot, 2 feet, rising smoothly and steadily into the cold night air. Easy, Tony said, rising beside him. Get your balance, feel the suit. Harry felt it. The armor was reading his body, his center of gravity, his weight distribution, the micro adjustments of his muscles, and translating all of it into flight. He leaned forward slightly and accelerated, the city dropping away below him, the wind picking up, the HUD tracking his speed and altitude in calm green numbers, 50 feet, 100, 200. The tower shrank below him. Manhattan became a grid of light. The air got cold and thin, and Harry didn't care because the suit was regulating his temperature and oxygen, and all he could feel was the vast, intoxicating openness of the sky. He laughed. It tore out of him without permission. A real laugh, raw and unguarded, the sound of pure joy from someone who hadn't felt joy in so long that he'd forgotten what it sounded like. He rolled in the air, a barrel roll that was pure Quidditch instinct, and the suit followed his movement perfectly. And the city spun below him in a wheel of gold and white. And for a moment, just a moment, he wasn't a war orphan lost in an alien dimension. He was a boy in the sky, and the sky was his. "That's it," Tony said, flying alongside him, and his voice was warm in a way that had nothing to do with professionalism. "That's exactly it." Harry accelerated. The HUD numbers climbed, 200 mph, 300, 400. The suit was barely working. He could feel the potential in it, vast reserves of speed and power that he was barely touching, but he didn't push it. Not yet. For now, this was enough. The wind and the speed and the impossible, wonderful fact of flight, they flew over Manhattan together. Tony led, showing Harry the landmarks, the Brooklyn Bridge, Central Park, the Statue of Liberty tiny and green in the harbor, the jagged gap in the skyline where the Chitauri had done the worst damage. Harry followed, his flying instincts translating seamlessly from broomstick to suit, the aerial agility that had made him the youngest seeker in a century now amplified by technology that turned every movement into poetry. "Your flight profile is ridiculous," Tony said, after watching Harry execute a climbing spiral that would have required a conventional aircraft to pull about 9 GTK. "You fly like the suit isn't even there, like you've been doing this your whole life." "Quidditch," Harry said, "the sport you played on broomsticks." 7 years. "I was a seeker, fastest position on the team, broomsticks. You played a sport on broomsticks, and now you're flying a suit of powered armor and you're somehow better at it than I am after years of practice." "I wouldn't say better. I would. That spiral you did, I can't do that." "The Mark Roman 7 would tear itself apart. Your suit just adapted." Tony was quiet for a moment, watching Harry fly. "The suit loves you. I've never seen a system respond to a pilot like this. It's not just obeying your commands, it's anticipating them." Harry slowed, hovering over Central Park. The trees below were autumn red and gold, the paths lit by lamp posts that cast warm circles in the darkness. He could feel the suit around him, the constant, subtle communication between his magic and the nanoparticles, a conversation happening at a level below conscious thought. "It feels like a wand," Harry said, "like holding a wand for the first time and feeling it choose you. The suit chose me. Technically, I designed the suit for you. And technically, Ollivander made wands for everyone, but the wand chooses the wizard." Harry held up his hand, watching the green light pulse in the gauntlet. "This chose me." Tony hovered beside him. The Mark Roman 7 eyes glowed steady blue against the dark armor. "Then let's see what it can do." They landed on a small island in the East River, Randall's Island, Tony said, mostly parks and sports facilities, empty at this hour. The open ground gave them space. Tony set up a portable sensor array from a compartment in the Mark Roman 7, and Jarvis calibrated remotely. "All right," Tony said, stepping back. "Show me what the suit does to your magic, and try not to create any new geographic features." Harry stood in the center of the empty field. The grass was cold and wet under the suit's boots, the river dark on both sides, the city a wall of light in every direction. He raised both hands, lumos. Light erupted from his palms, but different from yesterday, focused. The suit's channeling matrices took his raw magical output and compressed it into twin beams of coherent light that shot upward into the sky like spotlights. so bright they turned the clouds above today. Harry shaped them with a thought, bending the beams, crossing them, weaving them into a lattice of light that hung above the island like a geometric aurora. He released the spell. Darkness returned, the afterglow hung in the air. Output was 47% higher than your rooftop demonstration, Jarvis reported. And the coherence, the precision of the light beams was approximately 300% improved. The suit's focusing matrices are functioning exactly as designed. Next, Tony said. Harry pointed at a boulder near the shore, a chunk of granite the size of a car. Depulso. The banishing charm hit the boulder with a crack that echoed off the water and launched it into the river. Not pushed it, launched it. The boulder crossed 200 feet of open water in under a second and hit the far bank with an impact that sent a geyser of mud and debris 30 feet into the air. That boulder weighed approximately 4 tons, Jarvis noted. Tony whistled, low and appreciative. Okay, shields. Harry cast Pratigo. The shield materialized in front of him, but the suit transformed it. The translucent shimmer became a wall of structured energy, hexagonal panels interlocking like a honeycomb, each panel reinforced by the nanoparticle's vibrational frequency. It was beautiful and terrifying, a barrier that looked like it could stop a tank. Hit me, Harry said. Tony raised his palm. The Mark Roman 7 repulsor whined, charging. You sure? Hit me. The repulsor fired. A bolt of blue-white energy crossed the distance between them and struck the shield dead center. The hexagonal panels flared bright, absorbing the impact, distributing the force across the entire structure. Harry didn't move, didn't budge. The ground under his feet didn't even crack. Again. Harry said, harder. Tony fired both repulsors simultaneously, full power. The twin beams hit the shield and splashed outward like water hitting a wall, dispersing harmlessly into the air. Harry stood behind his barrier like a man standing behind a mountain. The shield absorbed both repulsor blasts at full power without measurable degradation, Jarvis said. For reference, a single full-power repulsor blast can penetrate 6 inches of titanium steel. More, Harry said. He could feel it, the suit feeding his magic back to him, amplified and refined, a feedback loop that made him stronger with every spell. The shield was barely taxing him. I want to try something. He dropped the shield, raised both hands, closed his eyes. He thought about the Patronus. About the stag on the rooftop. About what Tony had said. The suit amplifies everything, expecto patronum. The stag didn't just appear, it detonated. A nova of silver-white light erupted from Harry's body, centered on the suit's core matrix, and the energy that poured out was so intense that Jarvis's sensor array overloaded and shut down. The light expanded, took shape, antlers first, then the great head, then the body, massive and magnificent, but this Patronus was not the size of a stag or even the twice-sized version from the rooftop. This Patronus was the size of a building. Its antlers scraped the clouds. Its hooves, when they touched the ground, left craters. It was a god of light and warmth and protection, towering over Randall's Island like a silver colossus, and the warmth that radiated from it was so powerful that the October cold vanished for a quarter-mile in every direction. Harry opened his eyes, looked up at the Patronus, his father's form, amplified beyond anything he'd imagined. The stag looked down at him, and in its eyes was the same recognition as always: love, loss, the echo of a sacrifice that would never stop resonating, but magnified to a scale that was almost too much to bear. He released it. The stag dissolved into a shower of silver motes that drifted down over the island like luminescent snow, melting on contact with the ground, leaving brief warm spots that faded slowly. Tony's faceplate retracted. His face was visible, pale, wide-eyed, mouth slightly open. He looked like a man who had just watched the laws of physics not just break but shatter into confetti. That, Tony said. His voice cracked on the word. He cleared his throat. That was visible from space. Probably, Harry agreed. He was breathing hard, but the suit was managing his vitals, regulating oxygen, monitoring his heart rate. He felt exhilarated, not exhausted. The suit wasn't draining him, it was making him more efficient. "Jarvis," Tony called. "Damage report. My sensors are recovering, sir." Preliminary data suggests the Patronus generated approximately 80 terajoules of energy. For context, that is roughly equivalent to 20 kilotons of TNT. The energy output of a small nuclear weapon, expressed as light and heat rather than destructive force, yes. Tony's hands were shaking. Not from fear, Harry could see that clearly, but from the same thing that made them shake when he had a breakthrough, when the universe showed him something new. Pure, overwhelming excitement with nowhere to go. "Harry," Tony said carefully, "the suit is a Mark I, a prototype, first draft. It's operating at maybe 30% of its theoretical capacity because I haven't finished calibrating the amplification matrices, and half the systems aren't even online yet." Meaning? Meaning what you just did, the Patronus, the shield, the blasting curse, that's a fraction of what you'll be able to do when the suit is finished. Tony swallowed. "I need you to understand something. What I'm building for you, it's not a weapon, it's not even a suit of armor. It's a force multiplier for an energy source that is already approaching cosmic scale. When this is done, you won't just be powerful, you'll be dangerous," Harry finished. The word I was going to use was unprecedented, but dangerous works. Harry looked at his hands. The gauntlets glowed softly green, pulsing with his heartbeat. He could feel the magic flowing through the suit, through the nanoparticles, through the channels and matrices Tony had designed, and through the modifications his magic had made on its own. The organic alterations that had shaped the armor into something that was neither technology nor sorcery, but a new thing entirely. He thought about Voldemort. About the Elder Wand, the most powerful weapon in his world, fought over and killed for across centuries. It had been a stick. A piece of wood with a Thestral hair core, and it had shaped the history of wizarding civilization through blood and ambition and fear. What he was wearing now made the Elder Wand look like a toy. "I won't abuse it," Harry said, quiet, certain. "I know what power does to people. I watched it destroy the most brilliant wizard of his generation. I'm not Voldemort. I know you're not." "How do you know? You've known me 2 days." "Because Voldemort would never have said what you just said. People who worry about becoming monsters rarely do. It's the ones who never worry that you have to watch." Tony retracted his full faceplate. "I've worn the Iron Man armor for years, Harry. I've had the power to level cities. The only thing that stops me is choice. The armor doesn't make the man. The man makes the man. And from what I've seen of you, the man is solid." Something tightened in Harry's chest, not grief, not this time, something warmer. The unfamiliar, almost forgotten sensation of being trusted by someone who had no obligation to trust him. "Thank you, Tony. Don't get mushy. We have 40 hours left and half the suit systems aren't calibrated. Come on, one more test. I want to see what apparition burst flight looks like." Harry grinned, a real grin, the first real one since arriving, and the suit seemed to brighten in response, the green veins pulsing faster, the hum of the nanoparticles climbing in pitch to match his rising excitement. He thought about flying. About blinking through space, crossing distance like folding paper. About the whip-crack of apparition married to the thrust of repulsor technology. The suit read his intent. Calculated. Offered him the option on the HUD, a simple prompt, apparition burst ready. Harry engaged it. The world folded. He didn't move through the air. He moved through space itself. A series of micro-apparitions, each one covering 50 feet, chained together in rapid succession. The suit systems handling the navigation while his magic provided the dimensional displacement. The sensation was nothing like normal apparition, no squeezing, no discomfort, just speed. Blinding, impossible speed. He crossed Manhattan in 4 seconds. He was over Randall's Island, and then he was over Times Square, the neon blazing below him in a riot of color and light. And then he was over the Hudson River, the dark water flashing past. And then he was circling the Statue of Liberty, her copper face lit by floodlights, close enough to touch. Tony's voice in his ear, breathless. "Jarvis, what speed?" Mr. Potter's displacement velocity during the apparition burst sequence averaged Mach 4.7, sir. Effective speed relative to ground position, approximately 3,600 miles per hour. That's faster than anything I've ever built. That's faster than anything anyone has ever built, sir. Harry appeared back over Randall's Island in a crack of displaced air that set off car alarms on the Triborough Bridge. He was laughing, wild, breathless, exhilarated. The HUD was feeding him data, flight path, speed, energy consumption, all of it trivial, all of it effortless. He just crossed Manhattan in the time it took to blink. 4 seconds, he said. I could feel the suit calculating the jumps, chaining them together. It's like apparition, but the suit handles the calculations so I don't have to think about destination. I just think about where I want to be and it gets me there. And the energy cost. Harry checked the suit's power readout. The bar was still extending past the edge of the display. Negligible. Maybe 2% of my available power. Tony landed beside him, stood there for a moment, looking at Harry in the Arcanis suit, the dark armor glowing with green light, steam rising off the nanoparticles from the friction of displacement. You just outran a fighter jet, Tony said. In a prototype, on your first flight, using 2% of your power, yes, and you're not even slightly winded. No, Jarvis, update the Arcanis project file, priority classification, Omega, highest possible security clearance. No one accesses this data except me and Harry. Done, sir. And Jarvis? Yes, sir. Start designing the Mark Roman II. Already begun, sir. I have several suggestions for improvement. Of course you do. They flew back to Stark Tower together. The sun was coming up, Harry's second sunrise in this world, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that turned the glass canyons of Manhattan into corridors of fire. Harry flew in formation with Tony, the two suits cutting through the dawn like dark and bright twins, and for a few minutes neither of them spoke. They just flew. Harry didn't think about the veil. Didn't think about Ron and Hermione and the world he'd lost. Didn't think about Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D. or the dimensional scar or the something waiting in the dark between worlds. He just flew. Natasha was waiting for them on the landing pad. They came in hot, Tony decelerating smoothly, Harry less smoothly but more spectacularly, his apparition burst cutting out at the last moment and transitioning to conventional flight with a crack that made Natasha's hair whip across her face. They landed 10 feet from her, the suit's boots ringing on the metal pad, and Tony's faceplate retracted to reveal an expression of poorly concealed alarm. Natasha, you're early. I'm exactly on time. You lost track of it. She was looking at Harry, at the Arcanis suit, the dark armor, the green light pulsing through it. Her expression was professionally neutral, but her body language had shifted. Subtle things. Weight moved to the balls of her feet, hands loose at her sides, ready, not aggressive, prepared. That's the suit, she said. It wasn't a question. That's the suit, Tony confirmed. You said 48 hours. I said 48 hours for a prototype. This is a prototype. It took 19. Natasha looked at Harry. How does it feel? Harry's faceplate retracted. He met her eyes. Green on green, though hers were a different shade. Like I could do anything, can you? Getting there. Natasha nodded. There was something in her expression that Harry couldn't quite read, assessment certainly, but something else underneath, something that might have been recognition. Fury knows something happened tonight, she said. Your little light show over Randall's Island, the Patronus, was visible on 3 separate satellite systems. It also triggered seismographs in New Jersey. He's escalating. Escalating how? Tony asked. He wants a meeting, not at the tower. At the Triskelion. He's invited Steve Thor, who's back on Earth as of last week, by the way, Banner Barton, full roster, a meeting or an intervention, depends on what you bring to it. Natasha's eyes moved to Harry again. He can come, in fact, Fury insists, Tony bristled. Harry felt it, felt Tony's protective instinct flare like a spark in dry grass. Harry's not a show pony, he doesn't perform for Fury. I didn't say perform, I said come, there's a difference. Natasha stepped closer, her voice dropped. Tony, listen to me. Fury's going to do something whether you cooperate or not. If Harry goes to him, goes willingly, on his own terms in that suit, it sends a message. If Fury has to come here, the message is very different. Harry listened to this exchange with the particular alertness of someone who had sat in too many rooms where adults discussed his fate over his head. In Dumbledore's office, in the Ministry courtroom, in the Dursleys' kitchen while they decided which cupboard to put him in. "I'll go," Harry said. Both of them turned to him. "The Triskelion, the meeting, I'll go." Harry's voice was even and his magic was steady, the suit humming in harmony with his heartbeat, a constant reassurance of power. "I've spent my whole life being talked about in rooms I wasn't allowed in. I'd rather walk into the room and show them exactly what they're dealing with." Tony studied him, then slowly smiled. "That's the most stark thing anyone who isn't me has ever said. Don't compare me to you, I have standards." Ouch. Natasha allowed herself the ghost of a smile. "The meeting is tomorrow, 2 p.m. I'll send coordinates." "We know where the Triskelion is," Tony said. "I'm sending coordinates anyway. You get lost surprisingly often for someone with a GPS in his brain." She left. The elevator took her down, and Harry and Tony stood on the landing pad in the morning light, the city waking up below them, the suits cooling in the crisp air. "You don't have to do this," Tony said. "Fury's not your problem." "Fury's not my problem," Harry agreed. "But if he becomes one, I'd rather face him head on. Ignoring powerful people who want to control you, that's what Dumbledore did with the Ministry, and it ended with me being put on trial at 15. They put you on trial for defending myself against soul-sucking demons. The magical government was very committed to pretending everything was fine. That's the most relatable thing you've said since we met." They went inside. The suits retracted, Tony's mechanically disassembling and returning to its rack. Harry's dissolving into nanoparticles that flowed back into the core matrix on his chest and settled there, a dark disk that hummed against his sternum. The suit was always with him now, bonded, waiting, ready to deploy with a thought. Pepper was in the kitchen. She'd heard them come in, hard not to, given the sonic crack of Harry's arrival, and had responded the way she responded to most of Tony's excesses, by making breakfast and radiating quiet disapproval. "You flew the prototype," she said, not looking up from the scrambled eggs. "At night. Over the city, without telling anyone. We told Jarvis," Tony offered. "Jarvis is not a person." "I find that mildly hurtful, Miss Potts," Jarvis said. "You've never had hurt feelings, Jarvis." "That is true, Miss Potts, but I appreciate the opportunity to pretend." Pepper set plates on the counter. Eggs, toast, bacon, fruit. Harry sat on a bar stool and realized he was ravenous. The magic, the flight, the sustained output of the last few hours had burned through whatever reserves his body had. He ate 3 full plates without speaking, barely coming up for air, and Pepper watched with an expression that softened from exasperation to something maternal and fierce. "He eats like a teenager who's been starving," she said to Tony quietly, while Harry demolished a 4th piece of toast. "He has been starving. He grew up with people who didn't feed him enough, he told me." Pepper's expression did something complicated and dangerous. "He told you about his childhood, some of it, a cupboard under the stairs, relatives who treated him like vermin. He mentioned it casually, like it was just a fact. Because it is to him. That's worse." Pepper's jaw set in a way that Harry, if he'd been paying attention, would have recognized as the expression of a woman who was very seriously considering hunting down the Dursleys across dimensional barriers. "He stays here as long as he needs to, no arguments." "I wasn't going to argue, good." Harry looked up from his plate, caught the tail end of their exchange, the concern on Pepper's face, the protectiveness on Tony's. Something in his chest ached, not from injury, but from the strangeness of being cared about by people who had chosen it. Not because of prophecy. Not because he was the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or the master of death. Just because he'd shown up bleeding and they'd decided he mattered. "Thank you," Harry said, "for the food, for everything." "Stop thanking us," Tony said. "Seriously, every time you thank us I feel emotions, and emotions interfere with my engineering." "You're the most emotionally driven engineer I've ever met," Pepper said. "That's slander. It's a compliment." "It's both." Come on, Harry, we've got work to do before tomorrow. They went back to the workshop. Harry helped, not with the engineering, which was beyond him, but with the magic. Tony needed to understand how spells interacted with the suit systems, so they spent hours running tests. Harry would cast a spell, the suit's sensors would record the energy signature, and Tony would analyze the data and make adjustments. Each iteration refined the interface between magic and technology, each tweak making the suit more responsive, more powerful, more attuned to Harry's particular brand of impossible. By midday, Tony had identified something significant. Your spells have categories, he said, pulling up a holographic chart. I can group them by energy signature. Offensive spells, Reducto, Stupefy, Bombarda, all share a common frequency. Defensive spells, Pratigo, the shield variants, have a different frequency. Utility spells, Lumos, Accio, Agumenti, a third. And the Patronus is in a category all by itself. What category? I'm calling it existential. The Patronus doesn't just generate energy, it generates meaning. The emotional component isn't a side effect, it's the fuel. The happier the memory, the more powerful the spell. I've never seen anything like it, an energy source that runs on subjective emotional experience. Harry thought about it. The most powerful magic in my world is always tied to emotion, love, sacrifice. The reason Voldemort could never master certain magics was because he couldn't feel those things. So power scales with emotional depth, essentially. Tony leaned back. Then you're going to be very powerful, Harry, because I've met a lot of people and I've never met anyone who feels as much as you do. Harry didn't respond to that. He didn't know how. Instead, he changed the subject, which was something he was very good at. Tell me about the meeting tomorrow. This Triskelion. What am I walking into? Shield's headquarters. Big ugly building on an island in the Potomac. Very secure, very surveilled, very designed to make visitors feel small. Fury will have the Avengers there, partly as a welcoming committee, partly as a show of force. He'll want to control the narrative. What narrative? That you're an asset, a resource, something S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered and is managing. He'll try to fold you into the existing power structure, register you, classify you, assign you a handler. That's how Fury thinks. Everything is a chess piece. What about you? I'm the guy who keeps flipping the chessboard over. Fury hates it. Tony pulled up a holographic map of the Triskelion, floor plans, security layouts, personnel positions. Here's the thing. Fury isn't evil. He's pragmatic to a fault, and his pragmatism has no room for nuance, but he genuinely believes he's protecting the world. The problem is that his protection looks like control, and control doesn't work on people like us. People like us. People who have already decided they're going to do what they're going to do, and no amount of institutional pressure is going to change that. You walk to your own death to save your world. I flew a nuke through a wormhole. We don't respond to authority, we respond to purpose. Harry nodded. He was beginning to understand Tony, not just the genius, not just the showman, but the core of the man. Tony Stark built walls of humor and bravado around a center made of pure, unshakable conviction. He believed in himself not out of arrogance but out of necessity, because the alternative was paralysis, and paralysis killed people. Harry was the same. Different walls, different style, but the same architecture. So I walk in, Harry said, in the suit, and I let them see what I am. You walk in, you're polite, you're honest, and you don't back down. Steve will respect that. He's old-fashioned about honesty. Thor will respect the power as Guardians understand strength. Banner will be curious. Clint will crack jokes, and Fury will hate all of it, but he'll adjust because Fury always adjusts. And Natasha's already on your side. She just doesn't know it yet. Harry thought about this. Then he thought about something else. The dimensional scar, he said. You said it's not healing. Tony's expression shifted. The playful energy dimmed, replaced by something more serious. It's not. If anything, it's growing, slowly, fractions of a millimeter per day, but consistently. The energy output is increasing too, and Jarvis detected something yesterday that we haven't had a chance to discuss. What? Tony pulled up a new display, a graph showing energy readings from the scar site over the past 48 hours. The line was mostly steady, low-level fluctuations, the background hum of a dimensional wound, but there were spikes. 3 of them, evenly spaced, each one slightly larger than the last. These spikes correspond to moments when your magic surged, Tony said. The scar is resonating with you. When your power increases, the scar widens. The Patronus on Randall's Island, biggest spike yet. The scar expanded by 2 millimeters in a single second. Harry stared at the graph. The implications coiled through his mind like cold water. My magic is opening it. Your magic is connected to it. The veil sent you here, and the breach it created is tied to you. Every time you push your limits, the breach responds. So the suit, the amplification, every time I use it, I'm making the breach worse. Tony hesitated. This was the part he'd been putting off. Yes. The word landed like a stone in still water. Harry felt the ripples of it spreading through his understanding, rearranging everything. Then something could come through, Harry said. Something from between the worlds, from wherever the veil connects. That's the concern. Why didn't you tell me this before we tested the suit? Because the suit is also the solution. Tony's voice was firm. Think about it. The breach is growing whether you use your magic or not. It's been growing since you arrived. Your ambient energy output is enough to feed it. The question isn't whether something is going to come through. The question is whether you'll be ready when it does. Harry absorbed this. The logic was sound, even if the delivery was classically Tony. Act first, explain later, hope the explanation justifies the action. Something is already watching, Harry said. The words came out of him with a certainty that surprised both of them. I can feel it in my dreams, at the edge of my awareness, something on the other side of the scar, something old. Tony was very still. How long have you felt it, since I got here? It's not hostile, exactly. It's curious. Like it's studying me, studying this world. Can you identify it? Harry closed his eyes. Reached toward the feeling, the faint, persistent awareness of something vast and patient on the other side of a wall that was slowly, steadily thinning. It was like trying to read a book through frosted glass. He could sense the shape of the words, but not their meaning. No, he said, but it's intelligent, and it's waiting. Tony exhaled through his nose. Great, wonderful, an interdimensional voyeur. He drummed his fingers on the workbench. Okay, new priority. The scar is a problem, but it's a problem we can monitor. Jarvis is tracking it continuously. Any significant change, we respond. In the meantime, we prepare for the meeting tomorrow. We continue refining the suit, and we don't panic. I don't panic, I know. It's one of your more alarming qualities. Tony stood, stretched, and for just a moment, Harry saw the exhaustion underneath the energy, the dark circles, the slight tremor in his hands, the weight of a man who carried the world on his shoulders and pretended it was a backpack. Get some rest. Real rest. Pepper will kill me if I run you into the ground before you've been here a week. Harry didn't argue. The fatigue was real, not magical exhaustion, but the bone-deep weariness of a body that was still healing, still adjusting to a new dimension, still carrying the grief of everything he'd lost. He went to his room, the one Pepper had set up, and sat on the bed and looked out the window at the city below, Manhattan at midday. Thousands of people going about their lives, working, eating, arguing, laughing. None of them knew that a wizard from another world was sitting in Stark Tower wearing a suit of armor that could level their city. None of them knew that a scar in reality was growing in the plaza below, slowly widening, slowly letting something peer through. Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the old man's famous belief that love was the greatest magic, that the power to protect others was worth more than the power to destroy. Harry had believed that once, maybe still did. But Dumbledore had also lied to him, manipulated him, sent him to his death as part of a plan that treated him as an acceptable sacrifice. Tony didn't lie. Tony didn't manipulate. Tony handed you the most dangerous weapon ever conceived and said, your choice. There was a freedom in that which Harry was only beginning to understand. The freedom of being treated as a person, not a prophecy. Not a weapon, not a sacrifice, just Harry. He lay down, closed his eyes. The suit's core matrix hummed against his chest, a warm, steady pulse that was both technology and magic and something new. His magic settled around it, calm and deep, and for the first time since falling through the veil, Harry didn't dream of darkness or Dumbledore or the shapes between worlds. He dreamed of flying. Tony didn't sleep. Of course he didn't. He sat in the workshop with the lights dim and the holograms spinning and a glass of scotch he wasn't drinking, and he thought about what Harry had said. Something watching, something on the other side of the scar, something old. "Jarvis," Tony said quietly, "pull up everything we have on the Tesseract, the portal, Loki's invasion, cross-reference with the dimensional scar's energy signature." "Running, sir." A pause. "There are correlations." The dimensional scar shares 17% of its energy signature with the Tesseract-generated portal. The remaining 83% is unclassified. 17%. The Tesseract is an infinity stone, a cosmic artifact of essentially unlimited power. And the veil, Harry's doorway between worlds, shares energy characteristics with it. That is a reasonable interpretation of the data, sir. Which means the veil is operating at a cosmic level, and whatever's on the other side of the scar, whatever's watching, is also operating at that level. "Yes, sir." Tony picked up the scotch, set it back down, picked it up again. "We're in trouble," he said. "Potentially, sir. Deep, cosmic, existential trouble. That does appear to be the trajectory. And my response to this is to build a teenager a suit of armor that makes nuclear weapons look quaint. Your response to most problems involves building something, sir. Because building things is what I do. It's all I know how to do." Tony stared at the holographic outline of the Arcanis Mark Roman II, the improved version already taking shape in his mind, incorporating everything he'd learned from tonight's tests. More powerful, more refined, more dangerous. If something cosmic is coming through that scar, we need a cosmic-level response. Harry is that response. The suit is what makes him effective. "I don't disagree, sir. I merely note that the irony of using the scar's energy source to build a defense against what the scar might unleash is significant. Irony is the universe's favorite flavor. I've made peace with that." Tony sipped the scotch finally, set it aside, brought up the Mark Roman II designs and started working. "Run a new simulation. I want to add a system to the suit that specifically targets dimensional anomalies. If Harry can sense the scar, the suit should be able to interact with it, seal it, or at least stabilize it. That would require the suit to manipulate dimensional energy directly, sir. The technology for that doesn't exist. Then I'll invent it, between now and tomorrow afternoon. You have approximately 26 hours, plenty of time. For anyone else, that statement would be absurd. For anyone else, a lot of things would be absurd." Tony's hands moved through light, reshaping the future. "I'm not anyone else." In his room, Harry slept. The core matrix hummed against his chest. His magic pulsed in slow, deep waves that resonated through the building, gentle now, a sleeping heartbeat instead of a raging storm. In the plaza below, the dimensional scar pulsed in answer. The rhythm was different from Harry's, slower, deeper, coming from further away. But it was synchronizing, the two pulses gradually aligning, moving toward a harmony that neither magic nor technology had predicted. And beyond the scar, in the space between worlds where physics was a suggestion and time was a flat circle, the something that had been watching turned its attention toward the small, bright point of light that was Harry Potter, and felt something it hadn't felt in eons. Anticipation. The scar pulsed once more, widened by a fraction, and in the widening, for just an instant, the air in the plaza smelled of nothing, not exhaust, not cold, not city. Nothing, the absolute absence of everything. Then the moment passed, and the scar settled, and Manhattan slept on, unaware of the crack in its heart. Chapter 4. Monsters. The rift tore open at 6:47 a.m. on a Thursday, 3 blocks south of Hell's Kitchen, and the first thing that came through was a sound, not a roar, not an explosion. A frequency, low, grinding, subsonic, the kind of sound you didn't hear so much as feel in the marrow of your bones. It rattled windows for 6 blocks in every direction. It set off every car alarm in a quarter-mile radius. It made dogs howl and birds scatter and people on the street stop walking and press their hands to their ears without understanding why. Harry felt it in his sleep. He was out of bed before he was fully awake, the Arcanis suit deploying from the core matrix in a rush of dark nanoparticles that armored him in under 2 seconds. His magic surged, jolted by the sound the way a nerve reacts to electricity, not pain, but recognition. He knew this frequency. Not from experience, not from memory, but from something deeper. His magic recognized it the way blood recognizes blood, dimensional breach. Jarvis, Harry said, already moving toward the window. I'm tracking it, Mr. Potter. A spatial anomaly has opened at the intersection of 10th Avenue and West 46th Street. The energy signature matches the dimensional scar in the plaza, same origin, significantly higher intensity. The breach is approximately 14 meters in diameter and expanding. Expanding how fast? 1 meter per second. At current rate, it will reach critical size within how long? I don't know, sir. I don't know what critical size is. Harry blew the window out. He didn't mean to, or rather, he didn't take time to mean or not mean anything. He hit the glass with a pulse of magic, and the floor-to-ceiling window exploded outward into the morning air. And Harry was through the gap and falling before the shards had finished scattering. The suit caught him, boot repulsors firing, and he was accelerating south before the cold morning wind had time to register. Behind him, Tony's voice crackled through the suit's comm system. Harry, I'm reading the breach. I'm suiting up. Do not engage alone. Already engaging. That's exactly what do not means. Harry cut the comm. Not permanently, just muted, because he could hear the urgency in Tony's voice and he understood it. But the frequency from the breach was getting louder, and people were going to be hurt, and Harry James Potter had never in his life waited for backup when someone was in danger. He covered the distance to Hell's Kitchen in 3 seconds. Apparition burst, the city blurring beneath him in a series of spatial jumps that the suit chained together with mechanical precision. He came out of the last jump at 500 feet above the intersection and looked down, and what he saw made his stomach drop. The rift was a wound in the sky, not above the sky in it. As if someone had taken a knife to the air itself and peeled it back, revealing something underneath that was wrong. The edges of the tier were ragged and pulsing, leaking a light that wasn't light. It was the absence of light given visible form, a darkness that glowed. And Harry's brain rejected the paradox even as his eyes registered it. Things were coming through. They were the size of cars. Maybe bigger, hard to tell because they didn't have fixed shapes. They moved like liquid, like oil in water, dark and shifting, reforming themselves constantly. One moment, a mass of tendrils, the next a cluster of legs, the next something that was almost a face before it collapsed back into formlessness. They hit the ground and the asphalt sizzled where they touched, not from heat but from something else, reality itself recoiling from contact with things that didn't belong in it. There were 7 of them. 8. More emerging from the rift every few seconds, pulling themselves through the tier like something being born, wet and new and hungry. Below them, people were running. Morning commuters, dog walkers, a woman pushing a stroller, a delivery driver who'd abandoned his truck in the middle of the intersection. The creatures hadn't attacked anyone yet. They seemed disoriented, confused, writhing on the pavement as if the physics of this dimension were painful to exist in. But they were spreading outward from the rift in an expanding circle, and in that circle, the street was dissolving. The asphalt, the concrete, the fire hydrant on the corner. Everything the creatures touched was coming apart at a molecular level, disintegrating into a fine gray dust that hung in the air like ash. Harry didn't hesitate. He dove. The Arcanis suit screamed downward, cutting through the cold air in a near-vertical drop that pulled 4 GTKs and would have killed an unprotected human. Harry hit the ground between the creatures and the fleeing civilians, landing in a 3-point crouch that cracked the pavement, and his magic exploded outward in a shockwave that threw the nearest creature backward 30 feet. It hit a parked car. The car ceased to exist, just stopped being, dissolved into gray dust in under a second, and the creature reformed, apparently unharmed. Right, Harry muttered. Tough crowd. He raised both hands and cast the widest shield charm he'd ever attempted. Pratigo Maxima. The suit amplified it, the focusing matrices translating his intent into a wall of blue-white energy that stretched across the entire intersection, 100 feet wide and 40 feet tall, separating the creatures from the civilians behind him. A creature hit the shield. The hexagonal panels flared and held, but Harry felt the impact, not as physical force but as wrongness, a crawling sensation in his magic where the creature's essence pressed against the barrier. His magic didn't like these things. They were anathema to it, matter from a place where the rules of existence were different, fundamentally incompatible with the reality his magic was woven from. The creature pulled back, tried again. The shield held. Behind Harry, people were running, screaming, clearing the area. "Good, Jarvis." Harry said, "What am I fighting?" "Unknown, Mr. Potter. The entities do not register on any sensor in my database. They are not biological, not mechanical, not energy-based in any conventional sense. They appear to be composed of extra-dimensional matter that is actively hostile to local space-time. They dissolve everything they touch." "Correct. The dissolution effect appears to be a natural consequence of their material composition rather than an offensive capability. They are simply incompatible with our reality. Everything they contact reverts to a base state, atomic disassembly." "Can I hurt them?" "Unknown. I would suggest trying." Harry dropped the shield, drew his right hand back and threw everything he had into a single spell. Reducto. The blasting curse erupted from his gauntlet in a beam of green light so intense it left a tracing line burned into the air. It hit the nearest creature dead center, if a shapeless mass of extra-dimensional oil could be said to have a center, and detonated. The creature splattered. Pieces of it flew in every direction, hitting the ground, the buildings, the remains of the dissolved car. For a half-second, Harry thought he'd killed it. Then the pieces started moving, crawling toward each other, reforming. The creature pulled itself back together in under 5 seconds, whole and unharmed, and Harry was increasingly certain, angry. Physical force is ineffective. Jarvis reported unnecessarily. "I noticed." Harry's mind was racing. The creature had reformed. Blasting it apart didn't work because the pieces just recombined. He needed something that affected the creature's fundamental nature, not just its shape. He thought about what Jarvis had said. Incompatible with our reality. The creatures were from somewhere else, somewhere with different rules. They were dissolving this reality because they didn't belong in it. Their very existence here was a contradiction, so what if he deepened the contradiction? What if he hit them with something that was so fundamentally of this reality that it couldn't coexist with them? Harry thought of the Patronus, pure positive emotion given form. The most human magic he knew, powered by love, by memory, by the essence of what it meant to be alive and present in the world. If these creatures were the antithesis of reality, the Patronus was reality concentrated. He raised his right hand. Drew on the memory, not a happy memory exactly, but something deeper. The feeling of the suit deploying for the first time. Tony's grin, Pepper's quiet kindness, flying over Manhattan in the dark, laughing, free, new memories in a new world already bright enough to burn. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from the suit's core matrix. Not the building-sized colossus from Randall's Island. Harry was being targeted this time, precise, letting the suit's focusing matrices shape the output. The Patronus was the size of a real stag, but condensed, its light so intense it cast hard shadows in every direction. The silver glow carrying a weight and presence that made the air itself seem to thicken with meaning. The stag charged. It hit the nearest creature, and the creature screamed. Not with sound. With light, a flash of searing, impossible brightness that came from inside the creature as the Patronus's energy penetrated it and reacted with its extra-dimensional matter. The reaction was violent and total. The creature convulsed, thrashed, its shapeless form twisting in agony as the concentrated reality of the Patronus burned through it like acid through tissue paper. The creature dissolved, not into gray dust, into nothing, into absolute absence. One moment it was there, writhing, and the next it simply wasn't, and the space it had occupied shivered and settled and became normal again. The stag wheeled, charged the next creature. Same result, the blinding flash, the convulsion, the annihilation. 3 seconds, and another creature was gone. "It's working," Harry said, and his voice was fierce with satisfaction. 7 years of fighting dark wizards had taught him many things, and chief among them was this: everything had a weakness, everything could be beaten, you just had to find the right tool. The stag tore through the creatures with devastating efficiency. 3, 4, 5. Each one dissolved on contact with the Patroness's concentrated magical energy, their extra-dimensional matter unable to survive exposure to a force that was fundamentally, aggressively real. Harry directed the stag with his thoughts, the suit translating his intent into the Patroness's movements, and it was like playing Quidditch. The same instinctive awareness of the field, the same split-second targeting, the same fierce joy of doing the thing he was best at. 6 creatures gone. 7, but more were coming through the rift. The tier in reality was still growing, still birthing those shapeless, dissolving horrors, and for every one the Patroness destroyed, 2 more pulled themselves through. "Harry, the rift is accelerating," Jarvis warned. "Diameter is now 22 meters. Rate of expansion has increased to 2 meters per second. If it continues, I know I need to close it." "I don't have data on how to close a dimensional rift, Mr. Potter. Neither do I, but I've closed things before." Harry thought of the veil, of the barrier between worlds, of the magic that had always responded to his need. "Keep the Patroness running, autonomous mode." "The Patroness is a manifestation of your magic, Mr. Potter. It doesn't have an autonomous mode." "Then I'll give it one." Harry focused. Split his concentration, something Hogwarts had never taught, something no wizard he'd ever heard of could do. But the suit was helping. The amplification matrices handling the complex multithreading of magical energy like a processor running parallel operations. He held the Patroness in one thread of awareness, letting it continue its hunt among the creatures, and turned his primary attention to the rift. He flew toward it. The rift was worse up close. The edges of the tier were fraying, reality peeling back in curling strips like burning paper. And through the gap Harry could see or sense or feel the space between dimensions. It was vast and empty and full simultaneously, a void that contained everything and nothing, and looking at it too long made his eyes water and his mind stutter, but he'd been through this before. He'd passed through the veil itself, the original doorway, the source of this tier, and survived. This rift was a pale echo of that passage, a crack, not a door. Cracks could be sealed. Harry raised both hands toward the rift. The suit's gauntlets hummed, the focusing matrices aligning with his intent. He reached for his magic, all of it, the full depth of the reservoir he'd barely touched, and began to push. The spell had no name, no incantation. It was pure will, shaped by desperate need. The kind of magic that happened when wizards stopped thinking about what was possible and started thinking about what was necessary. Harry had done this before, in the graveyard with Voldemort, in the battle at the Ministry, in the forest when he'd walked to his death. When everything else fell away, when the textbooks and the training and the careful structure of formal magic dissolved, what remained was intent. Raw, absolute, undeniable. He intended the rift to close. His magic hit the tier, and the reaction was immediate and violent. Green light flooded the edges of the rift, seeping into the fraying reality like glue into cracked wood. The rift fought him, or rather, the force behind it fought him, the pressure from the other side pushing against his seal, trying to hold the wound open. Harry pushed harder. The suit amplified his output, the focusing matrices working at maximum capacity, the nanoparticles vibrating with a harmonic frequency designed to resonate with dimensional energy. The rift contracted. 20 meters. 18. 15. A creature emerged from the shrinking tier, larger than the others, twice the size of a car, its mass darker and more defined, almost solid. It lunged at Harry, and he met it with a wall of magic that caught it in midair and held it, struggling, while he continued to squeeze the rift closed with his other hand. 10 meters. 8. The pressure from the other side was enormous. Whatever was pushing the rift open had noticed his interference and was fighting back. Harry felt it, not as physical resistance but as a weight on his mind, a crushing, vast presence that dwarfed him in scale, the thing watching from between dimensions, the old thing, the patient thing. It was pushing the door open. Harry was trying to close it, and the force differential was not in his favor, his magic strained. The suit systems spiked warnings in the HUD, power output approaching dangerous levels, amplification matrices redlining, nanoparticle cohesion at 80%, 70, 60, Harry. Tony's voice, not through the comm in person. Harry's peripheral vision caught the flash of red and gold as the Mark Roman 7 dropped out of the sky beside him, repulsors blazing, and Tony opened fire on the creature Harry was holding. The repulsor blasts didn't destroy the creature, they weren't magical, couldn't touch its extra-dimensional essence, but they pushed it. Knocked it back into the rift, bought Harry a second, close it, Tony shouted. I'll hold them off. Tony banked hard, engaging the remaining creatures with repulsor fire and micromissiles, not to kill, but to contain, to drive them back toward the rift. The explosions were loud and bright and accomplished nothing permanent, but they created space. Created time. Harry used every second. He dug deeper. Past the amplified magic, past the suit's enhancement, past the reservoir he'd been drawing from. He reached for the bottom, the absolute base of his magical core, the place where his power connected to something deeper and older than any spell or system. The place where the Hallows had resonated. The place where the Master of Death lived. He found it, and he pulled. The magic that erupted from Harry's body was different from anything he'd produced before. It wasn't green. It wasn't any color. It was visible only as a distortion, a ripple in reality itself, spreading outward from his hands in concentric waves that made the buildings nearby shimmer and the air thicken, and the laws of physics bend. The rift screamed, the same subsonic frequency from before, but louder, desperate, and the edges of the tier began to seal, 6 meters. 4, 2, the presence on the other side pushed one last time. Harry felt it, a surge of power that dwarfed anything he'd ever faced, Voldemort included. For a fraction of a second, he saw through the rift, not with his eyes, with his magic, and what he saw was vast, old, aware, not malicious, not hostile, just vast in the way that the ocean is vast, in the way that the sky is vast. Something that existed on a scale that made human categories meaningless. It looked at Harry, and Harry looked at it, and the moment of contact was so intense that his nose started bleeding inside the helmet. Then the rift closed. The edges snapped together with a sound like a thunderclap, and the tier was gone, and the sky above Hell's Kitchen was just sky again, blue and clear and cold, and the only evidence of what had happened was the dissolving circle of destroyed asphalt, the panicked civilians, and a wizard in dark armor hovering 60 feet above the intersection, blood streaming from his nose, shaking with exertion. The Patronus dissolved. The remaining creatures, the ones the stag hadn't reached, convulsed and collapsed, their connection to the other side severed by the rift's closure. They dissolved into gray dust that hung in the air for a moment before settling, and within seconds, even the dust was gone. As if they'd never existed, Harry descended, slowly. His arms were trembling. The suit's HUD was scrolling damage reports, multiple systems at reduced capacity, nanoparticle cohesion recovering, amplification matrices running cooldown cycles. He'd pushed the Mark I to its limit and slightly past it. He landed on the ruined intersection next to Tony, who had already retracted his faceplate and was staring at the spot where the rift had been with an expression that was roughly equal parts horror and fascination. "You closed it," Tony said. "I closed it." "With what?" Harry wiped blood from his nose with the back of his gauntlet. "Everything." "That's not a technical answer. It's the only one I've got." Sirens were approaching, lots of them. The NYPD fire department probably shields rapid response teams too. The area was going to be swarming with agencies and cameras within minutes. "We need to leave," Harry said. "We need to debrief." We need to leave and then debrief. If I'm standing here in this suit when S.H.I.E.L.D. arrives. Too late, Tony said, looking past Harry's shoulder. A Quinjet was descending from the east, sleek, dark, bearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eagle insignia. It settled onto the ruined intersection 50 yards away, engines whining, ramp already lowering. 3 people walked out. Harry recognized Natasha immediately, black combat suit, red hair, moving with the controlled grace of someone who was always ready for violence. Beside her, a man Harry didn't know, tall, broad, blonde, wearing a uniform of dark blue with a white star on the chest, and carrying a round shield that gleamed like a newly minted coin. And behind them both, walking with the careful, contained steps of someone constantly monitoring his own heartbeat. A man with curly dark hair and glasses, and a slightly haunted expression that Harry recognized instantly, because he saw it in his own mirror every morning. Captain America. And Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Natasha reached them first. Her eyes swept the scene, the dissolved asphalt, the dust settling, the absence of the rift, and then locked onto Harry with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Harry hadn't spent years being stared at by people who wanted to figure him out. "We tracked the dimensional breach from the Triskelion," she said. "We were en route when it closed." She looked at Harry. "You closed it?" "Yes." "How?" "Magic." The word landed differently than it had in the tower. There, it had been a curiosity, a claim to be tested. Here, in the aftermath of something that had chewed through reality itself, it was a statement of fact that the 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives had to reckon with. Steve Rogers stepped forward. Up close, he was exactly what Tony had described: earnest, solid, radiating a quiet authority that had nothing to do with the star on his chest and everything to do with the man wearing it. He extended his hand. "Captain Steve Rogers," he said. "Tony told me about you." Harry shook his hand. The grip was strong, stronger than any normal human's, but carefully controlled. A man who was always aware of how much force he was using. "Harry Potter, you stopped the breach. I closed it. Tony held off the creatures while I worked." Steve's eyes moved to Tony, who shrugged with deliberate nonchalance. "Teamwork. My repulsors don't work on extra-dimensional monsters, but they're great at annoyance. I'm basically a very expensive distraction." "You're basically an idiot who flew into an active dimensional breach without backup." Natasha said Harry was here. "Harry is 17. "Harry is right here," Harry said mildly, "and Harry closed the breach, so maybe we could discuss the age issue later." Bruce Banner had been standing slightly back, watching Harry with an expression that was more analytical than anything else. He hadn't spoken yet. Now he stepped forward, and Harry noticed the careful deliberation of his movements, every gesture measured, every breath controlled. A man who had learned the hard way what happened when he lost control. Harry knew something about that. "The energy readings from the breach are extraordinary," Bruce said. His voice was soft, almost gentle, a stark contrast to the barely contained force Harry could sense beneath the surface. S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites recorded the whole event. The force required to seal a dimensional rift of that size should be, well, theoretically impossible. "I keep hearing that word," Harry said, "impossible." "Yes, people keep telling me things are impossible right after I've done them." Bruce's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "I know the feeling." Tony stepped between them, literally inserting himself into the conversation with the physical confidence of a man who owned the ground he was standing on. "Okay, debrief. My tower. Not the Triskelion, not the helicarrier, not any S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. My building, my rules. Anyone who wants to come is welcome. Anyone who tries to turn it into an interrogation gets thrown off the roof." "We can't just," Steve started. "My building, my roof, come on." Tony took off, the Mark Roman 7 repulsors flaring. Harry followed, the Arcanis suit deploying its flight systems with the harmonious hum that was becoming as familiar as breathing. They rose into the sky together, leaving the Quinjet and the wreckage and the approaching sirens behind. Steve watched them go, looked at Natasha, looked at Bruce. "That kid just closed a dimensional breach," Steve said. "Yes," Natasha said, "by himself." "Mostly, yes. And Tony built him a suit. a very impressive suit. Steve looked at the sky where Harry and Tony had vanished toward Stark Tower, two figures silhouetted against the morning sun, one red and gold and one dark as midnight. "This is going to be complicated," Steve said. "Everything's complicated," Natasha replied, already walking back to the Quinjet. "That's why they pay us." "They don't pay us, exactly." The debrief happened in the tower's common floor. Tony called it a living room. It had more square footage than most apartments in Manhattan, a view that made you feel like you were floating, and a bar that was better stocked than most small countries. Harry stood at the window. He'd retracted the suit, the nanoparticles flowing back into the core matrix on his chest, leaving him in the borrowed clothes underneath, and he was watching the city with the particular focus of someone who was simultaneously present and somewhere far away. The Patronus had cost him. Not in power that was already regenerating, the bottomless reservoir refilling, but in emotional terms. Every Patronus drew on his happiest memories, and his happiest memories were all from a world he might never see again, and touching them was like pressing on a bruise. The others arrived. The Quinjet landed on the tower's pad and they came in. Steve, Natasha, Bruce, and the common floor suddenly felt smaller. Not because of the number of people, but because of the sheer collective weight of who they were. A super soldier, a spy, a man with a monster inside him, and a genius in a mechanical suit. Harry had been in rooms with powerful people before, the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's office, but this was different. These were people who had saved the world, literally, recently, and on camera. Tony handed out drinks, water for Steve and Bruce, something amber for Natasha, coffee for himself, tea for Harry because Tony had learned that lesson fast. "Okay," Tony said, settling onto a couch with the casual authority of a man holding court. "From the top, what we know. At 6:47 this morning, a dimensional breach opened in Hell's Kitchen. Same energy signature as the scar in my plaza, the one Harry's arrival created 2 days ago. Extra-dimensional entities came through the breach. They dissolved matter on contact. Harry's Patronus, a magical construct, destroyed them. Harry sealed the breach through direct application of magical force." "Magical force," Steve repeated, not skeptical, processing. "Magic," Harry said, turning from the window. "I know how it sounds. I'm a wizard. I can do things your science can't explain. We can spend the next hour debating whether that's possible, or we can deal with the fact that something almost ate a chunk of Manhattan this morning." Steve nodded slowly. "Fair enough. What are these creatures?" "Extra-dimensional," Bruce said. He'd set up a tablet and was reviewing the sensor data from the event. "They're composed of matter that doesn't conform to our physics. When they interact with normal matter, the incompatibility causes molecular disassembly. It's not an attack, it's a side effect. They literally can't exist here without destroying what they touch." "So they're not hostile," Steve said. "They're not intentionally hostile," Bruce corrected. "They're still lethal. Intent doesn't matter when the result is the same." "Where did they come from?" Natasha asked. Harry and Tony exchanged a look. This was the part they hadn't discussed publicly, the dimensional scar, its connection to Harry, the something watching from the other side. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Your call." Harry appreciated that. Tony kept giving him the choice. Every time. "When I arrived in this dimension," Harry said, "the transit created a wound in local space-time. A scar. It's in the plaza below us. It's been growing since I got here slowly, and today it spawned a secondary breach." "Spawned," Steve said. "The scar is widening." As it does, weak points form in the dimensional barrier. Those weak points can rupture into full breaches. What happened today was one of those ruptures. "And there'll be more," Natasha said, not a question. "Yes." Silence. Bruce was reading data on his tablet. Steve was standing very still, processing. Natasha was watching Harry with the focused attention of a woman who evaluated threats for a living and was rapidly revising her assessment upward. "There's something else," Harry said. "Something on the other side. A presence. I felt it when I closed the rift. It was pushing back, trying to hold the breach open. Something intelligent, something powerful, something old." "How powerful?" Bruce asked quietly. "More powerful than anything I've faced, and I've faced a lot." More powerful than Loki, Steve said. Loki used an infinity stone, Tony cut in. The Tesseract, the energy signature from Harry's scar, shares characteristics with Tesseract energy. Whatever's on the other side of that rift is operating at infinity stone scale or above. The silence that followed was heavier. Bruce set his tablet down. His hand was trembling slightly, not the Hulk Harry sensed, but the ordinary human fear of a man who understood scale. "We need to tell Fury," Steve said. "No." Harry's voice cut through the room, not loud, not aggressive, just absolute. Steve turned to him. "Fury has resources. Fury has agendas. I've dealt with people like him my entire life. He'll want to study the scar. He'll want to study me. He'll want to weaponize whatever he finds because that's what organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. do. They turn everything into a tool. And while he's doing that, the scar will keep growing and the breaches will keep happening and people will die." "You don't know that. I know people," Harry said, and there was a weight in the words that made Steve pause. "I know institutions. The Ministry of Magic, my world's version of your government, spent 2 years denying that Voldemort had returned because acknowledging it would mean admitting they'd failed. People died because of that denial. Children died. I won't let another institution's need for control cost lives." Steve studied him. The assessment was different from Natasha's, less clinical, more personal. Steve was measuring Harry against something internal, some standard of character that was older than S.H.I.E.L.D. and simpler than politics. "I wasn't planning on letting Fury control anything," Steve said. "But keeping him in the dark about an existential threat isn't the answer either." "Then tell him about the breach. Tell him about the creatures. Tell him it was handled and we're monitoring the situation. Don't tell him about me. He already knows about you," Natasha reported. "I reported that there's a new player," Natasha said. "I didn't give specifics. Fury knows someone is in the tower. He doesn't know what Harry can do." "And I'd like to keep it that way," Tony said, "until we're ready. Until the suit is finished and Harry's had time to train and we understand the dimensional threat well enough to have a plan." Steve looked around the room. At Tony, who met his gaze with the particular stubbornness of a man who would argue with God. At Natasha, who was unreadable. At Bruce, who was carefully neutral. At Harry, who stood at the window with green eyes and borrowed clothes and the quiet, immovable certainty of someone who had already made his decision. "1 week," Steve said. "I'll give you 1 week. After that, Fury gets a full briefing. If another breach opens before then, all bets are off." "1 week is enough," Tony said. "It better be." Steve turned to Harry, extended his hand again. "For what it's worth, what you did today was brave, running toward that breach alone. Most people run away." Harry shook his hand. "Most people don't have magic. It's not about what you have, it's about what you do with it." Steve held his gaze. "I knew a lot of soldiers who had weapons and none of the courage to use them right. You've got both." Something warm moved through Harry's chest. Not magic, something more ordinary, more human. The simple pleasure of being seen clearly by someone whose opinion mattered. "Thank you, Captain." Steve nodded once and headed for the elevator. Natasha followed, pausing beside Harry as she passed. "The Patronus," she said quietly. "The stag, what was the happy memory?" Harry looked at her. The question was personal in a way he hadn't expected from a spy, but her eyes were curious, not calculating. "For once. Flying," Harry said, "over Manhattan, at night, feeling free." Something shifted in Natasha's expression, a softening quickly hidden. She nodded and walked on. Bruce lingered. He was still at his tablet, but Harry could feel him working up to something, the particular energy of someone with a question they weren't sure they should ask. "Ask," Harry said. Bruce looked up, slightly startled, then smiled, a rueful, self-aware expression. "That obvious. I'm used to people wanting to ask me things. The creatures. The way you destroyed them with the Patronus, you said it's powered by positive emotion, joy, love, happy memories." "Yes. But you also sealed the rift. And that wasn't positive. I saw the readouts. The energy you used to close the breach was different, darker, not evil," Bruce added quickly but heavy. "Like grief almost, like loss given physical force." Harry was quiet for a moment. Bruce was right. The Patronus was light. The ceiling magic had been something else, drawn from the deeper place, the place where the hallows resonated, the master of death lived. Not dark magic, not in the way Voldemort understood dark magic, but not light either. Something older. Something that existed before the categories. I have more than one kind of power, Harry said carefully. The Patronus is the most human, the other. I don't fully understand it yet, but it worked. It worked. Bruce nodded slowly. I know something about carrying power you don't fully understand, about having something inside you that doesn't fit neatly into categories. He tapped his own chest. The other guy, he's not evil, he's not good, he just is. And learning to work with that, to use it instead of fighting it, that's been the work of my life. Harry looked at Bruce Banner, mild, careful, haunted Bruce Banner, who carried a force inside him that could level cities, and felt a kinship so strong it was almost physical. Maybe you could help me understand mine, Harry said. Maybe we could help each other. Bruce left. The elevator took him down, and Harry and Tony were alone again in the common room, the morning light streaming through the windows, the city going about its day as if nothing had happened, as if the sky hadn't torn open and monsters hadn't poured through. That went well. Tony said, pouring himself another coffee. You think Steve didn't try to arrest you? Natasha asked about your feelings. Bruce wants to be your therapist. By Avengers standards, that's practically a group hug. Tony sat down. His face was serious underneath the humor. The breach was bad, Harry. I know. The scar is growing. Today was a small rupture. The next one could be bigger. I know. And the thing you felt on the other side, I know, Tony. Tony held his gaze. The suit isn't finished. The Mark I is a prototype. If something comes through that's bigger than what you fought today, then I'll stop it with or without the suit. I stopped Voldemort with a wand I'd borrowed and a spell I learned in first year. Tools help, but I'm not dependent on them. Harry set his tea down. Build the suit. Make it as powerful as you can. I'll train. I'll learn what the scar is doing and how to control it. And when the next breach opens, I'll close it. And if you can't, I've never failed to protect people when it mattered. I've paid the price. People I love have died, and I've died, and the cost was always higher than anyone should have to pay. But I've never failed. Tony was quiet, then he nodded. Jarvis, pull up the Mark Roman II designs. Incorporate everything we learned today. I want the amplification matrices rebuilt from scratch, double the throughput, triple the focusing precision. And I want a new system, a dimensional stabilizer, something that can interact with the scar directly. Yes, sir. Estimated time to completion for the redesign, 20 hours. That's optimistic, sir. Then work faster. Tony went to the workshop. Harry stayed at the window. The city sprawled below, oblivious and beautiful and fragile. Somewhere beneath him, in the plaza, the dimensional scar pulsed in its slow, deep rhythm, still growing, still connected to him. Still leaking whispers from a place between worlds. Harry pressed his hand against the glass. His magic hummed in his palm, warm and steady, the core matrix on his chest answering with its own pulse. He could feel the scar from here, feel it the way you feel a loose tooth, an absence where solidity should be. The thing on the other side was still there, still watching, still patient, but Harry was patient too. He'd waited 7 years to face Voldemort. He'd walked to his own death on a timetable dictated by a man who died before the end game. He'd learned patience not from wisdom but from survival, and survival had taught him something that wisdom never could. You don't have to understand the enemy to beat them. You just have to be ready when they come. Harry turned from the window and went to find Tony. The workshop was a blaze of light and noise. Tony had 3 separate holographic design spaces running simultaneously, his hands moving between them in a choreography that looked random, but was actually the most disciplined creative process Harry had ever witnessed. Music was playing, loud, aggressive rock that Harry didn't recognize, but that seemed to fuel Tony's momentum. Harry sat in what had become his chair, the mechanical one, the one that his magic didn't destroy, and watched Tony work. He was learning to read the process, to understand the logic beneath the apparent chaos. Tony didn't design linearly. He designed in spirals, circling the problem from different angles, testing ideas and discarding them, and coming back to them and refining them until the solution emerged not from a single insight but from the convergence of dozens. The dimensional stabilizer, Tony said without looking up. I've been thinking about it. The rift closed because you forced it closed, brute magical force. That works, but it's unsustainable. You nearly passed out. What we need is a way to seal rifts efficiently, permanently. The veil could do it, Harry said. In my world, the veil of death was a controlled dimensional boundary. It separated the living world from whatever's beyond it. Stable, permanent, maintained by magic so old nobody knew who'd cast it. A magical seal. Can you replicate it? I don't know. The veil was ancient, thousands of years old. The magic was woven into the structure of the archway itself. I'd need to understand how it worked, and I barely understood it when I was standing in front of it. But you passed through it. Your magic interacted with it. The data is in you somewhere, the imprint of the veil's energy, the pattern of how it maintained a stable dimensional boundary. Tony pulled up the sensor recordings from the breach. Look at this. When you sealed the rift, the energy pattern you produced had structural similarities to the veil's residual signature, the one we detected from your arrival. You were instinctively recreating the veil's containment magic. Harry stared at the data. He couldn't read most of it, but the pattern was visible, two waveforms overlaid nearly identical. One from the moment of his arrival, one from the moment he'd sealed the rift. He said slowly. I didn't think about it, I just intended the rift to close, and my magic did what was necessary. Intent-driven replication. Your magic automatically reproduced a spell you'd experienced but never studied. Tony shook his head. That's not engineering, that's evolution. Your magic is adapting, learning from exposure. Every spell you experience, every magical phenomenon you encounter, gets added to your repertoire at a level below conscious thought. Harry thought about the veil. About passing through it, the cold, the whispering, the sensation of crossing a threshold so fundamental that it separated not just places but states of existence. Life and death, here and there, being and not being. If I can learn the pattern, Harry said, I can seal the scar permanently. No more breaches, no more creatures. That's the goal. But you need to learn the pattern consciously, not just instinctively. You need to be able to cast the seal deliberately, precisely, at will. Tony pointed at him. Which means training, real training. Not blasting things on the roof, structured, disciplined work on understanding your own magic at a fundamental level. I've never been great at structured and disciplined. Neither was I, until a piece of shrapnel in my chest gave me motivation. Your motivation is a growing crack in reality and an ancient cosmic entity trying to push through it. I'd say that qualifies. Harry couldn't argue with that. They worked through the afternoon. Tony on the suit, Harry on his magic. He sat in the workshop and meditated, something he'd never done at Hogwarts, something he'd never had time for, but that was necessary now. He closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, following the channels of his magic through his body, mapping the flows and currents and reservoirs that made up his power. It was vast. That was the first thing he truly understood when he stopped using it and just observed it. His magical core wasn't a container. It was a wellspring, connected to something deeper, something that extended beyond his body into the fabric of reality itself. Every wizard had this connection, he suspected, but most accessed it through the narrow straw of a wand and the rigid structure of formal incantation. Harry, wandless and unfettered, was drinking from the river directly. He could feel the veil's imprint. Tony was right, it was there, embedded in his magic like a fossil in stone. The pattern of stable dimensional containment, the architecture of a barrier between worlds. It was complex, layers upon layers of interlocking magical structures, self-sustaining, self-repairing, ancient beyond measure. But it was readable. Given time, given practice, he could learn it. He opened his eyes. I can do it. Not yet, I need time to study the pattern, but it's there, I can feel it. How much time? Days, maybe a week. The pattern is complex, it's not one spell, it's thousands of spells woven together. I need to understand each layer before I can replicate the whole. Do it faster. I'll try. Don't try, do. If you quote a little green alien at me, I'm going to blast you through the wall. Tony paused, grinned. You have Star Wars in your dimension. Hermione made me watch them. She said they were culturally essential. I love this Hermione more every time you mention her. Harry's smile was brief and painful. He turned back to his meditation, and the warmth of the moment faded into the familiar ache of missing someone he might never see again. The afternoon became evening. Evening became night. Pepper brought dinner, Chinese takeout, enough for 6 people. Because she'd learned that Harry ate like a pack of wolves and Tony forgot to eat unless food was placed directly in front of him. They ate in the workshop, surrounded by holograms and half-built components, and for a little while, things were almost normal. Almost domestic. 3 people sharing a meal in a bright room, talking about ordinary things, Pepper's day, a board meeting that had gone sideways, a press inquiry about the explosion in Hell's Kitchen that the PR team was handling, normal. Except for the suit of magical armor humming against Harry's chest. Except for the dimensional scar pulsing in the plaza below. Except for the ancient presence on the other side, patient and vast, waiting for the crack to widen enough to push through. After dinner, Harry went to the roof. He needed the sky. Needed the open air and the cold and the stars, wrong stars, alien constellations, but stars nonetheless. And there was a comfort in looking up that never changed no matter what dimension you were in. He stood on the landing pad and breathed and let his magic settle into its resting state, the deep, slow pulse that was becoming his new normal. The city was beautiful at night. He decided that. Whatever else this world was strange, dangerous, full of gods and monsters and organizations that wanted to put him in a box. It was beautiful. The lights of Manhattan spread out below him like a galaxy laid flat, millions of lives in millions of windows, and Harry felt the weight of them the way he'd always felt the weight of people who needed protecting. Not as a burden, as a purpose. He'd lost his world. He might never get it back. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, they were memories now, bright and painful, carried in the part of him that the Patroness drew from, but this world was real. These people were real. And something was threatening them, something that was partly his fault, something connected to his arrival, something growing in the dark. Harry had been the chosen one before. He knew what it felt like to be the person standing between danger and everyone else. He knew the cost. He'd paid it. He'd pay it again, Mr. Potter, Jarvis said, his voice coming from the roof's concealed speakers. I'm detecting a minor fluctuation in the dimensional scar, nothing dangerous, well within normal parameters, but I thought you'd want to know. Thank you, Jarvis, of course, and Mr. Potter. Yes. What you did today, sealing the breach, saved an estimated 412 lives in the immediate vicinity. I wanted you to know that number. Harry looked down at the city. 412 people who were going home tonight, eating dinner, watching television, arguing with their families, falling asleep. Alive because he'd been fast enough and strong enough and willing to throw himself at the impossible. Thank you, Jarvis. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. Harry stood on the roof of Stark Tower and looked at the sky and felt his magic pulse in time with his heartbeat and didn't cry. But he held the number in his chest like a coal, warm, bright, a point of light against the darkness, 412. It was a start. 1,000 miles away, in a cell carved from the bones of Asgard's deepest mountain, Loki Odinson sat in perfect stillness and felt the universe shift. His cell was elegant. Frigga had insisted, with furniture and books, and the illusion of comfort that was really the illusion of mercy. The containment field that formed his walls was golden and warm and absolutely impenetrable, designed by Odin himself, woven with enchantments that would hold even a god. Loki had been studying those enchantments for months, learning their patterns, finding their flaws. He was patient in a way that Thor had never understood, willing to wait decades for the right moment, willing to let the universe come to him instead of charging at it headlong. And now the universe had delivered something extraordinary. He'd felt the dimensional breach. Even here, even through layers of Asgardian containment, the tear in Midgard's reality had registered on his senses like a bell being struck. Not the breach itself, that was merely interesting. What captivated him was what had closed it: magic, not Asgardian, not Midgardian. Not from any of the 9 realms, something else. Something from outside the Yggdrasil entirely, from a branch of reality that the world tree had never touched. Loki knew the taste of power. He'd held the Tesseract. He'd wielded the Mind Stone. He'd felt the Bifrost's energy course through him, and he'd touched the edges of forces that would drive lesser minds to madness. He understood cosmic power the way a musician understands harmony, instinctively, deeply, with an appreciation that went beyond mere knowledge. What he'd felt from Midgard today was new. New enough to make his heart accelerate, which almost nothing could. New enough to make the long game he'd been playing, the slow, patient erosion of his cell's containment, suddenly feel urgent. Loki reached out with his senses, extending them beyond the cell, beyond the mountain, beyond Asgard itself. It was draining, sustaining that kind of awareness across dimensional barriers, but he was practiced and the prize was worth the cost. He found it. The dimensional scar. A wound in Midgard's reality, slowly widening, pulsing with an energy that was simultaneously familiar and alien. And at its center, connected to it, powering it, growing stronger with it, a presence. Young. Powerful, forged in conflict. Carrying something ancient within them. Something that resonated with the very fabric of existence in a way that Loki recognized because he'd felt it once before. Briefly. In the moment the Tesseract's portal had opened, and he'd glimpsed the structure of reality itself. This boy, because it was a boy, Loki could feel the youth in the power, the rawness, the potential not yet fully realized. This boy was connected to something that existed outside the normal architecture of the universe. Outside the 9 realms. Outside even the domains of the Infinity Stones. And the scar he'd created was a doorway to that something. Loki smiled. It was a particular smile, not the sharp, performative grin he showed the world, but something smaller and realer and infinitely more dangerous. The smile of a man who had just found the key to a door he'd been looking for his entire life. Not escape. Not revenge. Not conquest, though others would inevitably see it that way. Knowledge. The Infinity Stones were cosmic power. Brute force. Universal in scope, but ultimately limited to the rules of this reality. What lay beyond the dimensional scar was something the stones couldn't touch. A different order of existence. A different system of rules. A power that operated outside the framework that even Thanos, with all his obsession, could never transcend. And a boy was standing at the threshold, growing stronger, feeding the crack with every breath. Loki turned his attention back to his cell's containment enchantments. He'd been working on them for months, eroding them one molecule at a time, and he was close. Close enough that days mattered. Hours. He could wait for escape. He'd been waiting. But the dimensional scar wouldn't stay stable forever, and the entity on the other side wouldn't stay patient forever, and the boy at the center of it all was being armed by Tony Stark. Loki had felt the technological signature intertwining with the magical one. And the combination was elegant enough to earn his grudging respect. Things were converging. Forces that had nothing to do with Loki were moving toward a point of convergence on Midgard, and Loki intended to be there when they met, not to conquer. Not this time, to understand. And then, armed with understanding, to reach through the crack in the universe and take hold of something that could change everything. Loki closed his eyes, returned his attention to the containment enchantments. He worked faster. Chapter 5. The wizard and the spy. The Triskelion rose from the Potomac like something designed to intimidate from orbit. 3 massive wings radiating from a central hub, all glass and steel and barely concealed aggression. The kind of building that said, "We know everything about you, and you know nothing about us," without needing a sign. Harry studied it through the Arcanis suit's HUD as they approached from the north, the morning sun catching the windows and turning them into sheets of blank white light. "Charming," Harry said. "Wait until you see the inside," Tony replied, flying beside him in the Mark Roman 7. It's like a hospital had a baby with a military base and then decorated it with paranoia. They'd left at dawn. Harry had slept poorly, dreams of the rift, of the vast presence pushing against reality, of the sound it had made when the Patronus burned through the creatures. Not nightmares, exactly. More like briefings from his subconscious, his mind trying to organize what it had experienced into patterns it could work with. He'd spent an hour in the workshop before leaving, meditating on the veil's imprint, trying to tease apart the layers of the dimensional containment spell. Progress was slow. The pattern was immensely complex, not one spell but a symphony of them, thousands of individual enchantments woven together across centuries into a self-sustaining whole. Trying to learn, it was like trying to learn an orchestra by listening to one instrument at a time. But he was making progress. The outer layers, the most basic containment structures, were becoming clear. Given a few more days, he'd be able to replicate them. Whether that would be enough to seal the scar was another question. Now they were approaching the most powerful intelligence agency on the planet, and Harry was wearing the most dangerous suit of armor ever built. And somewhere in that gleaming building, a man with one eye was waiting to try to put him in a box. Ground rules. Tony said as they descended toward the landing pad on the Triskelions' roof. Don't let Fury get under your skin. He's going to try. It's what he does, pushes until he finds the crack, then pries it open. He's good at it. I've had Voldemort in my head, Harry said. Literally. A piece of his soul lived inside my skull for 16 years. Fury's going to have to work very hard to find a crack that a Dark Lord didn't. That's disturbing and reassuring in equal measure. You're welcome, they landed. The Triskelions' roof was a controlled chaos of security measures, armed guards in tactical gear, automated turret emplacements that tracked them as they touched down, sensor arrays that swept them with everything from infrared to whatever classified detection system's shield had cooked up. Harry felt the sensors hit the Arcanis suit and slide off. Tony had spent the previous evening hardening the suit's stealth profile specifically for this visit, and the result was that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s instruments were getting readings that said the suit was made of titanium alloy and powered by a miniaturized arc reactor. Technically true, completely misleading. Natasha met them at the roof access door. She was in her S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, black, close-fitting, armed in ways that were both visible and concealed. She looked at Harry and did a quick assessment that he recognized because she'd done it the first time they'd met. Checking for changes, for weakness, for anything new. You look better, she said. I heal fast, so I've heard. She fell into step beside them as they entered the building. Fury's in the main briefing room, level 12. The others are already there. Others, Harry said. Steve, Bruce, Clint. Not Thor. Thor's not on Earth. He left 3 days ago. Something on Asgard required his attention. He'll be back. Harry filed that away. Thor's absence was notable. The Asgardian was the only Avenger with first-hand experience of magic beyond Midgard's understanding. Harry would have liked an ally who could contextualize what was happening. They descended through the Triskelions' levels in an elevator that required 3 separate security clearances and a retinal scan to operate. Harry felt the weight of the building around him, not just physical but psychic, the accumulated pressure of thousands of intelligence operatives working in concert, processing data, managing threats, projecting control. It reminded him of the Ministry of Magic's headquarters, and the comparison wasn't flattering. The briefing room was large, circular, and dominated by a curved table that seated a dozen people. Screens lined the walls, currently displaying feeds from satellite systems, sensor arrays, and news channels covering the Hell's Kitchen incident. The official story, a gas main explosion, was holding for now, but the footage of dissolved asphalt and disintegrated vehicles was generating questions. Nick Fury stood at the head of the table. Harry's first impression was intensity. The man wasn't physically imposing, tall, lean, dressed in a black leather coat that he wore like armor. The eye patch was the obvious focal point, but Harry looked past it to the single remaining eye and what he found there was a mind that never stopped calculating. Every person, every object, every piece of information was being weighed, categorized, filed. Fury's gaze was a weapon, and he wielded it with the casual expertise of a man who'd spent decades learning exactly how much pressure the human psyche could take before it cracked. Harry had seen this look before. Dumbledore had worn a gentler version of it. Voldemort had worn it stripped bare of all pretense. Snape had turned it into an art form. Fury's eye fixed on Harry, and Harry felt the assessment begin. The scan, the search for leverage. Harry met his gaze and held it, and the air around him didn't change because he didn't let it. No magic. No display, just a 17-year-old wizard standing still and refusing to flinch. "Mr. Potter," Fury said. His voice was exactly what Harry expected, measured, controlled, carrying the implicit authority of a man who was used to being the most dangerous person in any room. "I've been wanting to meet you. I've been told. Sit down." Harry didn't sit. Neither did Tony, who positioned himself to Harry's right with the deliberate casualness of a man establishing a flank. Natasha moved to the table and sat beside Clint Barton, who Harry was seeing for the first time, compact, alert, with eyes that moved constantly, tracking everything. A bowman's eyes, a survivor's eyes. Steve was already seated and Bruce beside him, and they both watched Harry with expressions that said they'd had conversations about this moment that Harry hadn't been part of. "I prefer to stand," Harry said. "Thank you." Something flickered in Fury's eye. Not anger, interest. The first data point had been logged, doesn't comply with social pressure, confident, possibly defiant, fine. Stand. Fury moved to the screens behind him and tapped a control. The displays shifted, showing footage from the Hell's Kitchen incident, jerky security camera footage, satellite thermal imaging, the unmistakable shape of the dimensional rift tearing open above the intersection. Yesterday at 0647 hours, a spatial anomaly opened in Manhattan. Entities of unknown origin emerged. The anomaly was sealed approximately 11 minutes later. He turned back to Harry. "By you?" "Yes. Using abilities that my science team can't classify." "Yes. From a position inside a suit of armor that my tech team also can't classify." "It's classified just fine, you just don't have the classification." Harry's voice was even and pleasant and didn't give an inch. Fury's jaw tightened by a fraction. "Stark tells me you're from another dimension." "I am. He tells me you're a wizard." "I am. He tells me you have abilities that operate outside the known laws of physics." "Also true." "And the dimensional breach, the one that's sitting under Stark Tower right now, growing, that's connected to you. My arrival created it. I'm working on sealing it, working on it." Fury stepped closer. Not threatening, deliberate, closing distance, reducing Harry's personal space, testing his comfort zone, standard interrogation technique. "Mr. Potter, in the last 72 hours, you've appeared in my jurisdiction from an unknown origin, generated energy signatures that tripped every alarm system on the eastern seaboard, and been directly involved in a dimensional incursion that destroyed 2 city blocks. From where I'm standing, working on it doesn't cut it." Harry didn't step back, didn't tense, didn't even blink. He'd been cornered by experts, Umbridge in her pink office, Scrimgeour at the Burrow, Voldemort in a graveyard. Nick Fury with his one eye and his leather coat was, by comparison, refreshingly straightforward. "From where I'm standing," Harry said, "I sealed the breach, destroyed the creatures, and saved approximately 400 lives. In 11 minutes. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help, without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s knowledge, and without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s permission. So I'd say working on it is doing quite well." The room was very quiet. Clint Barton's eyebrows had risen slightly. Steve's expression was carefully neutral. Bruce was studying Harry with that analytical focus. Natasha was watching Fury. Fury stared at Harry for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, his mouth curved. Not a smile. Fury didn't smile. "A concession. Fair point," he said. "You handled the breach. Nobody's disputing that." He moved back to the screens, tapped another control. "But my concern isn't yesterday. My concern is tomorrow. This breach is growing. Your own assessment says more incursions are likely, and there's something on the other side, something powerful enough that you, with all your abilities, barely held it back. I held it back. Barely. What happens when barely isn't enough? The question hung in the air. It was a good question. Harry could acknowledge that even while resenting the delivery. Fury wasn't wrong. The rift was growing. The entity on the other side was immense. Harry's raw power was extraordinary, but raw power had limits even when those limits were astronomical. "That's why I'm here," Harry said. "Not because you summoned me, because I chose to come. I'm willing to work with the Avengers. I'll coordinate. I'll share information about the breach and the entity behind it. I'll fight alongside your team if another incursion happens, but I have conditions." Fury's eye narrowed. Conditions. "I don't answer to S.H.I.E.L.D., I answer to myself. I'm not an asset, not a resource, not a weapon in your arsenal. I'm a person, a very powerful person who's choosing to help, and choosing is the operative word. The moment you try to classify me, contain me, control me, or deploy me without my consent, I walk. And I promise you, Director, you do not have the means to stop me." The temperature in the room dropped. Not from Harry's magic, he was holding it steady, contained, but from the sheer weight of the statement. Harry delivered it without aggression, without posturing, with the calm certainty of someone stating a physical law. Gravity pulls down, water is wet. "You cannot contain me." Fury looked at Tony. "You coached him." "I didn't coach anyone. He came like this, factory settings, Mr. Potter, Harry." "Harry." Fury said the name like he was testing it for weaknesses. "You're 17 years old. You've been in this dimension for 3 days. You have no identification, no legal status, no resources beyond what Stark provides, and you're standing in the headquarters of the most powerful intelligence organization on the planet telling me you have conditions." "Yes," Harry said. "Would you like to hear the rest of them?" A sound from the table. Clint Barton, disguising a laugh as a cough. Natasha elbowed him without looking. Fury studied Harry for a long, measuring moment. The single eye was cold and sharp and searching, and behind it, a mind that had played chess with gods and monsters was running calculations. "Talk," Fury said. Harry had thought about this. Not with Tony's guidance. Tony would have recommended something flashier, more adversarial, but on his own, sitting on the roof of Stark Tower at 4 a.m., looking at the stars and thinking about every authority figure who'd ever tried to own him. "First, I stay at Stark Tower. That's my base. Tony's building the suit there and the dimensional scar is there. It's where I need to be." "Fine. Second, all information flows both ways. You share S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence with me, threat assessments, dimensional readings, anything relevant. I share what I know about the breach and what's behind it. No secrets, no compartmentalization." Fury's mouth opened, closed. He was a man for whom compartmentalization was a religion. Asking him to abandon it was like asking a priest to reconsider God. "Within reason," Fury said through his teeth. "Within reason," Harry agreed. "Third, if another breach opens, I take point. Your teams provide support, perimeter, civilian evacuation, but the breach itself is mine. I'm the only one who can close them, and I need operational freedom to do it." That's a lot of authority for someone with 3 days of experience in this dimension. "I have 7 years of experience fighting a war. Different world, same principle, contain the threat, protect the civilians, put the right person at the sharp end." Harry paused, let the words settle. "You've read Natasha's report, you've seen the satellite footage, you know what I can do, let me do it." Fury was quiet for a long time. The screens behind him played footage of the Hell's Kitchen breach on loop. The rift tearing open, the creatures emerging. The dark figure in green-veined armor descending from the sky and engaging with a speed and power that made S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best look pedestrian. Harry watched Fury watching the footage and understood, with the intuition that years of dealing with political predators had honed, the exact moment the calculation shifted. Fury didn't stop wanting control. That was as fundamental to him as breathing. But he was a pragmatist above all else, and the pragmatic truth was simple. Harry was the only person on the planet who could seal dimensional breaches, and alienating him was worse than accommodating him. "Agreed," Fury said. The word sounded like it had been extracted surgically. Your conditions are accepted, but I have one of my own. Name it. If the situation changes, if the threat escalates beyond what you can handle, you tell me. Immediately. No heroics, no lone wolf operations. You hit your limit, you call it in. Agreed. Fury nodded once. The negotiation was over. The air in the room shifted, not relaxed exactly, but redirected. The adversarial tension gave way to something more professional, more workable. Now, Fury said, his tone shifting from negotiator to commander, let's talk about what we're actually dealing with. He brought up a new display, a three-dimensional holographic rendering of the dimensional scar, compiled from S.H.I.E.L.'s satellite data and the tower's sensor feeds. It was more detailed than Tony's version, drawing on a wider array of instruments, and the picture it painted was not reassuring. The scar was bigger than Harry had realized. The visible manifestation, the fissure in the plaza, was just the surface expression of a much larger wound. Underground, in dimensions that S.H.I.E.L.'s sensors could barely detect, the damage extended for miles. Like an iceberg, most of it was hidden. The scar's total extent, as of 6 hours ago, Fury said, highlighting the subsurface spread. 18 miles in diameter, growing at approximately 0.7 miles per day. At current rate, it will reach the boundaries of Manhattan within 3 weeks. Harry stared at the projection. He'd known the scar was growing. He hadn't known it was growing that fast, or that its true size was so far beyond what was visible on the surface. When it reaches that size, Fury continued, our models predict that secondary breaches will become frequent and uncontrollable. Not one at a time like yesterday, dozens, simultaneously. Dozens, Tony repeated. He was looking at the model with the expression of someone who just realized a problem was an order of magnitude worse than they'd estimated. Harry can barely close one at full effort. Dozens would be impossible, Fury said flatly. Which is why Mr. Potter's timeline for sealing the scar just became considerably more urgent. Harry was doing math in his head. 3 weeks. 21 days to learn a spell that had been developed over centuries by unknown wizards. The veil's containment magic was so complex he'd barely scratched the surface in 2 days of meditation. I'll accelerate the work, Harry said, but I need something. The scar is connected to me. When I use magic near it, it grows faster. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can set up a perimeter around the scar site, keep people away, and monitor it continuously, that frees me to focus on the seal instead of playing goalkeeper. Done, Fury said. Agent Barton, you'll coordinate the perimeter team. Clint straightened. Copy that, Doctor. Banner, I want you working with Stark on the dimensional stabilizer. If we can slow the scar's growth, it buys time. Bruce nodded. I've already been reviewing Tony's designs. There are some interesting possibilities with gamma radiation as a boundary stabilizer. Captain Rogers, you're on rapid response. If a breach opens before Potter can seal the scar, the Avengers contain it. Understood, Steve said. Fury looked at Harry one more time. The assessment was different now, no longer evaluating a potential threat, but calibrating an asset, a partner. It clearly cost him something. Don't make me regret this, Fury said. I've never given anyone reason to regret trusting me, Harry replied. The people who regret knowing me are the ones who tried to betray me. Something in Fury's expression shifted. The barest flicker of something that might have been respect. Get it done, Harry nodded. The briefing broke up. People moved, Fury to his command center, Bruce to a lab somewhere in the building's depths, Steve and Clint conferring about the perimeter operation. The machine of S.H.I.E.L.D. cranked into gear around a new priority, and Harry stood in the middle of it and felt the strange, familiar sensation of being at the center of a storm that was organized around him. Natasha appeared at his elbow. That was well played. It wasn't played at all. I meant every word. I know, that's what made it effective. She walked with him toward the elevator, Clint falling into step on her other side. Fury respects you. He won't admit it, but he does. How can you tell? Because he agreed to your conditions. Fury doesn't agree to things. He dictates or he refuses. You got him to negotiate, which means you got further than most heads of state. Clint leaned forward, looking past Natasha at Harry. This was Harry's first real look at the man, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, the archer. His face was open and mobile, with the kind of lived-in features that suggested a life spent outdoors and a personality that defaulted to humor. But his eyes were the same as Natasha's, watchful, assessing, carrying a depth of experience that didn't match the easy grin. "So you're a wizard." Clint said, "So I'm told. Can you pull a rabbit out of a hat? I can turn a rabbit into a hat." Clint's grin widened. "I like him," he said to Natasha. "Everyone likes him. It's suspicious." "Natasha thinks everyone's suspicious. Everyone is suspicious. That's why I'm alive." They reached the elevator. Harry paused. Something had been nagging at him since the briefing, a thread of awareness at the edge of his senses, faint but persistent. He'd felt it when they entered the building, and it had been growing steadily since. Something wrong. Natasha asked, reading his pause instantly. Harry extended his senses. Let his magic reach out, gently, probing the building around him. It was something he'd never been able to do before the veil, passive magical perception. The ability to feel the world through his power instead of just pushing power into the world. Since the veil, it had been developing rapidly, and the suit amplified it further. The Triskelion was saturated with technology. Sensors, communications equipment, computer networks, a web of electronic infrastructure that Harry's magic could feel the way a spider feels vibrations on its web. But underneath the technology, woven through it like veins beneath skin, there was something else, a second network. Hidden, running on different hardware, different frequencies, using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own infrastructure as camouflage. Harry couldn't identify what it was. The signal was faint, deliberately suppressed, designed to be invisible. But his magic, his impossible, rule-breaking, extra-dimensionally enhanced magic, could feel its edges. "Harry," Natasha's voice was sharper now. Harry made a decision, not about what to share, but how much. Trust was a resource, and he was learning to spend it wisely. "Your building has rats," he said. Natasha's expression didn't change, not a muscle. But something behind her eyes went very cold, very fast, and Harry recognized the reaction of someone who already suspected what he was confirming. "Explain," she said. "There's a secondary network running through this building, hidden inside the primary systems. I can't tell you what it does, but I can tell you it's there, and it's not supposed to be." Clint and Natasha exchanged a look. Brief, loaded, communicating something in a language of shared experience that Harry couldn't read. "Can you trace it?" Natasha asked. "Not from here. I'd need time and proximity." "Later," Natasha said. Her voice carried an edge that hadn't been there before. "This isn't something to discuss in a S.H.I.E.L.D. elevator." Harry understood. Whatever the hidden network was, Natasha's reaction said she'd been aware of something wrong for a long time, suspicions she couldn't prove, instincts she couldn't act on. Harry's magical perception had just given shape to a shadow she'd been sensing in the corner of her eye. They rode the elevator in silence. When the doors opened on the roof level, Natasha caught Harry's arm briefly. "When this is over," she said quietly, "you and I are going to have a long conversation about what you felt in there. I look forward to it. Don't. I'm not pleasant when I'm digging." She released his arm and walked toward the Quinjet without looking back. Clint lingered, watching Natasha go. Then he turned to Harry with an expression that had lost its humor. "She's rattled," Clint said. "Nat doesn't rattle. Whatever you picked up, it's not small. I know. You're going to be careful." It wasn't a question. It was instruction, delivered with the quiet authority of someone who'd learned the hard way what happened when you weren't careful. "I'm always careful," Harry said. Clint gave him a look that said he didn't believe that for a second. Then the humor came back, a mask sliding into place. "Hey, wizard, quick question." "Yeah, the stag thing, the Patronus, can you make one that's, I don't know, a hawk? It doesn't work that way. The form is determined by who you are, not what you want. So what I am is a hawk. I don't know what you are. Cast one and find out." "Can't, no magic." "That you know of." Clint blinked, tilted his head. The humor deepened into something more genuine, more engaged. "You know what, wizard, I think we're going to get along." He headed for the Quinjet. Harry watched him go, thinking about what Clint had said, "She's rattled," and about the hidden network he'd felt threading through the Triskelions' infrastructure. Something was wrong inside S.H.I.E.L.D., something deep and structural, not a glitch but a feature. A shadow organization operating within the organization. Harry had seen this before. Voldemort's Death Eaters had infiltrated the Ministry of Magic so thoroughly that by the end, the Ministry had been functionally controlled by the enemy while still wearing the mask of legitimate government. The corruption had been invisible until it wasn't, and by the time people realized what had happened, the damage was catastrophic. He filed the information away. Didn't forget it. When this was over, when the scar was sealed and the breach was closed, he'd come back to it. But right now, the priority was the dimensional threat, one crisis at a time. Tony landed beside him on the Triskelion roof, the Mark Roman 7 boots clanging on the metal. Ready to go, ready. How'd it feel? Standing up to the most powerful spy on the planet, Harry considered. Like standing up to Dumbledore if Dumbledore wore leather and had worse social skills. Tony laughed, loud, genuine, echoing off the Triskelions' walls. That's going on a t-shirt, let's go home. They flew north together, the Potomac falling away behind them, the east coast spreading out below in a quilt of greens and grays and golds. Harry flew in silence, thinking about the scar, about the seal, about the growing urgency of a countdown that had just gotten significantly shorter. 3 weeks, maybe less, he pushed himself faster. The tower was quiet when they got back. Pepper was at Stark Industries. The workshop was exactly as they'd left it, holograms floating, data streams running, DUME maintaining a wary distance from the Mark Roman 2 components that Tony had been assembling before the meeting. Harry went to the workshop floor and sat cross-legged in the center of the room. Eyes closed. Hands on his knees, the core matrix humming against his chest, he dove inward. The veil's imprint was there, waiting, vast and intricate. He'd been studying it in pieces, individual layers, isolated enchantments. Now he tried something different. Instead of analyzing the components, he tried to perceive the whole. It was like trying to see a city from the ground. You could study individual buildings, individual streets, individual blocks. But to understand the city, to see how it all connected, how it flowed, how it worked as a system, you needed altitude. Harry climbed. He pushed his perception upward, outward, expanding his magical awareness beyond his body and into the imprint of the veil. The individual layers blurred, merged, became part of a larger pattern. He could feel the architecture, the way each enchantment supported and was supported by the others, the way they interlocked like the stones of an arch, each one holding the others in place. The pattern was beautiful. Brutally, impossibly beautiful, with the kind of elegance that only came from either genius or deep time. It was a seal, yes, a barrier between dimensions, but it was also a work of art. Whoever had created it, whoever had woven these thousands of spells into a self-sustaining whole, had understood magic at a level that made Dumbledore look like a first year. Harry couldn't replicate it. Not in 3 weeks, not in 3 years. The complexity was beyond him. But he didn't need to replicate it. He needed to patch a hole. The veil's seal was a wall. The dimensional scar was a crack in that wall. Harry didn't need to rebuild the wall from scratch. He needed to fill the crack. A smaller task, a simpler one. Not easy, but possible. He refocused. Found the sections of the veil's pattern that corresponded to boundary repair, the self-healing mechanisms that maintained the seal over time. They were the simplest parts of the system, designed to be robust and repetitive, because repairs had to happen automatically, without a wizard's guidance. Simple was relative. The repair mechanisms were still vastly more complex than any spell Harry had ever cast, but they were learnable. They had a logic that he could follow, a structure that he could internalize. He started learning. Time passed. He didn't track it. The workshop was quiet around him, the holograms providing a soft, ambient glow, Jarvis monitoring his vital signs without interruption. Tony worked at his bench, building Mark Roman 2 components, glancing at Harry occasionally with the expression of a man watching someone else do something he couldn't, and feeling both frustrated and impressed. After 2 hours, Harry emerged. His eyes opened and the workshop lights flickered as his magic resettled. Progress, Tony asked without looking up. I found the repair mechanisms. The parts of the veil's pattern that handle boundary maintenance. They're complex but learnable. Harry stretched, his joints cracking. I think I can adapt them. Instead of replicating the entire seal, I can create a targeted repair, a patch for the scar specifically. How long? A week, maybe less if I train intensively. We have 3 weeks, that gives us margin. Tony set down his tools and turned. The dimensional stabilizer is coming together. Bruce called from the Triskelion. He's got some ideas about using gamma frequencies to slow the scar's expansion. Between that and your seal, we might actually get ahead of this thing. Might. I'm an optimist. You're a realist who performs optimism. Same thing, different branding. Tony picked up the core matrix of the Mark Roman II. The dark disk was denser than its predecessor, the etchings finer, the design incorporating everything they'd learned from the first suit's tests. Speaking of which, the Mark Roman II is almost ready. I've tripled the amplification throughput, added a dedicated dimensional interaction system, and incorporated a new nanoparticle alloy that should be even more responsive to your magic. When can I try it? Tonight, if the fabrication holds. The nanoparticles need to bond with your energy field the same way the Mark I did. The process might be different this time. The Mark Roman II is more complex, and your magic has been growing since you first wore the suit. Harry nodded. He could feel it, the growth. Every day in this dimension, every test of his power, every brush with the dimensional scar, he was becoming more. The veil had stripped away his limitations, and the vacuum left behind was being filled by raw potential, expanding to meet whatever demands he placed on it. It should have frightened him. A month ago it would have, but something had shifted since his arrival, a fundamental recalibration of his relationship with his own power. He'd spent 17 years being told to be careful, be modest, don't show off, don't draw attention. By Dumbledore, by the Ministry, by a society that was simultaneously dependent on him and terrified of what he could do, none of those voices were here. In their place was Tony Stark, who looked at Harry's power and said more. There was freedom in that, and danger. Harry understood both. He went to the roof, not to fly, to think. To be alone for a moment with the sky and the city and the persistent, quiet grief that lived in the spaces between everything else. He stood at the edge and looked down, 93 floors. The plaza below, where the dimensional scar pulsed invisibly, where his blood had dried on the pavement 3 days ago. People were walking past it, oblivious, going about their lives in the shadow of a crack in the universe. Harry thought about Ron. About what Ron would say if he could see this, the tower, the suit, the Avengers. Ron would be equal parts thrilled and terrified because Ron understood scale in a way that Hermione, for all her brilliance, sometimes didn't. Ron would see the building and the technology and the people, and he'd say something like, "Bloody hell, mate, you've gone and done it again," and it would be exactly right. Hermione would want to study the suit. She'd have 100 questions for Tony, and she'd understand the answers, and she'd push back on the parts that were reckless, and she'd improve the parts that were elegant. She'd love it here, in this world of science and engineering, where the impossible was just a problem that hadn't been solved yet. Ginny would fly. She'd take one look at the suit and demand a turn, and she'd be brilliant at it, because Ginny was brilliant at everything that involved speed and courage and not giving a damn about the rules. Harry closed his eyes. The grief was a river, and he let it flow through him without trying to dam it. Tony had been right. Some things you had to sit with, had to feel, had to endure without trying to fix. The people he loved were gone, maybe forever. And the missing of them was a wound that wouldn't heal because he didn't want it to, because to stop missing them would be to stop caring, and Harry would rather carry the pain than lose the love that caused it. His magic pulsed. Gentle, warm, resonant. The core matrix on his chest hummed in response. Even the grief was fuel, not for the Patronus, which needed joy, but for the deeper magic, the master of death magic, which drew its strength from the full range of human experience. Love and loss and hope and despair, all of it woven together into something that was beyond any simple category of light or dark. He opened his eyes. The city was still there, still beautiful, still fragile. He went back inside. The Mark Roman II was born at 9:47 p.m. The process was different from the first suit's creation. The Mark I had been a surprise, Harry's magic editing Tony's design, the nanoparticles assembling themselves according to patterns that neither engineer nor wizard had fully planned. This time, they were prepared. Tony had designed the Mark Roman II with intentional gaps in the architecture, spaces where Harry's magic could fill in the blanks, incorporating its own patterns alongside the technological framework. The result was a collaboration in the truest sense. Harry held the core matrix and fed it power while Tony guided the nanoparticle fabrication, and the suit grew between them, a synthesis of two radically different systems of understanding, each one enhancing the other. The Mark Roman II was sleeker than its predecessor. The same dark metal, the same green veins of magical energy, but refined, more elegant, more purposeful. The helmet was narrower, more aerodynamic. The gauntlets were asymmetric, the right one designed for offensive casting and the left for defensive barriers. The chest piece was larger, the runic core matrix more complex, with channels that extended throughout the suit in patterns that were simultaneously circuit diagrams and magical formulae. When Harry put it on, the nanoparticles streaming over his body in that exhilarating rush of bonding, the difference was immediate. The Mark I had felt like putting on a second skin. The Mark Roman II felt like growing a new one. The HUD was more advanced, more layers, more data, more control. Harry could see the dimensional spectrum now, an overlay that showed him the fabric of reality itself, the way it stretched and bent around massive objects, the way it was torn and fraying at the scar site. He could see his own magic, rendered as flowing lines of green light that extended from his body and intertwined with the suit systems. He could see the energy signatures of people, faint, warm outlines that moved through the building below him, each one unique, each one alive. Status. Tony asked, incredible. Harry flexed his hands. The gauntlets moved like silk. The dimensional interaction system, I can see the scar. Even from here, 90 floors up, I can see it. What does it look like? Harry focused. The HUD's dimensional overlay zoomed, enhancing the image. The scar was visible as a dark line in the fabric of reality, jagged and pulsing, leaking a faint light that existed in dimensions beyond the three that normal sensors could read. Like a crack in glass, Harry said, but alive, breathing, and through it I can see. He pushed his perception further, and for a moment, just a moment, he saw through the scar to the other side. The vast, empty fullness of the space between dimensions, and in it, distant but distinct, the presence. It saw him too. The contact was brief, a brush, a flicker, a moment of mutual awareness that lasted less than a second. But in that second, Harry felt something he hadn't felt before, not hostility, not hunger, not the predatory interest of something that wanted to consume, curiosity. The entity was curious about him, the way a scientist is curious about an unexpected result, the way a child is curious about a new toy. Harry pulled back. The connection broke. His heart was hammering, and the suit's biometric monitors flagged the spike in his vital signs. It's there, Harry said. And it's interested. Interested good or interested bad, I don't know yet, but it's not attacking, it's observing. An interdimensional observer, great, as if regular surveillance wasn't annoying enough. Tony tapped his workbench. Can the Mark Roman two-dimensional system interact with the scar directly, not just see it, touch it? I think so. The system's designed for it, but touching the scar might provoke a response. From the entity, from the scar itself, it's connected to me, my magic feeds it. If I interact with it directly, I might accelerate its growth. Or you might be able to slow it. The dimensional stabilizer operates on the same principle, targeted interaction with the scar's boundary layer, if you can apply the veil's repair pattern through the suit. Harry looked at the scar through the HUD. The crack in reality, pulsing, growing, leaking impossibility into the world. His creation, in a sense, his responsibility. Not tonight, Harry said. I need more time with the veil pattern, a few more days. When I try to seal the scar, I need to do it right. One shot. If I fumble it, the scar could rupture. And everything on the other side could come pouring through. They looked at each other through the workshop's holographic light. Two men, one in mechanical armor, one in magical, standing on either side of a problem that could end the world. Few more days, Tony agreed, but no more than that, agreed. They spent the rest of the evening testing the Mark Roman II systems. The improvements over the Mark I were significant, not just in raw amplification, which had increased by another 40%, but in precision and control. The suit's focusing matrices were finer, allowing Harry to modulate his magical output with surgical accuracy. He could cast a lumos that was soft enough to read by or bright enough to blind, a reducto that was a pinprick or a battering ram, a protego that was a personal shield or a city block barrier. The suit gave him a volume knob for his magic, and every setting on that knob was devastating. They tested the apparition burst system, faster now, smoother, the transitions between spatial jumps nearly seamless. Harry crossed Manhattan in 2 seconds. He crossed to Washington, D.C. and back in under a minute, circling the Triskelion at Mach 6 just because he could, the suit's navigation systems threading him through airspace with a precision that left no trace on any radar system. They tested the defensive systems. Tony fired everything the Mark Roman 7 had: repulsors, missiles, the unibeam at Harry's protego, and the shield absorbed every hit without a flicker. Harry stood in the center of the onslaught and felt the impacts as mild pressure, nothing more. The suit's integrated defenses turned his already formidable shield charm into something approaching absolute. They tested the suit's new dimensional interaction system on a minor fluctuation, a tiny weak point near the scar that Jarvis had flagged. Harry reached out through the suit and touched it, applying the barest hint of the veil's repair pattern, and the weak point sealed, closed, disappeared as if it had never been. "It works," Harry said, staring at the spot where the fluctuation had been. "The repair pattern works, small scale." Tony cautioned. "That was a pinhole. The scar itself is 18 miles wide. Same principle, different scale. I just need more power." "You have more power. The suit amplifies. I need more than the suit gives me." Harry pulled up the HUD's energy readouts. "The Mark Roman II amplifies my magic by roughly a factor of 12. That's enough for combat, for breaches, for everything except the scar itself. To seal an 18-mile dimensional wound, I'd need an amplification factor of," he let the suit calculate, "approximately 50. Tony was quiet. An amplification factor of 50 was beyond anything the Mark Roman II could achieve. Beyond anything the Mark Roman III or Mark Roman IV could achieve, even if Tony designed them from scratch. "The Hallows," Harry said. Tony looked at him. "The Deathly Hallows. I told you about them, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Invisibility Cloak. I had all three. Together, they made me the Master of Death. They connected me to a power that was beyond normal magic, something fundamental, something that operated at the level of existence itself. You lost them when you came through the veil. The physical objects, yes, but the connection." Harry closed his eyes, reached deep, past the magic, past the suit, past everything, down to the bedrock of his being where the Hallows had left their mark. "The connection is still there, faint. Like an echo. The Hallows changed me on a fundamental level. The objects are gone, but what they did to me, the way they altered my relationship with magic and death and reality, that's permanent. Can you access it, the Hallows' power, without the Hallows themselves? I don't know. I've never tried." Tony's eyes were burning. The engineering brain was working at full capacity, seeing possibilities that existed at the intersection of magic and technology, where the normal rules dissolved and new ones could be written. "If I could build a system into the suit that resonated with the Hallows imprint," Tony said slowly. "A framework that amplified not just your magic, but your connection to whatever power the Hallows tapped into. You're talking about channeling the power of death through a suit of armor. When you say it like that, it sounds dramatic. It is dramatic. It's also insane. Every important breakthrough in human history has been insane until it worked." Tony grabbed a holographic display and started sketching. "I need data on the Hallows, everything you can remember. How they felt, how they worked, what changed when you held them. The connection you're describing, the permanent alteration, that's the key. If the halo's imprinted on your magic, the imprint has a pattern. If the pattern has a frequency, I can build a resonator. And if I can build a resonator, amplification factor 50 or more, much more. Harry watched Tony sketch. The holographic lines were taking shape, a new framework layered over the Mark Roman II design, additional circuits and channels designed to interact not just with Harry's magic, but with the deeper power beneath it. The Halo's power, the master of death. This is the most dangerous thing you've ever designed, Harry said. That's what I said about the Mark I, and the original Iron Man suit, and the arc reactor. The pattern holds, the most dangerous thing I've ever designed is always the most recent one. Does that worry you? Every day, I do it anyway. Tony looked up from the sketch. Does it worry you? Harry thought about it, really thought the way Tony's honesty demanded. Yes, he said. The Halo's power isn't magic, it's something else, something older. In my world, the legend says the Halos were created by death itself, literal death, personified. Whether that's true or not, the power they channel is connected to the fundamental forces of existence. Life, death, the boundary between them. Using that power carelessly could have consequences that go beyond anything we can predict. And using it carefully could seal the scar, could close the door between dimensions, could save this world. So the question is whether you trust yourself. Harry looked at his hands. The Mark Roman II gauntlets, dark metal veined with green light. Through the HUD's dimensional overlay, he could see the faint, ghostly outlines of something deeper, the Halo's imprint, woven into his magical signature like watermarks in paper. 3 patterns, 3 powers waiting, I trust myself. Harry said, I've made that choice before and I'll make it again. Tony nodded, no further questions, no hesitation, just the absolute, unwavering confidence of a man who had chosen his ally and committed completely. Then let's build the Mark Roman III, Tony said. And let's make it something the universe has never seen. Outside, the night deepened. The scar pulsed, the entity watched. And in the space between stars and stories, where dimensions thin and realities overlap, Loki Odinson broke the last enchantment on his cell and stood free for the first time in months. He stretched, smiled, felt the tug of the dimensional wound on Midgard like a compass needle pointing toward magnetic north. He stepped through the shadows between realms, leaving Asgard behind, following the scent of impossible magic and the promise of forbidden knowledge, heading toward a city of glass and steel where a boy who had conquered death was learning to wield the power of it. Loki was coming. And he had so many questions. Chapter 6. Enchanted. The woman appeared on Fifth Avenue at noon on a Sunday, and every man within 100 yards forgot his own name. She was tall, golden-haired in a way that wasn't quite blonde, more like actual gold, each strand catching the light and throwing it back richer. She wore green, deep and dark, a dress that moved like liquid around a figure that belonged on the ceiling of a Renaissance chapel. Her eyes were the color of glacial ice and carried the particular warmth of someone who had never needed to be warm because the world warmed itself around her. She walked through the crowd, and the crowd parted. Not consciously, the people on the sidewalk simply drifted out of her path, their feet carrying them aside without their minds noticing. She left a wake of blank expressions and dilated pupils, and a faint, sweet scent that was not quite floral and not quite anything else. Men stopped mid-sentence. Women blinked and shook their heads as if clearing water from their ears. A taxi driver ran his cab onto the curb and sat staring at nothing, his hands slack on the wheel. Amora the enchantress had come to Midgard, and Midgard didn't stand a chance. She could feel it. The wound in the world. She'd felt it from Asgard, a persistent itch at the edge of her magical senses. And when Loki's cell had been found empty 3 days ago, and the Allfather's ravens had reported his trajectory, Midgard bound. Following a dimensional anomaly, Amora had decided that whatever Loki found interesting was worth investigating. She and Loki had a complicated history. Allies, rivals, occasional lovers, frequent adversaries. They understood each other in the way that only two deeply intelligent, deeply ambitious, deeply lonely people could. Loki played games with reality. Amora played games with minds. Between them, they toppled more Asgardian political arrangements than any enemy army, but this was different. This wasn't politics or power games. The dimensional wound she was sensing was something new, a tear in the fabric of the 9 realms themselves, leaking energy from a place that shouldn't exist, a place outside the world tree. And at its center, a signature that made her skin prickle with something she hadn't felt in centuries, desire, not romantic desire, though Amora was familiar with that in all its variations. This was deeper. The desire of a sorceress who had spent millennia mastering every form of magic the 9 realms had to offer, who had pushed her power to its absolute limits and found those limits insufficient, who hungered for something more the way a drowning person hungers for air. The signature at the center of the dimensional wound was more. Power from beyond the known universe, operating on principles that Asgardian sorcery couldn't touch. Power that, if harnessed, could make Amora the most formidable magical being in the 9 realms. She followed the signature to its source. Stark Tower. The gleaming monstrosity in Midtown, monument to mortal arrogance, with the name of its builder blazing from the top. Amora studied it from across the street, extending her senses through the building's structure, reading the energy flows within, technology. Layers of it, crude and noisy by Asgardian standards. A powerful energy source in the basement, the arc reactor, she'd heard of it. And above, on the upper floors, the signature. A living being saturated with magic that sang in frequencies Amora had never heard. A being who was simultaneously mortal and something else, something that existed at the intersection of life and death and power and potential. She smiled. It was a smile that had launched wars and ended dynasties and made gods forget their purposes. She walked into Stark Tower's lobby. The security system triggered immediately. Amora felt it, the pathetic electronic eyes trying to categorize her, the alarm she could have silenced with a thought. She didn't bother. Instead, she let her enchantment flow outward, a wave of compulsion so subtle and so total that the security guards simply looked through her, their minds editing her out of their perception like a blemish airbrushed from a photograph. She took the elevator. Pressed the button for the top floor, rode it up in silence, her reflection in the polished metal doors showing a woman of inhuman beauty and absolute composure. The doors opened on the common floor. Harry Potter was standing at the window, a cup of tea in his hand, wearing jeans and a t-shirt and the dark disk of the suit's core matrix visible at the base of his throat. He turned when the elevator opened, and Amora felt the moment his senses registered her presence. A spike of attention, sharp and focused, followed immediately by something she hadn't expected, nothing. Her enchantment hit him and slid off. Not deflected, absorbed. His mind took the compulsion in, examined it, and dismissed it with the casual efficiency of someone swatting a fly. His expression didn't change, his eyes didn't glaze, his posture didn't soften, he just looked at her. Green eyes, steady and clear, carrying an awareness that had nothing to do with her beauty and everything to do with threat assessment. "Jarvis," Harry said without taking his eyes off her, "who is this?" "I am unable to identify the individual, Mr. Potter. She does not appear in any database." I should note that she passed through the building's security without triggering any alarms, which should not be possible. "She's an enchantress," Harry said. He could feel it, the magic rolling off her in waves, thick and sweet and dangerous. Mind magic. Compulsion. The same family as the Imperious Curse, but more sophisticated, more pervasive. Where the Imperious was a hammer, this was a perfume. You breathed it in before you knew it was there, and by then, it was too late. Unless you were Harry Potter, who had thrown off the Imperious Curse at 14 and had spent 7 years building a Clumency shield strong enough to keep Voldemort out of his head. Amora's smile faltered. Just a fraction, just for a moment, but Harry caught it and filed it away. She hadn't expected resistance. Impressive, she said, and her voice was music-given language, each word designed to please. You felt my enchantment. I felt you try to get inside my head. In my world, that's considered rude. In my world, it's considered a greeting. Amora stepped off the elevator. She moved like water, fluid, inevitable, beautiful in the way that natural disasters were beautiful. I am Amora of Asgard, and you are the source of the most extraordinary magical signature I have ever encountered. Harry Potter, and I didn't invite you in. Your door was open. My door has a 7-layer security system and an AI that monitors every molecule of air in this building. You bypassed it all with mind control. That's not an open door, that's breaking and entering. Amora's expression flickered again. She was recalibrating, Harry could see it, adjusting her approach in real time, the way a skilled duelist adjusted their stance between strikes. She'd come in expecting a mind she could bend. She was finding steel instead. I mean you no harm, she said, and the compulsion in her voice intensified, a thick, golden wave of suggestion that tried to wrap around Harry's thoughts and squeeze. Harry's occlumency walls held. More than held, they pushed back. His magic, attuned to mind invasion after years of Voldemort's assault, reacted instinctively, surrounding his consciousness in a barrier of pure will that Amora's enchantment couldn't penetrate. Stop, Harry said. Not a request. His voice carried the weight of his magic behind it, and the air between them compressed. Amora felt it, a pressure on her mind, on her magic, a force that didn't try to control her but simply and absolutely refused to be controlled. Her enchantment broke. Not gradually, shattered, the golden waves of compulsion collapsing inward, pulled apart by the sheer density of Harry's magical resistance. The effect was visible. The air cleared, the faintly sweet scent vanished, and the common room's light stopped their barely perceptible flicker and burned steady. Amora stood very still. For the first time in a very long time, centuries, possibly millennia, someone had not only resisted her enchantment but broken it, shattered it with a word and a thought and a will that was harder than Asgardian steel. Her eyes widened, then narrowed, then blazed with something complex and fierce, anger and humiliation, and underneath both, the sharp, electric recognition of encountering an equal. What are you? She breathed. I already told you, Harry Potter. That's a name, not an answer. It's the only one you're getting. Now tell me what you want, or I'll throw you out of this building in a way that won't be gentle. Amora's chin rose. The vulnerability of the last moment vanished, replaced by the iron composure of a woman who had stood before the courts of Asgard and faced down entities that made human gods look like children. I came because of the dimensional wound, she said. It's visible from Asgard, a scar in the fabric of Yggdrasil, leaking energy from beyond the 9 realms. In 5,000 years, I've never seen anything like it. It's being dealt with. By you, immortal. You may have impressive defenses, but the wound is cosmic. It requires exactly what I'm providing. I sealed a breach from it 3 days ago. I'm working on sealing the scar itself. None of that requires your involvement. Amora stepped closer. Not with enchantment this time, with honest, unadorned presence. She was still beautiful, still commanding, still radiating a power that was ancient and vast. But she was also, Harry realized, afraid. Underneath the arrogance and the compulsion and the carefully maintained supremacy, Amora was afraid. You don't understand what you're dealing with, she said, and for the first time her voice was stripped of magical influence, just words, just truth. The thing on the other side of that wound, I can feel it. It's not from the 9 realms, it's not from anywhere that our cosmology accounts for. It exists outside the world tree, in a space that our magic, Asgardian, Vanir, even the Infinity Stones cannot reach, and it is reaching back. Harry said nothing. He let her talk because she was telling him something he needed to hear and because the fear in her voice was real. Loki felt it too, Amora continued. He's escaped his cell. He's heading here to Midgard, to this tower, to you, not to fight, to study. Loki wants to understand what's on the other side because Loki always wants to understand. But understanding that thing, opening a dialogue with it, could be catastrophic. The wound is a crack. If Loki tries to communicate through it, the crack could become a door. I know, Harry said. I felt the entity. It's been watching since I arrived. And you're not afraid. I'm always afraid. I just don't let it stop me. Amora stared at him. The assessment was different from Fury's, from Natasha's, from Tony's. Amora was reading him with senses that were older than human civilization, perceiving not just his body and his magic, but the deeper structures of his existence. The soul-level architecture that the Hallows had altered, the death-and-rebirth cycle that had made him something more than mortal. You've died, she said, a statement, not a question, and returned. That mark is on you, the threshold. You've crossed it and come back. That's why the entity is interested. That's why Loki is interested. You're not just a wizard, you're a bridge. Between what? Between life and death. Between this reality and whatever exists beyond it. The wound isn't just a dimensional scar, it's growing around you because you are its anchor. Your existence in this reality is the crack. As long as you're here, the boundary between worlds is weakened. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Not because they were unexpected, he'd suspected something like this since his conversation with Tony about the scar's connection to his magic. But hearing it stated plainly, by someone who perceived reality on a cosmic scale, made it real in a way that suspicion hadn't. He was the crack. Not his arrival, not his magic, not the veil, him. His very existence in this dimension was the wound. The scar wasn't growing because of proximity or resonance or magical leakage. It was growing because Harry was here, and Harry was wrong, a living contradiction, a mortal who had died and returned, carrying the imprint of the Deathly Hallows, existing in a reality that had no framework for what he was. If I leave, Harry started, you can't leave. The veil is one way. You know this. If I were removed, if I died, the wound would seal, eventually. Without its anchor, the dimensional damage would slowly heal. But the entity has already noticed. Killing you might close the crack, but the entity would simply find another way in. A slower way. A worse way. Then the only option is to seal the wound while I'm still here. With me as the anchor, I can interact with it directly. Control the seal, make it permanent, can you? I'm learning. Amora was quiet for a long moment. She was standing in the middle of the common floor, golden hair catching the afternoon light, and Harry could see the calculation happening behind her eyes, the rapid assessment of risks and rewards that was the universal currency of powerful beings. I could help you, she said. I doubt that comes free. Nothing comes free. My price is knowledge, the magic you carry, the power from beyond the 9 realms. I want to understand it, not to take it, to study it. Why? Because I'm a sorceress, and I've spent 5,000 years mastering every form of magic in the 9 realms, and I've reached the limits of what they can teach me. What you carry is new. New magic hasn't existed for me in millennia. The hunger for it is. She paused, swallowed. The vulnerability was back, real and raw. It's everything. Harry understood that. He'd seen it in Hermione, the insatiable need to know, the hunger for understanding that went beyond curiosity into something existential. In Hermione, it had been beautiful and occasionally maddening. In Amora, it was the same drive on a cosmic scale, distorted by millennia of solitude and power into something desperate. No, Harry said. Amora's expression froze. No. I don't make deals with people who walk into my home uninvited and try to control my mind. Whatever help you're offering, whatever knowledge you're seeking, it starts with you leaving. Now, the word carried magic, not a spell, something deeper. The raw, unstructured force of a wizard whose will was so potent that the universe took notice when he said something and meant it. The air compressed, the windows vibrated, the floor hummed. Amora felt the force of it push against her like a hand on her chest, and for the second time in as many minutes, something impossible happened. She stumbled. She caught herself. Straightened. Her composure was intact, but her eyes were bright with something that was equal parts fury and fascination. You refuse me, she said. I refuse your terms. You want to come back with honest intentions and no mind tricks. My door is actually open. But today, right now, after what you just tried, get out. Amora's jaw tightened. She was not a woman accustomed to being refused. She was not a woman accustomed to being powerless, and Harry's magic was making her feel both, and the combination was producing a reaction that he recognized from years of dealing with powerful people whose egos exceeded their wisdom. She was getting angry. "Boy," she said, and her voice had lost all its music. What remained was the cold authority of an Asgardian sorceress at the peak of her power. "I have toppled kingdoms. I have bent the wills of gods. I have wielded magic since before your species discovered fire. Do not presume to dismiss me." "I'm not dismissing you, I'm showing you the door." Harry's voice didn't change, didn't rise, didn't harden. He spoke the way he'd spoken to Voldemort in the Great Hall, with the steady, certain calm of someone who had already measured the threat and found it manageable. "You're powerful. I can feel it, but you came here trying to manipulate me, and that was your mistake. I don't bend. Everyone bends, then I break, and the things that break me tend not to survive the experience." The air between them was thick with magic, Harry's green-gold power pressing outward, Amora's icy silver pressing back. The forces met in the middle of the room, and the contact point crackled, miniature lightning arcing between invisible surfaces. The common floor's furniture trembled. Glasses rattled on shelves. A painting on the far wall swung on its hook and clattered to the floor. Amora's magic was immense. Harry could feel its depth, 5,000 years of accumulated knowledge and skill, refined and concentrated into a weapon of terrifying precision. She was, without question, the most magically sophisticated being Harry had ever encountered. Her control was flawless. Her range was vast. She could do things with enchantment that Voldemort, for all his power, had never dreamed of, but Harry's magic was deeper. Not more skilled, not more refined, but deeper. A well that went down past the bedrock of normal magic into something that existed at the structural level of reality. The Hallows imprint, the master of death. A connection to forces that operated outside the 9 realms entirely, beyond the reach of any Asgardian sorceress, no matter how ancient or brilliant. Amora felt it. She was pressing against his power and feeling the bottom drop out, her senses reaching down and finding no floor, just depth upon depth upon depth. A reservoir so vast that her 5 millennia of power was a teaspoon held up against an ocean. The fury in her eyes gave way to something else. Something Harry didn't expect. "Aw, what are you?" she whispered. The question was the same as before, but the tone was entirely different, not demand but genuine, helpless wonder. "I'm the master of death," Harry said, and the words came from the deep place, the place the Hallows had opened, and they resonated through the room with a weight that made the building shiver. "I've walked through the veil between worlds. I've died and returned. I carry the imprint of 3 artifacts that predate your civilization, and I am not something you can control or study or claim. I am something you deal with honestly or not at all." The magic in the room surged. For one terrible electric moment, the 2 forces, Amora's ancient Asgardian sorcery and Harry's impossible extra-dimensional power, pushed against each other at full strength, and the room groaned under the pressure. Cracks raced across the ceiling. The windows bowed outward, molecular bonds straining. Jarvis's sensors spiked across every spectrum. Then Amora pulled back. She withdrew her magic like a tide going out, not defeated, but choosing. Choosing not to push, choosing not to fight, and the choice, Harry could see, cost her enormously. Every fiber of her 5,000-year-old pride was screaming at her to press the attack, to prove herself, to bring this impossible mortal boy to his knees. But the fiber that won, the one that pulled her back from the edge, was the one that had felt the depth of his power and recognized, with the brutal honesty of a true sorceress, that she could not win this fight. The room settled. The cracks stopped spreading. The windows returned to their normal shape. Amora straightened her dress, smoothed her hair, rebuilt her composure with the practiced ease of someone who maintained their dignity the way other people maintained their breathing, constantly, automatically, as a survival mechanism. "You are the most infuriating creature I have ever met," she said. "I've heard that before." "From whom?" "My best friend's mother. She was scarier than you. Something happened to Amora's face, something that started as outrage and transformed, reluctantly and against every instinct, into a laugh. Not the musical, calculated laugh of an enchantress working her craft. A real laugh, surprised, involuntary, human in a way that 5,000 years of godhood hadn't quite eradicated. "You're serious," she said. "Molly Weasley once killed the most dangerous witch in my world with one spell and a lot of maternal rage. I learned to respect the real threats early." Amora shook her head. The anger was gone. The aggression was gone. What remained was a woman who had come to take and been shown that taking wasn't an option, and who was now, for the first time in a very long time, uncertain about what to do next. "I'll leave," she said. "As you've asked, demanded." She moved toward the elevator, then stopped, turned. "But I meant what I said about the entity. It's real, it's watching, and Loki is coming. Whatever you think of me, whatever you think of my methods, those threats are genuine. I know. Loki won't try to enchant you. He's too smart for that. He'll use something worse." "What? The truth?" "Loki's most dangerous weapon has always been telling people exactly what they want to hear." Amora's eyes held Harry's with an intensity that had nothing to do with enchantment. "He'll tell you he can help you get home, back to your world, your friends, your life. And the terrible thing is, he might not be lying." The words landed like stones in deep water. Harry felt the ripples spread through him, hope, fierce and involuntary, followed immediately by suspicion, followed by the bone-deep grief that never really went away. Home. Ron, Hermione, Ginny. The Burrow, Hogwarts, was it possible? Could Loki, a god of lies, a cosmic trickster, actually know a way? Amora saw the effect of her words and her expression softened, not with enchantment, with something uncomfortably close to sympathy. "Be careful, Harry Potter," she said. "The things we want most are the easiest handles to grab." She stepped into the elevator. The doors closed. She descended through the building, her enchantment reasserting itself, the security guards returning to their normal state without any memory of disruption. Harry stood alone in the common room and breathed. The air still crackled faintly with residual magic. The cracks in the ceiling were hairline but visible. The painting on the floor lay face down in a scatter of broken glass. "Mr. Potter," Jarvis said, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when he was processing something that didn't fit his models. "I was unable to intervene during that encounter. Her enchantment interfered with my sensor arrays and communication systems in ways I cannot explain. She's Asgardian. Magic on a different level, apparently. Shall I alert Mr. Stark?" Harry considered. Tony was in Washington, meeting with Bruce at the Triskelion about the dimensional stabilizer. He'd been gone since morning and wasn't due back until evening. "No," Harry said. "I'll tell him when he gets back." "No need to interrupt. I feel I should note, Mr. Potter, that a hostile Asgardian sorceress bypassing all security measures and confronting you alone is precisely the kind of event Mr. Stark would want to be interrupted for. Probably. But she's gone, I'm fine, and Tony will be more useful if he finishes what he's working on. Your logic is sound, if somewhat cavalier. I've been called worse." Harry cleaned up. Righted the painting, swept the glass, ran a quick reparo on the ceiling cracks that sealed them as if they'd never been. The spell was so easy now, wandless, wordless, barely a thought, that he did it while making a fresh cup of tea. He took the tea to the window and stood where he'd been standing when Amora arrived. The city was still there, still sprawling, still unknowing. People on the street moved in their patterns, oblivious to the fact that their reality was cracked and something ancient was pressing against the crack from the other side. Amora's words circled in his mind. "You are its anchor. Your existence is the wound. As long as you're here, the boundary is weakened." He'd known it on some level, suspected it. But hearing it confirmed changed the shape of the problem. Sealing the scar wasn't just a matter of power and technique, it was a matter of sealing himself into this reality, making his existence compatible with this dimension's structure. Or leaving, dying, removing the contradiction. Harry pushed the thought away. Not because it was too dark to consider, he'd walked to his own death once, he could consider anything, but because it was incomplete. Amora had said it herself, killing him would seal the crack but wouldn't stop the entity. It would just find another way in. The only real solution was what he was already working toward, a permanent seal, anchored by his own magic, that would heal the dimensional wound while keeping him in this reality. He just had to figure out how to be both the crack and the seal. The wound and the cure. The irony was not lost on him. It was the Horcrux problem all over again. He'd been the container for a piece of Voldemort's soul, simultaneously the weapon against the Dark Lord and an obstacle to his defeat. The solution, then, had been death and rebirth. A sacrifice that destroyed the Horcrux and returned Harry, changed but alive. Maybe the solution now was similar. Not death, he'd done that, and the universe seemed disinclined to let him do it again, but transformation. A change in what he was that would make him compatible with this reality, sealing the wound by removing the contradiction. The question was what that transformation would cost. Harry sipped his tea. It was cold. He heated it with a thought, a pulse of magic that brought the liquid to perfect temperature in an instant, and watched the steam curl upward, thinking about bridges and anchors and the space between worlds. Tony got back at 7, buzzing with the particular energy that meant he'd had a productive day. Bruce had made a breakthrough with the Gamma Stabilizer, a device that could be deployed around the scar to slow its expansion by up to 40%. Not a solution, but a tourniquet, buying time. He found Harry in the workshop, surrounded by holographic displays showing the veil's containment patterns. Harry was deep in meditation, his magic flowing through the patterns in slow, deliberate loops, tracing the architecture of the ancient seal with the patient intensity of someone learning a language one word at a time. Tony watched for a moment without interrupting. Harry's magic was visible, not always, but in moments of intense focus, it manifested as faint green lines in the air around his body, tracing the channels through which power flowed. The sight was still strange, still miraculous, and Tony Stark was not a man who used the word miraculous. "How goes it?" Tony asked when Harry surfaced. "Progress. I can replicate the outer repair layers now, the basic containment structures. Another few days for the intermediate layers. The deep structure is still beyond me." "You don't need the deep structure." "You said that yourself, patch, not rebuild. The patch needs to be stronger than I thought." Harry opened his eyes. The green glow faded. "Tony, I had a visitor today." He told Tony about Amora, all of it, the enchantment, the confrontation, the revelation about his nature as the scar's anchor. Tony listened without interrupting, which was rare enough to be notable. His expression moved through several phases: anger at the security breach, fascination at the magical confrontation, and careful attention during the part about Harry being the anchor. "You're the crack." Tony said when Harry finished, "I'm the crack, and the seal has to account for that. It's not just closing a wound, it's closing a wound around the thing that's holding it open." "Exactly." Tony sat down, rubbed his face, stared at the ceiling. "That changes the engineering," he said. "The Mark Roman III, the Hallows Protocol suit, it's not just amplifying your magic. It's reshaping your relationship with this dimension. If you're the anchor, then the seal has to change the nature of the anchor, make you compatible." "That's what I've been thinking." "How?" "You can't change your fundamental nature with technology. That's a magical problem." "It's both. The suit interfaces with my magic at a structural level. If you can design a system that resonates with both this dimension's reality and my extra-dimensional nature, a bridge between the two, then the suit becomes the seal, or at least the tool for creating it." Tony's eyes were distant, seeing engineering solutions in dimensions that didn't have names yet. The Hallows Protocol. It was already designed to channel your deeper power. If I add a dimensional harmonization layer, something that tunes your extra-dimensional energy to match local space-time, it could make me compatible, remove the contradiction, heal the wound, while keeping you alive and here and powerful. That's the idea. Tony looked at him. "That's a hell of an idea." "I've had practice." Tony stood, went to the holographic display, and pulled up the Mark Roman III designs. They were already extensive, the Hallows Protocol framework, the enhanced amplification matrices, the dimensional interaction systems from the Mark Roman II. Now he added a new layer, sketching rapidly, the holographic lines forming a web of circuits and channels that wrapped around the suit's core like a cocoon. Dimensional harmonizer, Tony said, labeling the new system. It reads the frequency of local spacetime and generates a complementary frequency from your magic. When the two frequencies are in phase, the incompatibility disappears. You stop being a crack and start being a patch. Can you build it? I need to build it. The alternative is your existence slowly tearing this dimension open until everything comes through. Tony worked. Harry returned to his meditation. They existed in the same space, each focused on their own piece of the puzzle, the silence between them comfortable and productive. Two minds attacking the same problem from opposite sides, one through technology, one through magic, converging toward a solution that neither could reach alone. At midnight, Pepper came down with food. She took one look at the workshop, the holograms, the scattered components, the two men who had clearly forgotten that time existed, and set plates on the workbench with the silent efficiency of someone who'd done this 100 times. Eat, she said, not a suggestion, they ate. Harry was still thinking, chewing mechanically, his mind half in the veil's patterns and half in the present. The repair mechanisms were becoming clearer with each session, the logic of them, the way they interlocked, the self-sustaining feedback loops that kept the seal active across centuries. He was close to understanding the intermediate layers. She said Loki is coming, Harry said between bites of pasta. Tony stopped eating. Amora said that. He escaped his cell on Asgard. He's heading here, not to fight, to study the scar, to try to communicate with the entity on the other side. That's worst-case scenario territory. I know, Loki with access to extra-dimensional power. Loki, who already used one Infinity Stone to nearly conquer Earth, now he wants to tap into something beyond the Infinity Stones. That's what Amora said. The entity exists outside the 9 realms, outside the framework the Infinity Stones operate in. If Loki could channel its power, he'd be beyond anything we could handle. Beyond Thor, beyond the Avengers, beyond everything. Tony pushed his plate away. We need to accelerate. The scar, the suit, the seal, all of it. If Loki gets to the scar before we can close it, he won't. You can't know that. I can know that I won't let him. Harry set down his fork. Tony, I've been reacting since I got here, reacting to the scar, to the breaches, to fury, to Amora. I'm done reacting. Tomorrow I'm going to the scar in the Mark Roman II, and I'm going to start the seal. You said you needed more days. I needed more days for the intermediate layers. I'll have to work on them while I work on the seal, learn as I go. That's risky. Everything I've ever done has been risky. I destroyed Horcruxes while on the run from the most dangerous wizard alive. I walked into the forest to die based on a theory that I might come back. I'm not good at waiting until I'm ready, Tony. I'm good at starting before I'm ready and figuring it out as I go. Tony opened his mouth to argue, closed it, looked at Harry, really looked, past the borrowed clothes and the tea and the teenager in a billionaire's tower surface, and saw the soldier underneath. The strategist. The survivor who had won every fight that mattered, not because he was the strongest or the smartest, but because he was willing to move first and adapt faster than anyone else on the field. Okay, Tony said. Tomorrow, the scar, but I'm there in the suit, watching your back. I expected nothing less. And Jarvis monitors everything, every sensor, every reading. If the seal starts going wrong, then I stop and we regroup. And if Loki shows up, then I deal with Loki and the scar at the same time. That's insane. So was flying a nuke through a wormhole. Tony sighed, then smiled. It was the rueful, half-exasperated, wholly genuine smile of a man who had met his match in stubbornness and was smart enough to know when to stop arguing. You know, Tony said, you're the worst person to try to protect. You keep doing the protecting yourself. I learned from the best. Dumbledore tried to protect me my whole life, and all it did was make me unprepared when the moment came. You don't protect me, Tony. You equip me. There's a difference. Tony was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded slowly, and something shifted in his expression, a releasing, a letting go, the acknowledgement of a man who had been trying to carry a weight that wasn't his alone. "Equip you," he repeated. "I can do that. Then let's get to work." They did. Through the night, into the small hours, working with a focused intensity that burned everything else away. Tony refined the Mark Roman III designs. Harry dove deeper into the veil patterns. Jarvis coordinated, cross-referencing, finding connections between the technological systems and the magical architecture that neither Tony nor Harry could see alone. At 4 a.m., Harry had a breakthrough. He was deep in the intermediate layers of the veil's repair pattern when he found it, not a structure, but a principle. The thing that made the veil's seal self-sustaining. The reason it had lasted for millennia without maintenance. The seal wasn't powered by magic. It was powered by the boundary itself. The dimensional barrier between worlds was a natural phenomenon, like gravity, like electromagnetism. It existed because reality had structure, and structure meant boundaries. The veil's seal didn't fight the boundary or reinforce it with external power. It harmonized with the boundary's natural tendency to exist. It encouraged reality to be whole. The seal was the universe's own immune system, activated and directed by magic. Harry opened his eyes. The understanding was crystalline, complete, so elegant it was almost painful. Tony. Tony looked up from the Mark Roman three-dimensional harmonizer, bleary-eyed and running on caffeine and obsession. "I've got it," Harry said. "The principle, the seal doesn't need to be powered, it needs to be aligned. The dimensional barrier wants to be whole, that's its natural state. The scar exists because I'm a contradiction in this reality. If the seal can align my presence with the barrier's natural structure, if it can make me belong here, then the barrier heals itself, with you as part of it, not separate from it." Exactly. The suit's dimensional harmonizer, it doesn't just need to match my frequency to local space-time, it needs to integrate me, make my extra-dimensional energy a native part of this reality's structure. Tony stared at him, then at the harmonizer design, then back at Harry. "That's not a seal." Tony said slowly, "That's an adoption. You're asking this dimension to claim you, to make you its own." "Yes. And if it does, if the harmonizer works and your energy integrates with local space-time, then I become part of this reality, permanently. The contradiction disappears, the wound heals. And I can never go home." The words fell between them like stones into a still pool. The ripples spread outward, through the workshop, through the night, through the implications of what Harry was proposing. Never go home, never see Ron or Hermione or Ginny again. Never walk through Hogwarts corridors, never fly over the Quidditch pitch, never taste Molly Weasley's cooking or hear the burrow settling at night. The last, vanishingly small hope of return, the hope that Amora had just planted and Harry had barely acknowledged, extinguished. Permanently. Harry felt the weight of it, felt the grief rise up, familiar and vast, the river that never stopped flowing. He let it move through him, let it hurt, didn't fight it. Then he let it go, not the love, never the love. The love was the coal that powered the Patronus, the foundation of every good thing he'd ever done. He kept the love and released the hope, and the release was painful in the way that setting a broken bone was painful, necessary, healing, an act of repair that required damage before it could mend. "I'm already home," Harry said quietly. "I didn't realize it until now, but I am. This is where I am. This is where the people who need me are. Going back was never really an option. I've known that since the first day. I just wasn't ready to admit it." Tony's expression was complicated. Admiration, grief, something that looked dangerously close to paternal love. He cleared his throat. "You're sure?" "I'm sure. Because this is a one-way decision. Once you integrate, Tony, I walked to my own death to save people I loved. This isn't death. This is choosing where to live." Harry's voice was steady. His magic was steady. The core matrix on his chest hummed in a new register, not louder but deeper, as if it was responding to the shift in his intent. "I choose here." Tony nodded, swallowed hard, turned back to the holographic display, and began redesigning the dimensional harmonizer with hands that were not entirely steady. "Then we build it right," Tony said. We build it so well that this dimension doesn't just accept you, it's grateful to have you. They worked until dawn. The Mark Roman III design crystallized around the new understanding, not just armor, not just amplification, but transformation. The suit would be the instrument of Harry's integration into this reality, the bridge between what he was and what he needed to become. As the sun rose over Manhattan, painting the tower in gold, Harry stood at the workshop window and watched the light creep across the city. His city now. His world. The choice was made, and the making of it felt not like loss, but like the first step of a journey he hadn't known he was taking. Behind him, Tony cursed at a holographic component that wasn't behaving. DUME beeped supportively. Jarvis offered a suggestion that Tony rejected out of hand and then quietly adopted 15 minutes later. Normal, ordinary, home. The scar pulsed in the plaza below, still growing, still leaking. Still connected to Harry by the fundamental incompatibility of his existence. Not for much longer. Tomorrow, he'd begin to seal it. Tomorrow, he'd start the process of becoming native to this reality. Tomorrow, everything would change. But today, this moment, this morning, this cup of tea in this workshop with this man and this ridiculous robot and this AI who pretended not to have feelings. Today was enough. Harry drank his tea and watched the sunrise and let himself, for one quiet moment, simply be. Chapter 7. Ghosts. The nightmares came at 2 a.m. the way they always did. Harry was in the forest. The forbidden forest, Hogwarts, the trees pressing close and black and breathing with a malice that was half memory and half imagination. He was walking. He knew where he was going. He'd walked this path before, the last walk, the longest walk, the one that ended with green light and silence. The resurrection stone was in his hand. Cold, small, turning between his fingers. And they were with him, his parents, Sirius, Remus, walking beside him like shadows made of moonlight, their faces gentle and sad and proud. "Does it hurt?" he asked, the way he'd asked before. Quicker than falling asleep, Sirius said, the way he'd said before, but this time the dream changed. The trees thinned. The forest opened into a clearing, and the clearing wasn't in Hogwarts. It was the plaza. Stark Towers Plaza. The concrete cracked and stained with his own blood, and the dimensional scar was there. Not a hairline fracture, but a gaping wound, torn wide, pouring darkness into the air like smoke from a fire. His parents were gone. Sirius was gone. Remus was gone. The stone was gone from his hand. Harry stood alone at the edge of the wound, and the thing on the other side looked at him. It didn't have a face. It didn't have a form. It was presence, vast, ancient, aware, filling the space beyond the wound like water fills a vessel. It looked at Harry, and Harry looked at it, and the moment of contact was not hostile, but it was absolute, total. A recognition so complete that it bypassed the mind entirely and went straight to the soul. "You are the door," the presence said, not in words, in understanding. "You have always been the door." Harry opened his mouth to respond, and the wound surged, and the darkness poured through, and the dream shattered into pieces, and he woke up gasping in a room that was shaking. The bed was vibrating. The windows were humming. The lights were cycling through brightness levels in rapid, irregular pulses. Harry's magic was everywhere, filling the room, pressing against the walls, leaking through the floor and sealing into the rooms above and below. Raw, uncontrolled, saturated with the terror and grief of the dream, it was doing what it always did when Harry's defenses dropped. It lashed out at everything within reach. He clamped down. Hard. The way he'd learned to do at the Dursleys, where accidental magic meant punishment, where control wasn't a skill but a survival necessity. His magic fought him. It was so much stronger now, so much vaster, that controlling it was like trying to grip a fire hose, but he held on, squeezed, compressed the wild energy back into his core. The room settled. The humming stopped. The light stabilized. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, breathing hard, his hands gripping his knees, sweat cooling on his skin. The core matrix hummed against his chest, not alarmed, just aware. Responsive, "You are the door." He pressed his palms against his eyes and breathed. 3 minutes later, he was in the elevator, heading down to the workshop. Not because he wanted to work. Because he didn't want to be alone, and the only person in this building who would be awake at 2 a.m. was the same person who was always awake at 2 a.m. The workshop was dim. Not dark, Tony never worked in the dark, but low-lit, the holographic displays turned down to a soft glow, the music off for once. Tony was at his primary workbench, not building but sitting. Just sitting, a glass of whiskey in his hand, staring at something that only existed in the middle distance of his own mind. Harry stepped out of the elevator and Tony didn't look up, but his shoulders shifted, the subtle adjustment of someone registering another presence and deciding not to pretend they hadn't noticed. Couldn't sleep, Tony asked, nightmares. Yeah, Tony took a sip of the whiskey. Me too. Harry crossed the workshop and sat in his chair. The mechanical one, the one that had become his by default and habit, positioned at an angle to Tony's workbench that let them talk without facing each other directly. It was a configuration they'd fallen into naturally, two people who found it easier to be honest when they weren't making eye contact. "What are yours about?" Harry asked. Tony was quiet for a long moment, the whiskey glass turned in his hand, catching the low light. "The wormhole," he said. "Always the wormhole. I go through the portal. I see the fleet, the Chitauri Armada, thousands of ships stretching out into the dark. I release the missile. And then the portal starts to close and I'm falling and I can see Earth through the gap, this tiny circle of blue getting smaller and smaller, and I know I'm not going to make it." He took another sip. "In the dream, I never make it. The portal closes, I'm on the wrong side. Floating in space with an empty suit and a dead reactor, watching the stars, knowing that everything I care about is on the other side of a door that just shut." Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't be insufficient. He understood the dream, the helplessness of it, the specificity of the fear. His own nightmares were different in content but identical in structure. The moment of no return, the door closing, the unbridgeable distance between where you are and where you need to be. "How often?" Harry asked. "Every night, sometimes twice." Tony's voice was conversational, matter-of-fact, the tone of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by his own damage. "Pepper knows. She doesn't say anything. She just stays, even when I wake up thrashing and the suit deploys and nearly takes her head off. She stays. She loves you. She loves a disaster. I've told her this. She disagrees. She's right to disagree." Tony glanced at him, brief, sidelong, carrying more vulnerability than any sustained eye contact could have. "What are yours about, the nightmares?" Harry leaned back in the chair. The workshop was quiet around them, the hum of machines on standby, the soft whir of Jarvis's processors, the distant heartbeat of the arc reactor in the basement, safe sounds, normal sounds. "The forest," Harry said, "walking to my death, it's always the same walk. The trees, the dark, the people I love beside me, my parents, my godfather, my professor. They're there because of the resurrection stone. I summoned them to walk with me because I couldn't do it alone." He paused. The memory was so vivid it had textures, the smell of pine and damp earth. The cold of the stone in his hand, the quality of the moonlight on his mother's face. "I was 17, same age I am now. And I walked into that clearing and I stood in front of the man who'd murdered my parents and I let him kill me, because that was the only way to destroy the piece of his soul that was living inside my head." Tony's hand had stopped turning the glass. He was very still. "I didn't fight. I didn't defend myself. I just stood there, and he cast the killing curse and it hit me and everything went white and then I was in King's Cross Station. Not the real one, a version of it, clean and empty and bright, and Dumbledore was there. Your headmaster, the one who planned the whole thing, who knew for years that I would have to die, who raised me like a lamb for slaughter and called it love." Harry's voice was steady, but his hands had tightened on the armrests of the chair. "He was there in King's Cross, and he explained it all. The Horcrux, the sacrifice, the choice. I could go on, die properly, move on to whatever comes next, or I could go back. You went back, I went back, and I killed Voldemort, not with power, with a technicality. His own curse rebounded because of the way the wand allegiance worked. He died by his own hand, in a sense. And I was left standing in the great hall, surrounded by the dead and the living, holding a wand that wasn't mine and feeling absolutely nothing. The silence that followed was thick and heavy and oddly comfortable. Two men sitting in a dim workshop in the small hours, sharing the things they never shared, the wounds they kept hidden behind armor, one mechanical, one magical, both insufficient. "You were 17, Tony said. "Yes. And adults who were supposed to protect you, sent you to die." Dumbledore would have said he gave me a choice, and technically he did. I chose to walk into that forest, but it wasn't a real choice. The alternative was letting Voldemort win, letting everyone I loved die, letting the world burn. That's not a choice. That's a sentence with extra steps. Tony set his glass down. The sound of it hitting the workbench was small and precise in the quiet. "I built my first suit in a cave," he said. "You know the story, Afghanistan, captured by terrorists, shrapnel in my chest. A man named Yinsen, a good man, a brilliant man, saved my life with a car battery and a magnet. Then he helped me build the suit, and when the time came to escape, he ran out ahead of me to buy time, and they killed him." Harry looked at Tony. The man's face was half-shadowed, half-lit by the holographic glow. The lines around his eyes were deep. The arc reactor in his chest cast a faint blue light through his t-shirt, a constant reminder of the thing that kept him alive and the thing that had almost killed him. His last words were, "Don't waste your life," and I've spent every day since then trying to figure out what that means. Building suits, fighting bad guys, saving the world, is that not wasting it? Or is the building and the fighting and the saving just another way of running from the cave? "It's both," Harry said. "It's always both. You run from the thing that broke you, and while you're running, you do good. The running and the good are the same motion. You can't separate them." Tony looked at him. Really looked, not the quick, assessing glance of an engineer evaluating a system, but the slow, unguarded look of one broken person recognizing another. "When did you get this wise?" Tony asked. "I'm not wise, I'm tired. Tired people and wise people say the same things. The difference is wise people choose to say them, and tired people can't help it." Tony laughed. It was short and rough and real, dragged out of him by surprise, and the sound of it broke something loose in the room, some tension, some formality, some invisible barrier that had been maintaining the distance between them. "Tell me about Sirius," Tony said. The name hit Harry in the chest. Not painfully, not anymore, or not in the same way. Time and grief and the Patronus had worn the edges smooth, but the ache was still there, permanent and deep, the way bedrock is permanent and deep. "My godfather," Harry said. "Sirius Black, he was my dad's best friend. They were in school together, like brothers, everyone said. When my parents were killed, Sirius was framed for their murder. He went to prison, Azkaban, the worst place in the world, guarded by Dementors, and he stayed there for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit." Harry's voice softened. Not weakened, softened, the way metal softens in heat, becoming more malleable, more honest. "He escaped when I was 13. Broke out of the unbreakable prison because he saw a picture of the man who'd actually betrayed my parents, and he was so angry that the Dementors couldn't hold him. Imagine being so furious that soul-eating monsters can't keep you locked up. That was Sirius." Tony's mouth twitched. "I relate to that level of spite. You would have loved him. He was reckless and funny and broken, and he loved me in this fierce, desperate way that was partly about me and partly about my dad, and partly about 12 years of lost time that he was trying to cram into every minute. He gave me a home, or tried to. His family's old house, dark and miserable, full of dark magic, but it was his and he gave it to me, and that mattered. What happened to him?" Harry closed his eyes. "The forest was gone, King's Cross was gone. But the Department of Mysteries was right there, vivid and immediate, the way it always was. He came to save me. I'd been lured into a trap. Voldemort used our connection to show me a vision of Sirius being tortured. It wasn't real, but I believed it, and I went charging in like an idiot, and my friends came with me, and it all went wrong. The Death Eaters were waiting. We fought. Sirius and the Order of the Phoenix came to help." Harry's voice went flat. The emotional equivalent of anesthesia, numbing the area before cutting. Sirius was dueling his cousin. Bellatrix Lestrange. She hit him with a curse and he fell backward through the veil. The same veil that I later fell through, he went through and he was gone. Not dead or dead, I don't know. Nobody knows what the veil does where it sends people. He was just gone. 1 second he was there, laughing. He was always laughing during fights, the mad bastard. And then he was gone and the veil was still and he never came back. The workshop was very quiet. Even the machines seemed to have stilled, as if the building itself was listening. And then you fell through the same veil, Tony said, years later, during a different fight, and I ended up here. Is it possible that's serious? I don't know. Harry opened his eyes. The green was bright, almost luminescent, and very wet. I've thought about it. If the veil is a dimensional doorway, then maybe Sirius didn't die. Maybe he went somewhere else. Maybe he's in some other dimension, alive the way I'm alive here. I don't know. I'll probably never know. But you hope. I can't help hoping. It's a disease. Tony poured a second glass of whiskey, set it on the workbench near Harry's elbow, not offering, just placing it there within reach, like the blanket on the first night. Harry picked it up, took a sip. It burned, warm and sharp, and the sensation was grounding in a way that tea wasn't. He didn't drink usually. The Dursleys had made him wary of alcohol, and the wizarding world's relationship with fire whiskey was more cultural than personal for him. But tonight, in this dim workshop with this man, it felt right. Remus, Harry said. Remus Lupin, my professor, my dad's other best friend, a werewolf. Tony's eyebrows rose slightly. A good man who was cursed as a child and spent his entire life being treated as less than human because of it. He was the best defense against the dark arts teacher I ever had, and he resigned because someone outed his condition and the parents complained. He married a woman named Tonks, an Auror, a magical cop, fierce and funny, and she could change her appearance at will. They had a son, Teddy. Harry's throat tightened. This was the hard one. This was always the hard one. They died in the Battle of Hogwarts, both of them. Teddy was a month old. I'm his godfather. The present tense came out before Harry could stop it, and the reality of it. That he was Teddy Lupin's godfather, and Teddy was in a different dimension and would grow up without knowing him. The same way Harry had grown up without knowing Sirius hit him so hard that his magic spiked, and a wrench on the workbench vibrated off the edge and clattered to the floor. Tony didn't flinch, didn't react. Just sat there, solid and present, the way he'd sat on the rooftop on Harry's second day. Fred Weasley, Harry continued, because he'd started and stopping now would be worse than finishing. Ron's older brother. One of the twins, Fred and George, they ran a joke shop, enchanted candy, trick wands, fireworks that could turn a corridor into a swamp. Fred died in the battle, an explosion. He was laughing at something Percy said, Percy, who was the serious one, the one who never joked, and then the wall came down and Fred was gone. The words were coming faster now, a dam breaking, the grief pouring out in a torrent that Harry couldn't and didn't try to control. Cedric Diggory. 17. My age, killed in front of me because he happened to be standing next to me when Voldemort's servant completed the ritual. He didn't even know what was happening. 1 second he was alive, the next, green light, and he was dead, and Voldemort was reborn, and I had to drag Cedric's body back to his father. Colin Creevey. 16. He wasn't supposed to be in the battle, he was underage, they'd evacuated the younger students. He snuck back in because he wanted to fight, because he believed in the cause, because he was brave in the stupid, beautiful way that only 16-year-olds can be. They found his body in the courtyard. Dobby, a house elf. Not a person, technically, by wizarding law, which tells you everything you need to know about wizarding law. He was my friend. He died saving me, a knife in the chest. I dug his grave by hand. Harry stopped. Not because he was done, the list went on, names and faces and moments of loss that stretched back to the night his parents died, but because his voice had given out. The words were there, but the sound wasn't, and he sat in the dim workshop holding a glass of whiskey he'd forgotten about and felt the full, crushing weight of everything he carried. Tony didn't say anything, didn't offer comfort. Didn't say it'll be okay, or they'd be proud of you, or any of the hollow, well-meaning things people said when they didn't know what else to say. He just sat there, in the chair next to Harry's chair, close enough that their elbows almost touched, and he was quiet. After a while, minutes or hours, Harry couldn't tell, Tony spoke. Yinsen had kids, daughters. They were killed by the same warlords who captured us. He knew, the whole time we were in that cave, that there was nothing left for him outside it. When he ran out to buy me time, he wasn't being heroic. He was going where his family was. Tony's voice was low and raw, stripped of every layer of performance. I didn't understand that until years later. I thought he was sacrificing himself for me. He was, but he was also choosing to go home. The only home he had left. Tony turned his glass in his hands. I think about that a lot, whether the people we've lost are somewhere, whether there's a somewhere to be. There is, Harry said, and the certainty in his voice surprised even him. I've been there, King's Cross. The space between life and death, it's real. I don't know what comes after it, but the between place is real, and the people who die go through it. You believe that, I know it. I've died, Tony, I've been dead. And in the moment, in the space between the curse hitting me and waking up in King's Cross, there was no pain, no fear, just quiet, like the universe exhaling. Harry looked at his hands. The people I've lost are somewhere. I don't know where, and I can't reach them, but they're somewhere. And they're not in pain. Tony was quiet for a very long time. The arc reactor hummed in his chest. Outside the workshop, the tower slept, Pepper upstairs, Jarvis running background processes, the city breathing in its restless, eternal rhythm. I don't believe in an afterlife, Tony said finally. I believe in physics, in conservation of energy. In the idea that nothing is ever truly destroyed, it just changes form. That's not so different from what I'm saying. No, I guess it's not. Tony finished his whiskey, set the glass down with finality. Harry. Yeah. The people you lost, they'd want you to be here, doing this, building something, I know. Not just know it, feel it, believe it. Because if you're going to seal that scar tomorrow, if you're going to anchor yourself to this reality permanently, you need to do it without guilt. Without the feeling that you're abandoning them by choosing to live. Harry looked at Tony. The man's face was open in a way Harry had never seen, no humor, no deflection, no armor of any kind. Just the naked, earnest conviction of someone who understood sacrifice at a cellular level and refused to let it be wasted. They'd want me to live, Harry said. They'd want you to live well. There's a difference. Living well means having people. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. It means a home, it means belonging somewhere. That's what they'd want for me, not just survival, connection. You have that, I know. Harry smiled. It was small and tired and real. I know I do. They sat in the silence that followed, and the silence was not empty but full. Full of the things they'd said, and the things they didn't need to say, and the particular understanding that exists between people who have told each other the worst, and found that the worst was survivable. After a while, Tony stood, stretched, winced at the crack from his lower back. We should sleep, Tony said. We should. We won't. Probably not. Want to work on the Mark Roman 3 instead? Harry drained his whiskey. Yeah, let's do that. They worked. Not with the frenetic energy of the previous days, but with something quieter and steadier. The calm, focused productivity of two people who had cleared the emotional wreckage and could see the path forward clearly. Tony refined the dimensional harmonizer. Harry worked on the veil patterns, his meditation deeper and more productive now that the grief had been given voice. Now that the ghosts had been acknowledged and honored and allowed to rest. At 5 a.m., Jarvis interrupted. Sir, Mr. Potter. I'm detecting an anomalous energy signature at the perimeter of the tower's sensor range. It is not consistent with the dimensional scar or any known threat profile. Tony looked up. Classification, it reads as Asgardian, but modified, masked. As if someone with Asgardian magical abilities is deliberately concealing their presence. Harry's magic stirred. He extended his senses, pushing his perception outward through the tower's walls and into the pre-dawn city. 3 blocks south, moving slowly, a presence that was simultaneously there and not there, visible to his magical senses but slippery, evasive. Wrapped in layers of concealment that were sophisticated enough to fool technology, but not quite good enough to fool a wizard who'd been trained by paranoia. Loki, Harry said. Tony went very still. You're sure? Amora said he was coming. The concealment is Asgardian, but not standard, modified, personalized, the kind of thing someone does when they've had centuries to customize their stealth magic. Harry tracked the presence as it moved closer. He's not approaching, he's circling, observing. Observing what? The scar. He's studying it from a distance. Harry focused harder. The presence was intricate, layers within layers, illusions wrapped in misdirections, wrapped in further illusions. But beneath all of it, a mind, cold, brilliant, endlessly curious. He's not hostile, not right now, he's in research mode. Loki's research mode tends to precede Loki's destruction mode. He won't get the chance. Harry stood. I'm going to talk to him. Tony's hand shot out and caught Harry's arm. No, absolutely not. Loki manipulated Thor, his own brother, and used an infinity stone to enslave Clint and kill hundreds of people. He is not someone you have a conversation with. He's someone I need to understand. His agenda, his plan, what he wants with the scar, I can't prepare for a threat I don't know. You can prepare by staying here and finishing the suit. Tony. Harry's voice was patient. I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to let him come to me, on my ground, in my home, the same way I handled Amora, the same way I handled Fury. I meet threats head on. Amora almost started a magical war in our living room. And I ended it in 30 seconds. Tony, I know what I'm doing. I've been dealing with dark wizards and manipulators since I was 11. Loki is Voldemort with better hair and more dimensions. I can handle him. Tony's grip on Harry's arm tightened, then released. His jaw worked. The instinct to protect, the same instinct that had made him grab a nuclear missile and fly it into space, was fighting the rational knowledge that Harry was right, that Harry was capable, that Harry was not someone who needed protecting. I'll be in the suit, Tony said. In the building. Watching, if anything goes sideways, then you'll be there, I know, and Jarvis records everything, of course. And if he tries anything, you put him through the floor. Harry's mouth quirked. Through the floor, got it. Tony suited up. The Mark Roman 7 assembled around him in the rapid, mechanical sequence that was so different from the Arcanis suit's organic deployment. He positioned himself one floor below the common room, the suit's sensors feeding him a real-time view of the space above. Harry went to the common floor. Stood at the window. Watched the sky lighten from black to navy to a pale, cold blue that was the color of pre-dawn in October. His magic was alert, humming at a frequency that he associated with combat readiness, not aggressive, but prepared. The core matrix on his chest pulsed steadily, the Mark Roman 2 nanoparticles ready to deploy at a thought. He waited. At 5:23 a.m., the air in the center of the room shimmered, not dramatically, not with the flash and thunder of the Bifrost or the tear of a dimensional breach. Just a subtle distortion, like heat haze. And then a man was standing there who hadn't been standing there a moment before. Loki was not what Harry expected. He was tall and lean and pale, with black hair swept back from a face that was all angles and intelligence. He wore dark clothing, not armor, not robes, just simple black that looked like it cost more than most people's houses. His eyes were green, a different green from Harry's, lighter, more mercurial, carrying a sharpness that was less like a blade and more like a scalpel. He didn't look like a conqueror, he didn't look like a monster. He looked like the most dangerous person in any room he walked into, and the danger came not from strength but from the absolute certainty that he was the smartest person present, and the absolute willingness to use that advantage without mercy. Harry knew the type. Tom Riddle had been the same. Brilliant, magnetic, utterly convinced of his own supremacy. The difference, and Harry could feel it, the way he'd always been able to feel the truth about people, was that Loki's darkness was not Riddle's darkness. Riddle had been hollow, a void wearing a human face. Loki was full, too full. Overflowing with intelligence and ambition and pain, and a desperate, furious need to matter that had been twisted by rejection and isolation into something toxic. Loki looked at Harry. Harry looked at Loki. "You're younger than I expected," Loki said. His voice was smooth and cultured and British, which threw Harry for a moment, Asgardians apparently sounded like BBC presenters. "You're less intimidating than I expected," Harry replied. Loki's eyebrows rose. A smile ghosted across his face, not the predatory grin that Thor had described, but something smaller and more genuine. "Amused, direct," Loki said. "I was warned about that, by Amora, by observation. I've been watching you for 3 days. You handle Fury, Romanoff, and the Enchantress with the same approach, unflinching honesty deployed as a weapon. It's effective. Crude by my standards, but effective. Your standards involve enslaving people with mind control and leveling cities. I'll take crude." Loki tilted his head. The amusement deepened. "You've been briefed, extensively. Then you know what I've done. The invasion, the casualties, the destruction." Loki spread his hands. "And yet you're standing here alone, having sent Stark to lurk 1 floor below where he imagines I can't detect him. You're either very brave or very foolish. Both, usually. Why are you here?" "For the same reason everyone comes to you, Harry Potter. The dimensional wound, the entity beyond it, the magic you carry that exists outside the framework of everything I understand." Loki's voice shifted, the performance dropping by a degree, something rower surfacing underneath. "I have studied magic for 1,000 years. I have mastered sorcery that would make your Midgardian wizards weep with envy. And in all that time, I have never encountered anything like the energy that pours through that scar." Amora said the same thing. "Amora wants to possess it. I want to understand it. There is a difference. Is there? Understanding is the first step to possession. And also the first step to alliance, to cooperation, to mutual benefit." Loki moved through the room, and Harry tracked him the way he'd track a serpent, not with panic, but with the constant, focused awareness of someone who knew exactly how fast the strike could come. "I'm not here to fight you. I'm not here to take anything. I'm here because the thing on the other side of that wound is the most significant discovery in the history of the 9 realms, and I would very much like to not be the person who missed it." Harry said nothing. He was reading Loki the way he'd learned to read people during the war, not just listening to the words, but watching the body, the eyes, the micro-expressions that revealed what the words were trying to hide. Loki was telling the truth, or rather, he was telling a truth. The curiosity was genuine. The desire to understand was real, but underneath it, like a current beneath still water, there was something else, an agenda, a plan that the truth was serving even as it was being honestly stated. "You want to open the scar," Harry said. Loki stopped moving. "What makes you say that?" "Because understanding the entity requires contact. Observation from a distance only gets you so far. Eventually, you'll want to communicate, to interact, and the only way to do that is through the scar." Harry paused. "And widening the scar is the last thing this world needs." "I don't want to widen it, I want to refine it, turn the wound into a window. Controlled, stable, allowing observation without the risk of full breach." Loki's voice was earnest, passionate, and the passion was the most dangerous thing about him because it was real. "Think about it, Harry. An entity that exists outside the known universe, outside the Infinity Stones, outside everything. The knowledge it possesses, the perspective it offers, it could change our understanding of reality itself, or it could destroy this reality. Every great discovery carries risk. This isn't a discovery, it's a crack in the foundations of the world, and you want to pry it open because you're curious. Curiosity doesn't justify catastrophe. And fear doesn't justify ignorance." They stared at each other. 2 sets of green eyes, different shades, different depths, carrying different kinds of knowledge. Harry felt the familiar electric tension of 2 powerful wills pressing against each other, the same tension he'd felt with Amora, with Fury, but deeper, more personal. Loki wasn't trying to control him or contain him. Loki was trying to convince him, and the conviction was terrifyingly sincere. "I'm going to seal the scar," Harry said. "Today, with or without your approval, with or without your cooperation, and if you try to stop me, I will stop you." Loki's expression flickered, not surprise, calculation. "You can seal it. I'm learning the pattern, the veil's containment magic. It'll work. And in sealing it, you'll cut off access to the entity permanently." "That's the point." "No," Loki's voice hardened. "That's waste. You're looking at the greatest source of knowledge in existence, and your instinct is to wall it off, to hide from it. That's not wisdom, that's cowardice. It's not cowardice, it's responsibility. Harry's magic stirred, pressing against the air between them. You see knowledge, I see a threat. An 18-mile wound in reality that's growing every day, spawning breaches that vomit monsters into populated areas. People died, Loki. Not hypothetical people, real ones. The breach in Hell's Kitchen destroyed 2 city blocks if I hadn't been there, but you were there. You are the answer to the threat and the key to the opportunity. You don't have to choose between them. I do. Because the opportunity requires keeping the wound open, and keeping the wound open means more breaches, more monsters, more deaths, and I will not trade lives for knowledge. Loki was very still. His eyes searched Harry's face with an intensity that was almost physical, probing, testing, looking for the crack in the certainty that he could exploit. He didn't find one. Harry's conviction wasn't rigid, it wasn't ideology or dogma or blind faith. It was the bone-deep, experience-forged certainty of someone who had weighed the cost of inaction against the cost of action and made the harder choice every single time. Harry had walked to his death to save others. He had given up the Elder Wand, the most powerful weapon in his world, because the cost of keeping it was too high. He had made the impossible choices again and again, and the choices had cost him everything, and he would make them again without hesitation. Loki saw this, recognized it. And something in his expression changed, the scalpel-sharp intelligence softening into something more complex. Respect, maybe, or frustration. Or the particular anguish of a man who had spent his life being the smartest person in the room and had just met someone whose conviction was stronger than his intellect. You remind me of Thor, Loki said, and his voice was quiet now. Not in temperament, you're far too intelligent for that. But in certainty. Thor has always been certain. Right or wrong, brilliant or foolish, he commits, fully, without reservation. It's the quality I've always envied most and understood least. I'm not Thor, no, you're something else, something I haven't categorized yet. Loki's smile returned, but it was different, sadder, more genuine. I won't stop you from sealing the scar. I can see that fighting you would be inadvisable, it would be. But I want you to know what you're giving up. The entity beyond the wound is not hostile. I've touched its awareness, briefly, distantly. It's curious, it's ancient, and it carries knowledge that could elevate this universe beyond anything we've imagined, or destroy it beyond anything we've feared. The universe is always balanced on that edge. Every discovery, every advancement, every act of creation carries the potential for destruction. The question is whether we trust ourselves to navigate the risk. I trust myself, Harry said. I don't trust the risk. Loki laughed softly. Honest to the last, how tedious. He looked around the common room, at the furniture, the windows, the view of Manhattan emerging from darkness into dawn light. This is your home now. Yes, you chose it. I did. Even knowing what you're giving up, your world, your friends, the possibility of return, even knowing that. Loki's expression was unreadable. 1,000 years of masks, 1,000 years of hiding behind wit and malice and performance. But beneath it all, Harry caught a glimpse of something that surprised him: loneliness. Loki Odinson, god of mischief, silver-tongued prince of Asgard, was profoundly, devastatingly lonely. The ambition, the scheming, the desperate grasp for power, all of it was, at its core, a scream into the void. Notice me, value me, see me as I am and don't turn away. Harry recognized it because he'd felt it. In the cupboard under the stairs, in the Dursleys' house, in every moment of his childhood when he'd been invisible and unwanted and alone. The loneliness of being fundamentally different from everyone around you and knowing that the difference made you less, not more, in their eyes. You could stop, Harry said quietly. The schemes, the manipulation, the conquest, you could choose differently. Loki's eyes snapped to his. Sharp. Defensive. You presume to counsel me. I presume nothing. I'm telling you what I see. You're brilliant. You're powerful. You're alone. And everything you do makes you more alone because the things you do push people away, and pushing people away is easier than risking rejection. You know nothing about me. I know everything about you. You're the version of me that didn't have Ron and Hermione. The version that grew up feeling wrong and different and unworthy and never found anyone who said, "You're enough. You're what I would have become if I'd had power without love." The room was absolutely silent. Loki stared at Harry with an expression that was stripped bare, no masks, no performance, no defense. Just the raw, exposed nerve of a man who had been seen completely and could not bear it. For a moment, a single, fragile moment, Harry thought Loki might break. Might drop the 1,000 years of armor and say, "Yes, you're right, I'm tired, I'm so tired." Then the moment passed. The masks slid back into place one by one like shutters closing. The smile returned, sharp and cold and perfect. "Poetic," Loki said, "but ultimately irrelevant. I am what I am. And you are what you are, and the scar stands between us. Not for long. No, not for long." Loki turned toward the center of the room. The shimmer began again, the air distorting, the space between moments widening to let him through. "Seal the wound, Harry Potter. Save your world. Be the hero." He paused, half present, half gone, caught between visibility and absence. "But remember what I said. The entity is not the enemy. The entity is the answer to questions we haven't learned to ask yet. And when you seal it away, you're not just closing a wound, you're closing a door." He vanished. The air settled. The common room was empty. Harry stood very still. His heart was beating fast. His magic was humming with the residual energy of the confrontation. Not combat energy, not threat energy, but the charged, electric aftermath of a conversation that had gone deeper than either participant intended. The elevator opened. Tony stepped out, faceplate up, expression tight. "I heard everything," Tony said. "I know. He's not wrong about the entity, about the knowledge. He's not wrong about the knife either, but I'm not going to let someone stab the world to see what's inside." Tony nodded slowly. Then, "Power without love, that's what you said he is." "That's what I said." "You really believe that?" Harry thought about Loki's eyes in the moment before the masks returned. The naked, helpless exposure, the loneliness so deep it had become a personality. "I believe he could be something else," Harry said, "but not today. And not if the scar stays open. Then we close it. Today." "Today," Tony agreed. They stood together in the common room, two men in borrowed time, watching the sun rise over a city that didn't know how close it was to the edge. The dimensional scar pulsed below them, patient and hungry, and connected to Harry by the thread of his own impossible existence. Today, he would begin to seal it. Today, he would start the process of becoming native to this reality, of choosing, permanently and irrevocably, to belong here. The ghosts would go with him. Sirius and his parents and Remus and Fred and all the others carried in his heart, powering the Patronus, lighting the way. Not lost, never lost, just distant like stars, too far to touch but bright enough to navigate by. Harry turned from the window. "Let's go." They went. Chapter 8. Hydra. The attack came from inside. Harry was in the plaza, 30 feet from the dimensional scar, the Mark Roman II deployed and humming around him. Tony hovered above at 100 feet in the Mark Roman 7, sensor arrays active, monitoring every frequency they could read. Bruce was in a mobile lab 2 blocks east, tracking the scar's biometrics through a bank of gamma-tuned instruments. Clint had the perimeter, positioned on a rooftop 3 buildings south with a quiver of specialized arrows and a clear line of sight to the scar site. Natasha was in the tower's operations center, coordinating communications and monitoring S.H.I.E.L.'s sensor feeds. It was 8 a.m. The street had been cleared. S.H.I.E.L.'s perimeter team had closed a 6-block radius under the cover of a gas leak evacuation. The city moved around the dead zone without knowing it existed, Manhattan's traffic rerouting itself with the practiced irritation of an organism that had survived aliens and considered everything else a minor inconvenience. Harry knelt on the concrete. The scar was directly below him, invisible to the eye but blazing in the Mark Roman two-dimensional overlay. A jagged line of wrongness that extended down through the street, through the bedrock, through the substrata of reality itself. Through the HUD, he could see its full extent. 18 miles of dimensional damage, a wound that pulsed with his heartbeat, growing a fraction wider with every breath he took, his magic was gathered. Not deployed, gathered. Collected in his core like water behind a dam, building pressure, building density. The veil's repair pattern was in his mind, learned and internalized through days of meditation, ready to be applied. Not the full seal, he didn't have the Mark Roman 3 yet, didn't have the dimensional harmonizer that would make him compatible with this reality. But the repair layers, the containment structures, the basic framework that would slow the scar's growth and close the most dangerous weak points. Harry, readings are stable, Bruce's voice came through the comm. The scar's baseline expansion is at 0.7 miles per day. Gamma stabilizers are deployed and holding. You're clear to begin. Jarvis, full spectrum monitoring, Harry said. Flag any deviation from baseline, any fluctuation, anything at all. Monitoring active, Mr. Potter. All systems nominal. Harry closed his eyes, reached for the scar, not physically, magically, extending his awareness down through the concrete and into the dimensional wound. The contact was immediate and jarring, like pressing a hand against a live wire. The scar was part of him, anchored to his existence, resonating with his magic, and touching it directly was like touching his own nervous system from the outside. He felt the entity. Distant, vast, watching. It registered his approach with something that might have been interest, might have been anticipation. Harry acknowledged its presence and then, deliberately, set it aside. The entity was not the priority. The scar was, he began to weave. The first repair layer was the simplest, a basic containment structure that stabilized the scar's edges, preventing further fraying. Harry's magic flowed from his core, through the suit's amplification matrices, and into the dimensional wound. The suit translated his intent into precision, focusing the raw magical output into threads of energy that he wove along the scar's margins, stitching the frayed edges of reality back together the way you'd stitch a wound in flesh. It was slow. Painstaking. Each thread had to be precisely placed, precisely tensioned, precisely bonded to the threads around it. Too much force and the scar would rupture. Too little, and the repair wouldn't hold. Harry worked with the concentration of a surgeon and the power of a god, and the scar responded slowly, grudgingly, the torn edges pulling together. Expansion rate is decreasing, Bruce reported. 0.5 miles per day, 0.4, Harry, it's working. Harry kept weaving. The second layer was more complex, a feedback system that drew energy from the scar itself, using the dimensional boundary's natural tendency toward wholeness to power the repair. This was the elegant part, the part that made the veil's seal self-sustaining. Instead of pumping magic into the wound forever, the repair would eventually maintain itself, the way a scab forms and hardens without conscious effort. The layer took shape. Harry could feel it clicking into place, each element supporting the others, the architecture emerging from the individual components like a mosaic emerging from individual tiles. The suit's amplification matrices were running hot but smooth, channeling his power with an efficiency that the Mark I could never have achieved. 0.2 miles per day, Bruce said. His voice was tight with controlled excitement. Harry, the growth rate has dropped 80%. The containment is holding. Harry opened his eyes. The HUD showed him the result. The scar's edges were stabilized, sealed with layers of magical containment that glowed faint green in the dimensional overlay. The wound was still there, still open, still connected to the entity beyond. But it had stopped growing. For the first time since Harry's arrival, the scar was contained. First phase complete, Harry said. The containment layers are in place. The scar is stable. Growth is minimal and decreasing. How long will it hold? Tony asked from above. Indefinitely, as long as I'm alive. The repair is self-sustaining. It draws power from the dimensional boundary itself. But the scar isn't sealed. The wound is still open. I've stopped the bleeding, but I haven't closed the cut. That's the Mark Roman 3 job. That's the Mark Roman 3 job. Harry confirmed. He stood. His legs were stiff from kneeling, and there was a faint tremor in his hands from the sustained magical output. The suit's biometric display showed elevated heart rate, elevated cortisol, minor energy depletion, nothing concerning, but enough to confirm that the work had been real and demanding. The scar pulsed beneath him. Quieter now, subdued by the containment layers. Through the HUD, Harry could see the entity's presence, more distant, muffled, as if the repair had thickened the wall between them. It was still there, still watching, but the connection was weaker. Good. All units, first phase is complete. Natasha's voice came over the comm. Perimeter is holding, no dimensional activity detected. Nice work, Harry. Harry allowed himself a small breath of relief. The containment was a start. Not the finish. The scar was still open, still a vulnerability, still connected to something vast and unknowable on the other side. But the immediate danger was reduced. The 18-mile wound was no longer growing. The secondary breaches that had been threatening to multiply were less likely now, the weak points along the scar's length reinforced by the repair layers. He had time. Not much, days, maybe a week before the containment layers needed reinforcement, but enough. Heading back to the tower, Harry said. I need to. The world exploded, not the scar, not a dimensional breach, not magic at all, missiles. 3 of them coming from the east, moving at hypersonic speed. Harry's HUD screamed warnings, trajectory, impact point, payload analysis, and he threw himself sideways a fraction of a second before the first missile hit the plaza where he'd been kneeling. The explosion was enormous, a fireball that swallowed the entire intersection and sent a shockwave rippling outward that shattered windows for 3 blocks. Harry tumbled through the air, the suit absorbing the shockwave, his magic instinctively deploying a shield that caught the debris cloud before it could bury him. The second missile hit the base of Stark Tower. The building shuddered, a groan of stressed metal and cracking concrete that Harry felt through the suit's sensors. The third missile went up, straight up, targeting Tony. Tony banked hard. The Mark Roman 7 repulsors screamed at maximum thrust, pulling a turn that would have killed an unarmored human, and the missile tracked him, adjusted, closed the distance. Tony deployed countermeasures, chaff, flares, electronic jamming, and the missile punched through all of it and detonated 20 feet from his position. The explosion swatted the Mark Roman 7 out of the sky like a hand swatting a fly. Tony tumbled, the suit systems flickering, stabilizers fighting to recover. He hit the side of a building at 40 miles per hour and went through the wall, disappearing in a shower of glass and masonry. Tony, Harry shouted. I'm alive, Tony's voice came back, strained, crackling with static. Suits damaged, flight systems at 40%. What the hell, just more missiles. A second salvo, 6 this time, coming from multiple vectors. Harry's HUD tracked them east, south, northwest, coordinated, professional. Someone was throwing military-grade ordnance at them from prepared positions, which meant this wasn't random, wasn't opportunistic. This was planned. Harry's shield expanded. A dome of blue-white energy, amplified by the suit, covering the entire plaza. The missiles hit it and detonated, 6 simultaneous explosions that lit up the morning sky and made the ground shake and accomplished absolutely nothing. The shield held without a flicker. Natasha, Harry said, his voice flat and cold and calm. What's happening? Working on it. The missiles are coming from mobile launchers, 3 vehicles, positioned in a triangle around the tower. They're not SHIELD. I repeat, they are not SHIELD. The launcher signatures match Hydra-modified Jericho systems. Jericho? Tony's voice was sharp with a particular kind of fury. Those are my missiles, my design, stolen from, focus Tony. Harry, ground forces are moving in. 30, possibly 40 heavily armed operatives approaching from all directions. They're wearing tactical gear with no insignia, carrying weapons I've never seen before. Some kind of directed energy systems. Harry looked through the HUD's enhanced vision. She was right. They were coming, teams of soldiers in black tactical armor, moving in coordinated formations, converging on the plaza from every approach vector. Professional, disciplined. And the weapons they carried were wrong. The energy signatures didn't match conventional firearms, didn't match Chitauri tech, didn't match anything in Jarvis's database, but they matched something in Harry's memory. The energy readings were similar, not identical but similar, to the dimensional scar's emissions. They'd weaponized the scar's energy. Someone had collected samples from the breach sites, reverse-engineered the extra-dimensional energy, and built weapons that could interact with dimensional matter. Weapons designed specifically to counter the Arcanis suit. "Harry," Jarvis said, "the approaching force's weapons are emitting energy at frequencies calibrated to disrupt the suit's nanoparticle cohesion. They appear to be specifically designed to counter your armor." "They built anti-magic weapons," Harry said. The realization was cold and clear and carried with it a secondary understanding that was worse. They'd had time to build these. Days at minimum, weeks probably, which meant they'd been watching, studying, preparing. Since before the Hell's Kitchen breach, maybe since Harry's first night in the plaza, the hidden network. The rats in the Triskelion that Harry had sensed during his visit to Fury. The shadow organization operating within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s infrastructure, Hydra. "Clint," Harry said, "get off that rooftop. They know your position." He was too late. A burst of directed energy slashed through the air toward Clint's rooftop position. Clint moved, fast, impossibly fast, the reflexes of a man who'd survived more ambushes than he could count. And the beam missed him by inches, cutting through the concrete roof ledge he'd been leaning against and dissolving it into the same gray dust the dimensional creatures had produced. "They've got dimensional weapons," Clint reported, his voice tight but controlled. "Didn't anyone tell these guys I'm retired from being hit by weird energy? Fall back to the tower. Everyone fall back to the tower." "Harry, the tower's been hit," Natasha said. The second missile damaged the structural supports on floors 12 through 15. "I'm reading fires on multiple levels. The arc reactor is stable, but the building's external defenses are offline." Harry's mind was running at combat speed, the state he'd learned in the war, where time seemed to slow and every detail was sharp and every calculation was instant. The attack was coordinated, precise, designed to separate them. Missiles to scatter the aerial fighters, directed energy weapons to neutralize ground positions, and a structural hit on the tower to compromise their base of operations. This was a capture operation. They wanted Harry alive. The ground forces had reached the plaza. 32 of them, Harry counted through the HUD, fanning out in a semicircle, the dimensional weapons humming with an energy that set Harry's teeth on edge. They moved well. Too well. Special forces trained, operating with a cohesion that suggested extensive rehearsal. One of them raised a weapon and fired. A beam of gray-white energy crossed the distance to Harry's shield and struck it, and the shield cracked, not shattered. Cracked. A hairline fracture in the hexagonal barrier, spreading outward from the impact point. The dimensional energy was interacting with the shield's magical structure, finding the seams, prying them apart. The beam didn't overpower the shield, it corroded it, the extra-dimensional frequency eating at the magical bonds the way acid ate at metal. Harry dropped the shield. 15 seconds and they'd have broken through it anyway. He needed a different approach. He raised both hands and cast the widest stupefy he'd ever attempted. A wall of red light that swept across the plaza in an arc, designed to knock every soldier unconscious simultaneously. The beams hit their armor and dissipated, shielded. Their tactical gear was insulated against magical energy. Not perfectly, Harry could see the disruptions, the flickers, the places where his spell almost broke through, but enough. These people had studied his magic and built countermeasures. Not perfect countermeasures, but effective ones. Interesting. Harry said, and his voice was quiet and cold in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the particular calm that descended on him in combat, the eye of the storm, the still point around which violence orbited. He'd been fighting with magic. Playing by wizard rules. Spells and shields and structured casting, the way Hogwarts had taught him, the way the suit was designed to amplify. But Harry Potter's most dangerous weapon had never been any specific spell. It had been the willingness to do whatever was necessary when the situation demanded it. The soldiers fired again. 6 beams of dimensional energy converging on his position. Harry moved, not with apparition burst, which would take him away from the people he needed to protect, but with raw physical speed, the suit enhancing his movements, carrying him sideways and forward in a burst of acceleration that covered 20 feet in a fraction of a second. He hit the first soldier like a freight train. The suit's gauntlet connected with the man's chest plate, and the kinetic force, amplified by the suit's strength enhancement, backed by Harry's magic, sent him flying backward into 3 of his companions, all 4 of them tumbling across the plaza in a tangle of limbs and broken equipment. Harry didn't stop. He was already moving to the next one, and the next, and the next, close quarters, hand to hand. Magic-enhanced speed and strength against trained operatives with anti-magic weapons. The weapons were designed for ranged combat. They were bulky, needed time to charge, couldn't track a target moving at the speed Harry was moving. Up close, they were useless. Harry was not useless up close. He'd fought Death Eaters in hallways and graveyards and burning buildings. He'd dueled Voldemort at 17. He'd learned, in the desperate crucible of war, that magic was a tool but the body was a weapon, and the combination of both, the wizard who could punch as well as curse, was something most enemies never expected. 3 soldiers went down in the first 2 seconds. Harry disarmed the 4th, literally, ripping the dimensional weapon from his hands with a pulse of wandless Akio that also yanked the man off his feet. A 5th raised his weapon point blank, and Harry caught the barrel, crushed it with his gauntlet, and headbutted the soldier hard enough to crack his visor. The man dropped, 6, 7, 8. Harry moved through them like a storm, fast, violent, purposeful, each movement calculated to disable without killing. He didn't use lethal force, didn't need to. The suit made him faster and stronger than any human combatant, and the operative's anti-magic shielding didn't protect against a magically enhanced fist to the jaw. But there were 32 of them, and they adapted fast. The remaining soldiers shifted formation, creating distance, spreading out to deny Harry close-quarters engagement. They fired in overlapping patterns, covering fire, suppression, the kind of coordinated barrage that forced even a superhuman target to choose between advancing and defending. Harry threw up a shield. The dimensional beams hit it and the corrosion began immediately, the gray-white energy eating through the magical barrier. 5 seconds, maybe 10 before it collapsed. He needed those 10 seconds. Tony, status. Tony's voice came back ragged, pain beneath the bravado. Suits at 30%, I'm extracting from the building now, give me 60 seconds. Clint, on the move, got 4 of these guys between me and the tower, working on it. The sound of a bowstring, an impact, a grunt. 3 now, Bruce, the lab's been hit, I'm okay. A pause. I'm really trying to stay okay, Harry, the other guy wants out. Hold it, Bruce, not yet. Natasha, tower defenses are coming back online. I've rerouted power from the backup systems. I can give you 30 seconds of turret coverage in about 45 seconds. Do it. The shield cracked further. Harry could feel the dimensional energy eating through, the alien frequency disrupting his magic at a structural level. The weapons were crude but effective. Whoever had designed them understood the principle, even if the execution was imperfect. 7 seconds left. Harry made a decision. He dropped the shield, dropped all of his defensive magic, pulled every ounce of power from the suit's amplification matrices and his own vast, bottomless magical core, gathered it in his chest where the core matrix burned like a green sun, and released it. Not as a spell. Not as a structured, focused, school-taught magical technique. As pure force, the shockwave that erupted from Harry's body was invisible and absolute. It radiated outward at the speed of sound, a wall of raw magical pressure that hit everything in its path and kept going. The soldiers were thrown off their feet, all of them, every single one, their anti-magic shielding crackling and sparking and failing under the sheer, unstructured weight of the blast. Weapons shattered. Visors cracked. Body armor buckled. The buildings on either side of the plaza shuddered. Windows blew out in a cascade of glittering glass that the shockwave carried outward and then, as Harry's will caught up with his power, froze in midair. Thousands of glass fragments suspended motionless, a constellation of razor-sharp stars hanging in the morning light. Harry held them there. 20,000 shards of glass, each one a potential death, held motionless by will alone while his conscious mind dealt with the soldiers who were struggling to their feet, dazed, battered, but not finished. "Stay down," Harry said, and the words carried magic, not the imperious, nothing so crude, but the raw force of command from a wizard whose power had just shattered their weapons and thrown them 30 feet and was currently suspending a building's worth of glass in the air around them. The words pressed against their minds, not controlling but persuading, the absolute authority of someone who could kill them all with a thought and was choosing not to. Most of them stayed down, 5 didn't. The squad leaders, the hard cases, the ones whose training overrode their terror. They pulled sidearms, conventional, not dimensional, and fired. The bullets stopped 6 inches from Harry's body. Hung in the air next to the glass, motionless, held by the same will that held everything else. Harry looked at the 5 men who were still standing. His faceplate was up. His face was visible, young, pale, green eyes bright with a power that was barely contained. He wasn't angry, he wasn't afraid, he was something worse than either, in complete control. I said stay down. They stayed down, the glass settled. Thousands of fragments drifting gently to the ground like snow, landing softly, causing no harm. The bullets fell too, tinkling against the concrete, harmless. The plaza was quiet. 27 soldiers were on the ground, conscious but subdued. 5 were unconscious from the initial hand-to-hand. Their weapons were destroyed, their anti-magic shielding burned out, their coordinated assault dismantled in under 3 minutes by a single combatant who hadn't used a single lethal spell. Harry stood in the center of it all, breathing hard, the suit systems running hot but stable. His magic was settling back into its baseline, vast, humming, the reservoir barely diminished despite the massive output. The shockwave had been the biggest single expenditure of power he'd ever produced, and it had cost him maybe 10% of his total capacity. The suit amplified him. But the raw material it was amplifying was already approaching something cosmic. "Clear," Harry said over the comm. "Ground forces neutralized." "I can see that," Tony said. He'd emerged from the building he'd crashed into, the Mark Roman 7 limping but airborne, one repulsor sputtering. "Harry, I'm reading 5 more vehicles approaching from the east, reinforcements, and the missile launchers are repositioning." "Natasha, tower turrets are online, targeting the launchers now." The tower's exterior defense turrets swiveled and fired precision energy blasts that tracked the mobile missile launchers through 3 evasive maneuvers each and destroyed them in rapid succession. 3 explosions, 3 fireballs, 3 threats eliminated. The reinforcement vehicles were closer now. Harry could see them through the HUD armored trucks, military grade, bearing no insignia, more soldiers, more dimensional weapons. Harry was done being defensive. He launched. The suit's repulsors fired, carrying him upward in a steep climb that took him to 500 feet in 2 seconds. From there, he could see the entire battlefield, the plaza, the tower, the approaching vehicles, the perimeter Clint was defending. He could see the dimensional scar too, pulsing beneath the containment layers he'd placed that morning, stable for now. The reinforcement vehicles were 3 blocks east, moving fast. Harry pointed both hands at the street ahead of them and cast. The asphalt rose, not cracked, not buckled, rose. A wall of road surface, 20 feet high and 100 feet wide, lifting vertically from the ground like a drawbridge closing, blocking the street completely. The vehicles braked hard, tires screaming, and the lead truck slammed into the wall at 40 miles per hour. The wall held. The truck didn't. The following vehicles stopped. Soldiers poured out, weapons ready, looking up at the sky where Harry hovered in dark armor with green light blazing from every seam. He descended toward them. Slowly, deliberately. Every eye on the ground tracked him, and every face behind every visor carried the same expression. The dawning realization that they had come here to capture a target, and the target was not something that could be captured. Harry landed in front of the lead vehicle. The soldiers, 12 of them, trained, armed, shielded, formed a firing line. Weapons hummed, targeting systems locked. Harry raised one hand, slowly, open-palmed. "I know who you are," he said, and his voice carried across the street, amplified by the suit, clear and calm. "Hydra. You've been hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D., inside the system, building your weapons and planning your operations in the shadow of the organization that was supposed to have destroyed you 70 years ago." The soldiers didn't react, didn't confirm or deny. But Harry saw it, the micro-flinch, the subtle shift in body language, the response of people who just heard their deepest secret spoken aloud by someone who shouldn't have known it. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry continued. "You're going to put your weapons down. You're going to get on the ground, and you're going to wait for S.H.I.E.L.D., the real S.H.I.E.L.D., to come pick you up, or I can do what I did to your friends in the plaza. Your choice. You've got 5 seconds." 3 of them dropped their weapons immediately. The ones in the back, the ones farthest from the squad leaders, the ones who had seen the plaza footage through their tactical feeds and understood what they were facing. The squad leader raised his weapon. Harry flicked his wrist. The weapon flew from the man's hands, arced through the air, and embedded itself barrel first in the asphalt wall, sinking in up to the stock. Every other weapon in the formation followed. 12 guns ripped from 12 pairs of hands and slammed into the wall in a neat row, pinned like butterflies in a collection. "Ground," Harry said. "Now." They went to the ground. Harry turned from them and flew back toward the tower. The morning had gone from quiet to catastrophic to controlled in under 15 minutes, and the adrenaline was still singing through his blood. The suit's HUD showed him the tactical picture. Ground forces neutralized in the plaza and to the east, missile launchers destroyed, reinforcements disabled. Clint had dealt with his 4 opponents and was moving toward the tower. Natasha was coordinating cleanup, but Tony was still in the air, the Mark Roman 7 trailing smoke, and something was wrong. "Tony, I'm here," suit's shot. "I'm landing on the tower pad." Harry reached the tower and found Tony on the landing pad. The Mark Roman 7 was in bad shape, one arm hanging loose, the chest plate cracked, the arc reactor flickering. Tony's faceplate was up and there was blood on his face, a cut above his left eye from the impact with the building. Harry landed beside him and the Arcanis suit retracted, the nanoparticles flowing back into the core matrix. Harry pressed his hand to the cut on Tony's forehead and whispered, "Episki." The wound sealed. Tony blinked, touched the spot where the cut had been, and found smooth skin. "That's handy." "Are you okay?" The suit took the brunt of it. "Couple of cracked ribs, probably. I've had worse." "Tony." Harry's hand was still on Tony's shoulder. The contact was deliberate. The grip was tight. "They hit us. They hit you, with weapons they built by studying my magic. Hydra been building weapons from exotic materials since the Red Skull. This is what they do. This is what they do because S.H.I.E.L.D. let them. They're inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony. I felt it, the hidden network in the Triskelion. It's Hydra. It's been Hydra the whole time. They've been watching us through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own systems, using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence, studying the scar and my magic and the suit through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sensor data." Tony's expression hardened. The playfulness, the humor, the performing, all of it burned away, leaving the core of the man beneath. The engineer who'd built a weapon of mass destruction and then dedicated his life to undoing the damage. The man who took betrayal personally because he'd been betrayed before by friends and partners and his own government, and each betrayal had made him less forgiving and more dangerous. "Natasha," Tony said over the comm, "get Fury on the line. Already done. He's incoming. Eat a 20 minutes. Tell him to bring everyone, every agent he trusts and only the ones he trusts. We've got a Hydra infestation to discuss." "Tony." "And tell him that if I find out he knew, if he had even a hint that Hydra was inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and he kept it from us. He didn't know." Natasha's voice was tight, controlled, carrying the particular tension of a woman whose instincts had been validated in the worst possible way. "I've suspected for months anomalies in the intelligence chain, operations that leaked, assets that got burned by information that should have been secure. I couldn't prove it." "Harry proved it," Tony said. He felt it the first time he walked into the Triskelion. Magic, actual magic, detected what your entire intelligence apparatus couldn't. I'm aware of the irony. Harry turned from the conversation and walked to the edge of the landing pad. Looked down at the plaza, where the unconscious and subdued Hydra operatives were being secured by SHIELD perimeter teams who'd responded to the attack. The dimensional scar was visible in the HUD's overlay, stable, contained, the repair layers holding. The attack hadn't damaged them. Whatever Hydra plan had been, it hadn't included disrupting Harry's containment work. They'd wanted him. Not the scar, not the suit. Him, alive, intact, carrying the magic that they wanted to study and replicate and weaponize. Harry thought about the Ministry of Magic. About the way Fudge's government had tried to control him, silence him, discredit him. About the way Umbridge had literally carved words into his hand to make him compliant. About every institution that had looked at his power and seen not a person but a resource. He was so tired of being hunted by people who wanted to use him. A sound from behind. Heavy boots on the landing pad. Harry turned and found Steve Rogers, still in civilian clothes, having arrived via Quinjet at some point during the fight. His face was pale and set with an expression that Harry had never seen on him before, not anger, not determination, but something colder. Disillusionment. Hydra, Steve said. The word came out like a bullet. Inside SHIELD, Harry confirmed. I fought a war to destroy Hydra. 70 years ago. I lost friends, I lost years, I went into the ice thinking the job was done. Steve's jaw worked. It wasn't done. It's never done. The faces change, but the pattern doesn't. People who want power will always find ways to get it, and they'll always hide behind legitimate institutions to do it. Steve looked at him. The super soldier serum had made Steve Rogers physically superhuman, but the quality that made him Captain America had always been moral. The unshakable conviction that right was right and wrong was wrong, and the distance between them was non-negotiable. That conviction was being tested. How deep does it go? Steve asked. I don't know yet. The network I felt in the Triskelion was extensive. Not a few agents, entire departments maybe. Can you find them? With your magic. Can you identify who's Hydra and who isn't? Harry considered. His magical perception had felt the hidden network, the secondary communication system that Hydra operatives used to coordinate within SHIELD. If he could get close enough to individual agents, he might be able to detect the same signature. The dimensional energy from their weapons would leave traces on anyone who'd handled them. Maybe, Harry said, I'd need proximity and time. We might not have time. If Hydra knows the attack failed, they'll go to ground, scrub their systems, disappear. They won't disappear. They're too embedded. You can't scrub yourself from an organization you've been part of for decades. The traces are too deep. Harry paused, thought, but I can speed up the process. The weapons they used against me, they're based on dimensional energy. My energy. There'll be a residual signature on everyone who's handled those weapons, carried them, been near them, like a magical fingerprint. Can you detect that fingerprint with the suit? Yes, the Mark Roman 2 sensors are tuned to dimensional frequencies. If I walk through the Triskelion, I can flag every person who's been in contact with Hydra dimensional weapons. Steve stared at him. You could identify every Hydra agent in SHIELD. Not everyone, only the ones connected to the weapons program, but that's likely most of the active operatives. The scientists, the soldiers, the handlers. That's enough. Steve's expression had shifted. The disillusionment was still there, but above it, something brighter, purpose. The particular determination of a man who'd found a mission. We do this right, we do it fast. And we do it before they can regroup. Tony appeared behind them, the damaged Mark Roman 7 partially retracted, his face bruised but alert. I'm in, but we need Fury, and we need to know if Fury himself is clean. He's clean, Natasha said, emerging from the tower's roof access. I've been watching Fury for 2 years. He's paranoid, he's secretive, he's frequently wrong, but he's not Hydra. Your word good enough, Natasha gave Tony a flat look. My word is the only reason you're not in a SHIELD cell right now. I've been covering for you since day one. Fair point. Fury arrived 18 minutes later. His helicopter touched down on the landing pad, and he stepped out looking like a thunderstorm that had learned to walk upright. One eye blazing, coat billowing, every line of his body communicating the barely contained fury. No pun intended, he would have said, of a man who just learned that his house was infested with something he'd spent his career trying to destroy. "Talk," he said. Harry talked. He laid it out, the hidden network, the dimensional weapons, the coordinated assault, the anti-magic countermeasures that could only have been developed using intelligence from inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own sensor data. He was concise and clear and left out nothing, because the time for half-truths and careful revelations was past. Fury listened. His face didn't change. It was already at maximum intensity and couldn't go higher, but his single eye moved from Harry to Tony to Steve to Natasha, tracking reactions, weighing implications, running the same calculations he always ran. "You can identify them," Fury said, "not a question." He'd already processed the tactical opportunity and moved past the emotional response. "The ones connected to the weapons program. I need to be inside the Triskelion." "When?" "Now. Before they know the attack failed completely, before they have time to clean up." Fury looked at Steve. The two men shared a history that was more complex than either would admit, mutual respect wrapped in mutual frustration. The old soldier and the new spy, each one convinced the other was doing it wrong. "Captain, I'll lead the response team, trusted agents only. Natasha picks them. Romanoff." "I've got a list." Natasha's voice was grim. "People I've vetted personally over the past 2 years, 37 agents I'd stake my life on. That's not many." 37 clean agents is better than 3,000 compromised ones. Fury nodded, once decisive. The commander in him overriding the politician. "Do it. Potter, you get one sweep through the Triskelion. You flag every agent who shows the dimensional signature. Romanoff, your team secures them. Rogers, you handle any resistance. Stark, I'll be in the air." New suit, the Mark Roman 42, finally decided to cooperate. "Any Hydra forces try to run, I catch them." "Banner," they all looked at each other. Bruce's voice came over the comm, quiet and steady. "I'll be at the tower," Bruce said, "monitoring the scar. If Hydra's second wave targets the containment layers while you're all at the Triskelion." He let the implication hang. "Good," Fury said. "Then we go now, before these bastards dig any deeper into my house." He turned to Harry, held his gaze. Something passed between them, not warmth. Fury didn't do warmth, but acknowledgement. The recognition of a man who had refused to be controlled and had proven decisively why that refusal should be respected. "Potter, today you saved the tower. Saved Stark. Neutralized 40+ hostile operatives without killing a single one. And now you're going to walk through my headquarters and root out a cancer that's been growing for decades." Fury's mouth was a hard line. "I should have listened to you from the start." "Yes," Harry said simply. "You should have. Don't get used to hearing that. I wouldn't dream of it." They moved, fast, coordinated, the machine of response cranking into gear with an efficiency that reflected the quality of the people driving it. Quinjet to the Triskelion. Steve in tactical gear, shield on his arm, the star on his chest bright against the dark uniform. Natasha in black, armed with weapons and a list of names. Tony overhead in the finally cooperative Mark Roman 42, its gold and red a beacon against the clouds. And Harry in the Mark Roman 2, the dark armor pulsing with green light, heading into the heart of the organization that had tried to capture him to do the thing that would tear it apart from the inside. The Triskelion was chaos when they arrived, not open chaos, controlled, institutional chaos. The kind that happens when a large organization receives conflicting orders and doesn't know which ones to follow. Fury's helicopter had preceded them, and by the time the Quinjet landed, the director was already inside, issuing commands that were crashing through the normal chain of authority like boulders through a stream. Harry walked through the front doors, and the building's energy hit him like a wave. Thousands of people. Thousands of minds, thousands of heartbeats, thousands of electronic devices, all of it generating a background noise of electromagnetic and biological energy that would have been overwhelming if the suit wasn't filtering it. He pushed through the noise, focusing his magical perception, looking for the specific frequency, the dimensional signature, the residual trace of Hydra weapons technology. It was there, scattered through the building like veins of ore in rock. Faint, subtle, easily missed by any conventional sensor, but blazing to Harry's magic-enhanced perception. The dimensional energy had a taste, that was the only word for it, a synesthetic impression that his brain translated as something between ozone and old blood. Wherever it was concentrated, Hydra had been working. Harry walked. Through corridors, through offices, through laboratories and briefing rooms, and the vast open bullpens where analysts sat at terminals processing the world's intelligence. The suit's HUD painted the dimensional traces in red, a heat map overlay that showed Harry where the contamination was heaviest, and it showed him the people, the signature clung to them. Not on their skin, deeper. In their clothes, in the oils of their fingerprints, in the microscopic particles that transferred from weapon to hand to surface to air. Every person who had handled Hydra dimensional weapons, who had worked in the labs where they were developed, who had carried them or stored them, or even stood in a room where they were tested. They glowed. Harry flagged them. One by one, name and location, transmitted to Natasha's team through the suit's comm system. The process was fast and relentless. Harry walked through the building at a steady pace, turning his head left and right, the HUD tracking and marking and logging. 17 in the first building. 23 in the second, 41 in the third. Natasha's teams moved in behind him, quiet and precise. Each flagged agent was approached by a team of 3 trusted operatives, disarmed, escorted to a secure holding area. Most went without resistance, some didn't. A man on level 8 pulled a weapon when the team approached. Steve intercepted, the shield flashing in fluorescent light, and the man was disarmed and on the floor in 2 seconds. A woman in the analysis division tried to purge her terminal. Jarvis, linked into the Triskelion systems through a backdoor Tony had installed months ago and never told anyone about, caught the purge and preserved the data. Harry kept walking. The deeper he went into the building, the more concentrated the contamination became. Sub-basements. Restricted areas. Levels that required clearances above Fury's own, which said something about the depth of the infiltration. On sub-level 4, he found the lab. It was behind a door that the Triskelions' official blueprints didn't show, access through a corridor that the building's internal navigation system didn't acknowledge. Harry felt it before he saw it, a concentration of dimensional energy so dense it made his skin crawl inside the suit. He opened the door, not with a keycard. With magic, the lock dissolving under a focused pulse of power that the anti-magic shielding, Hydra shielding, installed to protect their secret lab. Couldn't withstand because Harry's magic was the thing their shielding was based on, and the copy was never as good as the original. The lab was large, clean, well-funded, rows of workstations, analysis equipment, containment chambers, and on the central table, displayed like a trophy, a device that made Harry's blood run cold. It was a ring, 10 feet in diameter. Made of dark metal inscribed with patterns that Harry recognized, because they were his patterns, his magical signature, transcribed from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sensor data and replicated in physical form. And at its center, a shimmer that was unmistakable, a portal. Small, unstable, barely the size of a dinner plate, but real, Hydra had built a dimensional gateway. Tony, Harry said, you need to see this. Tony's voice came back immediately. He'd been monitoring Harry's progress from the air, the Mark Roman 42 sensors linked to the suit's feed. I see it. Jarvis, are you getting this? Yes, sir. The device appears to be a dimensional breach generator. It's using Mr. Potter's magical signature as a template to create a controlled aperture between this dimension and the space beyond. They reverse-engineered my magic, Harry said. The words tasted like bile. They took the sensor data from my arrival, from the breaches, from every test we ran, and they built a machine that copies my dimensional signature. Can it create a full breach? Harry studied the device. The portal at its center was tiny and flickering, barely stable. It wasn't a threat in its current state, but the design was scalable. With more data, more refinement, more of the dimensional energy they'd been collecting from the scar sites, not yet, Harry said, but they're working toward it. If they'd captured me today, if they'd gotten access to my magic directly, they could have powered the device to full capacity and opened a door between dimensions, permanently, controllably. The implications hung in the air like smoke. Hydra didn't want to destroy the dimensional boundary. They wanted to control it, to have the ability to open and close portals at will, to access the entity beyond the scar, to harvest extra-dimensional power for their own purposes. Harry raised his hand and pointed at the device. Green light gathered in his palm, not a spell, not yet, but the gathering of intent. Harry, wait, Tony said. We need to study that. We need to understand how they built it, what they know, what data they know. Harry's voice was final. This doesn't get studied. This doesn't get preserved. This gets destroyed, he fired. The reducto hit the device dead center, and the dark metal ring shattered, the dimensional portal collapsing in on itself with a sound like fabric tearing. The workstations around it cracked and sparked. The containment chambers blew out. The entire lab filled with a flash of green light that was Harry's magic purging every trace of the dimensional technology, burning it clean, leaving nothing but slag and ash. When the light faded, the lab was gutted. Harry stood in the center of it, the suit's gauntlets still glowing faintly, and felt something in his chest that was not quite rage and not quite grief, but something in between. The particular pain of someone whose most intimate essence had been stolen and twisted into a weapon. They'd taken his magic, his signature, the energy that was as personal and unique as a fingerprint, as intimate as a heartbeat. They'd scraped it off sensor readings and smeared it across their technology and tried to use it to tear the world open. Harry breathed, controlled the anger. Let it flow through him without driving him, the way he'd learned in the war. Use the emotion, don't be used by it. Sublevel 4 is clear, he said over the comm. The lab is destroyed. Copy, Natasha's voice came back. Total count so far, 112 flagged agents. 87 are in custody. 25 are unaccounted for, possibly fled the building. Tony, I've got 6 vehicles trying to leave the Triskelion campus. Clint's on the bridge, blocking the main exit. I'm hurting the rest. Steve, level 9 is secure. Found a weapons cache. Heavy stuff, more dimensional weapons, plus conventional military hardware. They were planning something bigger than today's attack. They were planning everything, Fury's voice cut in. He was in his command center, watching the operation unfold on screens, and his voice carried the barely controlled fury of a man watching his life's work being revealed as compromised. This wasn't a single operation. This was infrastructure. Decades of infiltration. They've been inside S.H.I.E.L.D. since the beginning. The weight of that landed on everyone simultaneously, since the beginning, since S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founding, since Peggy Carter and Howard Stark and the original architects had built the organization from the ashes of the SSR. Hydra had been there the whole time. Harry finished his sweep. The final count was 131 agents flagged with dimensional contamination. Natasha's team secured 119. 12 escaped, fled the building before they could be cornered, disappearing into the city, into the network of safe houses and false identities that Hydra had spent decades establishing. The operation took 4 hours. By the time it was done, the Triskelion was gutted, not physically, but organizationally. 131 agents removed from a workforce of 3,000, and those were just the ones connected to the weapons program. The full extent of Hydra infiltration, the agents who had never touched a dimensional weapon, who'd been recruited through ideology or coercion or blackmail, was still unknown. Harry stood on the Triskelion's roof, watching the sunset paint the Potomac in shades of fire. The suit hummed around him, the Mark Roman II systems running post-operation diagnostics. His body ached, not from magical exertion, but from the accumulated stress of a day that had started with delicate dimensional surgery, and ended with hand-to-hand combat and the systematic dismantling of a shadow army. Tony landed beside him. The Mark Roman 42 was in better shape than the Roman 7, and Tony's face showed nothing worse than exhaustion. "Hell of a day," Tony said. "Yeah, you did good. The sweep, the lab, the thing with the glass holding 20,000 shards in the air while you fought, that was showing off." I was going to say terrifying and beautiful, but sure, showing off works. Harry almost smiled, almost. The anger from the lab was still there, settled into his bones like a low-grade fever. They'd taken his magic, used it, twisted it. The breach generator, Harry said. They were close. Another month, maybe two, and they'd have had a working portal, without you. They were building it based on sensor data. Imagine what they could have done with direct access to your magic. I'd rather not. Tony was quiet for a moment. Then, the Mark Roman 3, we need to finish it. Not just for the scar, for everything. Hydra been neutralized here, but they're bigger than the Triskelion. The 12 who got away will regroup. They'll try again. Let them. Harry's voice was calm and cold and carried the weight of everything he'd done today, the containment, the battle, the sweep, the destruction of the lab. Let them try again. I'll be ready. Tony looked at him. 17 years old, war veteran, interdimensional refugee. The most powerful being on the planet, standing on the roof of a spy agency he'd just gutted. Wearing armor that channeled magic through technology. Speaking with the quiet certainty of someone who had faced every kind of enemy, dark wizards, alien creatures. Shadow organizations, and beaten them all. Yeah, Tony said, you will be. They flew home together. The Potomac fell away behind them, then the eastern seaboard, then the lights of Manhattan rising ahead like a galaxy laid flat. Stark Tower stood at the center, lit from within, the name blazing against the dark sky, home. Battered, damaged, a hole in the lower floors from the missile strike, but standing. Always standing. Harry landed on the pad, and the suit retracted, and Pepper was there, and she hugged him without a word and held on, and Harry let her. And the anger in his chest eased just slightly in the presence of someone whose only agenda was making sure he was okay. Cracked ribs. Pepper said, pulling back and looking at Tony with an expression that communicated several paragraphs of concern in a single glance. Minor. I'll be the judge of that. Harry healed the cut. Harry isn't a doctor. He's better than a doctor. Doctors can't do magic. Inside, both of you. Food, rest, medical assessment. In that order. They went inside. They ate. Tony submitted to a medical scan that confirmed the cracked ribs and earned him a brace that he immediately complained about. Harry sat in the kitchen, eating pasta that Pepper had made, and felt the day's events settle into his bones. The scar was contained. Hydra was exposed. The breach generator was destroyed. Tomorrow, Tony would finish the Mark Roman 3. The day after, Harry would seal the scar permanently. The countdown was almost over, but something nagged at him. A detail, a loose thread, a shape at the edge of his perception. He'd felt it during the sweep, a concentration of dimensional energy that wasn't in the Triskelion. Distant, east, moving, one of the 12 who'd escaped. Carrying something, Harry closed his eyes and extended his senses. Reached east, following the trace, pushing his perception through miles of city and countryside. The Mark Roman 2-dimensional sensors amplified the search, extending his range far beyond what his unaided magic could achieve. He found them. One agent, not 12. The others had scattered, gone to ground, dropped off the radar, but this one was heading somewhere specific, carrying a container of dimensional energy, concentrated, refined, portable, a sample. A seed, enough to rebuild the breach generator somewhere else. Harry tracked the agent for 30 seconds, memorizing the trajectory. Then he opened his eyes. Tony looked up from his pasta. One of them has a sample, dimensional energy, enough to start over. Tony's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. I can find them, Harry said. Tonight, right now. You've been fighting all day. You need rest. Rest doesn't matter if they rebuild the generator. Tony set his fork down. Looked at Pepper, who looked at Harry, who looked back at Tony with the particular expression of a young man who was going to do this whether anyone agreed or not, and was only asking as a courtesy. I'm going with you, Tony said. Your ribs are cracked. And your suit's been running for 16 hours. We're both damaged. We go together or not at all." Harry considered arguing, decided against it. Tony had spent the day watching Harry fight alone, and the experience had clearly not agreed with him. Together, Harry agreed. They suited up. The Mark Roman 42 assembled around Tony. The Arcanis Mark Roman 2 deployed around Harry. They stood on the landing pad in the night air, two armored figures against the dark sky. "Jarvis," Harry said, tracking the dimensional signature, bearing east-northeast, approximately 140 miles. "I have it, Mr. Potter. The signature is moving along Interstate 95 at highway speed. Current position, southern Connecticut." Harry looked at Tony. "Race you. You'll win." "I know," they launched. Two streaks of light in the darkness, one gold and red, one green and black, arcing east over Manhattan, over Long Island Sound, over Connecticut. Harry throttled back to match Tony's speed, which was generous and also tactical, because arriving together was better than arriving separately. They found the agent 30 minutes later. A nondescript sedan on I-95, driving the speed limit, doing absolutely nothing to attract attention. Harry descended to 50 feet and scanned the car with the suit's dimensional sensors. The container was in the trunk, a shielded case emitting the distinctive frequency of concentrated dimensional energy. "Pull him over," Tony suggested. Harry landed on the hood of the car swerved. The agent, a man, middle-aged, plain-faced, the kind of person who disappeared into crowds, fought the wheel, braked hard, and the sedan skidded to a stop on the highway shoulder. Harry stood on the crumpled hood, the suit's green eyes blazing in the darkness, and looked through the windshield at a man who had just realized that running was no longer an option. Tony landed beside the car, covered the driver's side door. Harry dropped from the hood and opened the trunk. The case was there. Black, reinforced, sealed with electronic locks that Harry dissolved with a thought. Inside, a glass container holding a shimmering gray-white substance that hummed with dimensional energy, concentrated, refined, dangerous. Harry picked it up, held it in his gauntleted hand. The dimensional energy reacted to his magic, recognizing its source, resonating. Like calling to like, he crushed the container. The glass shattered. The dimensional energy burst outward, and Harry's magic caught it, absorbed it, drew it in, reclaimed it. The stolen fragment of his power, the sample that Hydra had scraped from the scars of his existence, returned to its source and was gone. The agent was on the ground beside the car, face down, hands behind his head. Tony stood over him. The man wasn't fighting, wasn't running. Just lying there with the particular stillness of someone who understood, with absolute clarity, that the thing he'd been running from was standing over him. "Hail Hydra," Harry said dryly. The man said nothing. "Take him," Harry told Tony. "I'm done." Tony secured the agent, called it in. Natasha dispatched a pickup team. The machinery of justice, imperfect and slow but functional, cranked into motion. Harry stood on the side of I-95 in Connecticut, in a suit of magical armor, listening to the distant hum of traffic and the closer hum of his own magic settling back into equilibrium. The sample was destroyed. The breach generator was destroyed. Hydra dimensional weapons program was in ashes. The scar was contained. The clock was ticking toward the seal. Harry looked up at the stars. Wrong stars still, alien constellations. But familiar now, in the way that anything becomes familiar when you look at it long enough with love. His stars. His sky, his world. He flew home. Chapter 9. Convergence. The Mark Roman 3 was born in silence. No fanfare. No music. Tony didn't even have the workshop playlist running, which was so unprecedented that Jarvis had quietly noted it in the project log. The fabrication happened at 4 a.m. on a Wednesday, 6 days after Harry's arrival in this dimension. And the two men who witnessed it did so with the reverent hush of people watching something that existed at the boundary between creation and discovery. The nanoparticles assembled differently this time. The Mark I had grown like a crystal. The Mark Roman 2 had flowed like water. The Mark Roman 3 built itself like a cathedral, deliberate, architectural. each component finding its place with a precision that suggested not just intelligence, but intention. The dark metal formed in layers so fine they were almost translucent, and through them, instead of the green veins of the previous suits, three distinct patterns of light emerged. One was green, Harry's magic, familiar and deep, running through the suit's amplification matrices like blood through veins. One was silver, cold, clear, carrying the quality of moonlight. The resurrection stone's imprint, the connection to the boundary between life and death. One was gold, warm, rich, steady as sunlight. The cloak's imprint, the power of concealment, of existing between moments, of being present and unseen simultaneously. And where the three lights met, at the core matrix in the chest, they combined into something that had no color at all. A luminance that existed beyond the visible spectrum, that the suit's own sensors couldn't fully render, that Harry could only perceive with his magical senses. The Elder Wand's imprint, not a wand, not an object, but the principle it represented. Mastery. The authority to command power without limitation. The Deathly Hallows Protocol. The suit stood on the workbench, empty, waiting. It was beautiful in the way that a storm is beautiful, overwhelming, humbling, carrying the implicit promise of destruction so vast it transcended violence and became something closer to weather. The three lights pulsed in the dark metal, each on its own rhythm, and where the rhythms aligned, the air around the suit shimmered with a distortion that made Harry's eyes water. "Jarvis," Tony said quietly. "Diagnostic, running, sir." A pause that stretched longer than any pause Jarvis had ever taken. "Sir, I cannot complete a full diagnostic. The suit systems exist partially in dimensions that my sensors cannot access. What I can read is extraordinary. The amplification matrices are operating at a baseline efficiency that exceeds the Mark Roman II by a factor of 4. The dimensional harmonizer is active and stable, generating a frequency that I can only describe as a bridge between Mr. Potter's extra-dimensional energy and local space-time. And the Hallows Protocol, what about it? It's alive, sir." Tony and Harry looked at each other. "Define alive," Tony said. "The Hallows Protocol is not a passive system. It is actively processing information, making decisions, adapting its parameters in real time. It appears to be learning. I cannot identify the source of this behavior. It is not my programming. It is not Mr. Potter's magic precisely, though it is related to it. It is something emergent, arising from the interaction between the technological systems and the magical imprints." "Alive," Harry said. The word felt right. He could feel it, the suit's awareness, nascent and strange, a consciousness that was neither artificial intelligence nor magical sentience, but something new. Born from the marriage of Tony's engineering and Harry's magic, the way a child is born from two parents and is neither of them and both. "It knows me," Harry said. He extended his hand toward the suit, not touching, just reaching, and felt the suit reach back. A pull, gentle and insistent, like a hand closing around his. Recognition. "Welcome, readiness, put it on," Tony said. His voice was rough around the edges. Harry touched the suit's chest plate. The deployment was nothing like the previous versions. The nanoparticles didn't stream over his body, they embraced him, enveloped him. The sensation was of being wrapped in something warm and complete and absolutely right, like putting on a glove that had been made for his hand by someone who knew every line and callus and scar. The armor formed around him in 3 seconds, but the bonding, the deep structural integration of suit and wizard continued for much longer. The Hallows Protocol weaving itself into his magical core like roots growing into soil. Harry's world exploded into clarity. The HUD was gone. Or rather, the HUD was everywhere, not a display overlaid on his vision, but a transformation of his vision itself. He could see in spectrums that didn't have names. He could see the dimensional fabric of reality, the warp and weft of space-time, the places where it was strong and the places where it was thin. He could see the scar, 18 miles of dimensional damage stretching out beneath his feet, pulsing with the slow rhythm that had been his companion since he arrived. He could see the entity, not through the scar. Through the suit's dimensional harmonizer, which was translating the entity's presence into something his human senses could process. It was vast, he'd known that, felt that, but now he could perceive its shape. Not physical shape, conceptual shape. The entity was a structure, a pattern, a way of organizing existence that was different from anything in this universe. It existed in dimensions that had their own physics, their own constants, their own relationship between matter and energy and consciousness. And it was watching him with an attention that was no longer passive. Harry, Tony's voice distant, coming from somewhere outside the cathedral of perception the suit had opened. Talk to me, what are you experiencing, everything? Harry said, and his voice resonated through the suit in harmonics that made the workshop's equipment vibrate. I can see everything. That's vague and slightly terrifying. Can you be more specific? Harry focused, drew his perception back from the cosmic scale to the human one. The workshop reassembled around him. Workbenches, holograms, DUME in the corner watching with his camera head tilted at a curious angle. Tony, standing 10 feet away, the Mark Roman 42 half-assembled around him in a state of readiness that said he'd been prepared to intervene if the suit had done something unexpected. The suit works, Harry said. The Hallows protocol is active. I can feel all three imprints, the stone, the cloak, the wand. They're not separate systems. They're integrated, working together. And the dimensional harmonizer, he held up his hand. Through the suit's gauntlet, he could feel the bridge the harmonizer was building, the frequency that was slowly, steadily aligning his extra-dimensional nature with the local space-time. It's already working. I can feel myself becoming more compatible with this reality. The bridge is building. How long until full integration? Harry consulted the feeling. Not data, feeling. The suit was communicating with him through something deeper than information, a direct awareness of its own status and capabilities that bypassed the conscious mind entirely. Hours, Harry said. When I seal the scar, the act of sealing it will complete the integration. The seal and the harmonization are the same process. I close the wound by becoming part of the reality it's wounded in. So the seal is today. The seal is today. Tony exhaled, ran his hands through his hair. Looked at the ceiling, at the floor, at the holographic displays that were now running data feeds from the suit that he couldn't fully interpret. Okay, Tony said. Then we do this today, full team, every resource, we call in everyone, the Avengers, everyone. They gathered on the common floor at 6 a.m. Steve arrived first, because Steve was always first, because punctuality was a value system for him rather than a habit. He was in his tactical uniform, the shield on his arm, and he looked at Harry in the Mark Roman 3 with an expression that traveled through surprise and settled on something close to awe. New suit, Steve said. Last suit, Harry replied. This is the one. Natasha came next with Clint. They'd been at the Triskelion through the night, managing the Hydra fallout. The purge was ongoing, additional agents had been identified through data analysis, and the organizational damage was still being assessed. But Natasha had left it in trusted hands because Harry's message had been clear. Today was the day. Bruce arrived from his lab 2 blocks east. He was carrying equipment, a portable gamma stabilizer, monitoring instruments, backup containment tools. His face showed the particular strain of a man who had been managing his own internal pressure while simultaneously managing an external crisis. And the fact that he was still upright and still Bruce said everything about his strength that needed saying. Fury came. He arrived by helicopter, alone, and walked into the common floor with the bearing of a man who had spent the last 36 hours watching his organization crumble and had responded by getting angrier and more focused. He didn't speak. He stood by the window and watched and waited. The only person missing was Thor, still on Asgard, still dealing with whatever crisis had called him home. Harry wished for him. An ally with cosmic scale experience would have been valuable, but wishing was a luxury he couldn't afford. Here's the situation. Harry said, standing at the center of the room, the Mark Roman 3 spectrum light pulsing gently around him. The dimensional scar is contained but not sealed. The containment layers I placed yesterday are stable, but they're a bandage, not a cure. Today, I seal the scar permanently. He pulled up a holographic display. The suit generated it directly, projecting from the gauntlets, the image far more detailed than anything Tony's systems could produce alone. The scar was rendered in 3 dimensions, every layer visible, every weak point highlighted. The seal requires 2 simultaneous processes. First, the veil's repair pattern applied to the full depth of the scar. This closes the wound in the dimensional barrier. Second, the dimensional harmonizer in the suit aligns my energy with local spacetime, eliminating the incompatibility that's holding the wound open. When both processes are complete, the scar heals permanently and I become native to this reality. Native, Steve said. Meaning? Meaning I can never go home. The seal works by removing the contradiction, by making me belong here. Once that's done, the pathway between dimensions closes permanently. The room was quiet. Everyone understood the weight of what Harry was saying, even if they couldn't fully grasp the cosmic mechanics. A young man choosing exile to save a world that wasn't his. The risk, Harry continued, is the entity. It's been watching the scar since I arrived. When I begin the seal, it will know. It will resist. The seal closes its window into this reality, and I don't think it's going to let that happen quietly. What kind of resistance? Fury asked. I don't know. It could push back against the seal directly, try to hold the wound open with dimensional force. It could send more creatures through, the way it did in Hell's Kitchen. Or it could do something we haven't predicted, because it's operating on principles we don't understand. That's reassuring, Clint muttered. It's honest. I don't have a complete picture. But I know this, whatever it does, I can handle it. The Mark Roman 3 gives me the tools. The Hallows Protocol gives me the power. What I need from all of you is time. Time, Steve repeated. The seal takes time, minutes, maybe longer. While I'm focused on it, I can't fight. I need the Avengers to hold the line, contain whatever comes through, protect the civilians, keep the area clear. If I'm interrupted during the seal, the scar ruptures, Tony said, and everything on the other side comes through. Yes. Another silence. Harry watched them process it, watched the soldiers and spies and scientists run their internal calculations, weighing risks and responsibilities, measuring their capabilities against the unknown. Steve spoke first. What's the perimeter? 6 blocks, same as yesterday. SHIELD has the evacuation infrastructure in place. I'll coordinate the ground response. Natasha, Clint, you're with me. If creatures come through, we contain them. Keep them away from Harry. Bruce, the gamma stabilizer, Tony said. Deploy it around the scar perimeter. If the seal starts to destabilize, the gamma field can buy Harry additional time. Bruce nodded. I can have it operational in 30 minutes. Fury, I need SHIELD satellite coverage. Every sensor you have pointed at the scar site. If the seal generates energy spikes, and it will, I need to know they're being monitored and managed. No panic, no overreaction, no military response. Fury's eye narrowed. You're telling me how to run my operation. I'm asking you to support mine. There's a difference. Fury held Harry's gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Once, Tony, Harry said, turning to the man who had started all of this, who had found a bleeding teenager in his plaza and decided to help instead of calling the authorities. You're in the air, directly above me. If something comes through the scar that the others can't handle, I hit it with everything I have. And if something comes through that you can't handle, then I hit it with everything I have anyway, because that's what I do. Harry looked at him. Tony looked back. 2 men in armor, one technological, one magical, bound together by a week of shared crisis and shared honesty and the particular intimacy of people who had seen each other at their worst and chosen to stay. Thank you, Harry said, for everything. Stop thanking me. Tony said, but his voice cracked on the last word just slightly, and he covered it by turning to the holographic display and pulling up tactical overlays. Everyone, positions, we go in 30. The room moved. People went to their stations, their roles, their places in the choreography of crisis response. Harry stood still for a moment, watching them go, these people who had no obligation to help him, who owed him nothing, who were putting themselves in danger because he'd asked, and because it was right. He thought of the Order of the Phoenix, of Dumbledore's army, of the friends and allies who had stood with him in the Great Hall and fought for a world worth saving, different faces, same courage. The plaza was cold in the early morning light. Harry descended from the tower in the Mark Roman 3, the suit's flight systems carrying him down in a controlled drop that brought him to a gentle landing on the pavement above the scar. The concrete was cracked and stained, damage from the Hydra attack still unrepaired, and the dimensional scar pulsed beneath his feet with the steady rhythm that was his own heartbeat reflected in the wound. The Avengers were in position. Steve on the ground, 2 blocks north, shield ready. Natasha and Clint at the perimeter, mobile, ready to respond to any breach point. Bruce's gamma stabilizers formed a ring around the scar site, their purple-blue light casting strange shadows on the surrounding buildings. Tony was overhead, the Mark Roman 42 gleaming in the morning sun, repulsors ready. All positions confirmed, Natasha reported. Perimeter is sealed. Civilian evacuation complete. You're clear. Harry knelt. The suit's knee plates touched the cracked concrete, and through the dimensional overlay, the scar blazed beneath him. 18 miles of damage, pulsing, breathing, connected to him by the fundamental thread of his own impossible existence. He could feel the entity. Closer now, pressing against the thinning barrier drawn by the concentration of power at the scar site. It knew what was coming. Harry could sense its awareness, not hostile, not yet, but intensely focused, the way a predator focuses on movement that might be prey or might be a threat. Jarvis. Harry said, "Begin recording, everything." "Recording, Mr. Potter, all systems active." Harry closed his eyes, opened his magical senses. Let the Mark Roman 3 systems amplify his perception, until the scar was as clear and detailed as a map spread before him. Every fracture, every weak point, every place where the dimensional barrier was frayed or torn or barely holding, he began. The veil's repair pattern flowed from his mind through the suit's amplification matrices and into the scar. The 3 lights of the Hallows Protocol blazed, green, silver, gold, merging at the core into the colorless luminance of mastery. The magic that poured from Harry was unlike anything he'd produced before. It wasn't just power, though the power was immense. It was precision, purpose. Each thread of magic found its place in the repair pattern with the certainty of a key turning in a lock, and the scar began to close. The edges first. The frayed margins of the wound, where reality was most damaged and most eager to heal, pulled together under the pattern's guidance. Harry felt the barrier respond, felt the universe's own desire for wholeness rising to meet his magic, amplifying it, carrying it deeper into the wound. The self-sustaining mechanism that made the veil's seal eternal wasn't something Harry had to create. It was something he had to awaken. The universe wanted to be whole. Harry was just showing it how. Scar diameter is decreasing, Bruce reported, his voice tight with wonder. 16 miles, 14. Harry, the contraction is accelerating. The seal worked inward. Layer by layer, the repair pattern advanced. Outer containment solidifying, intermediate structures locking into place. The deep architecture of the dimensional barrier rebuilding itself from the template Harry provided. It was like watching a wound heal in fast forward, torn tissue knitting, broken bones fusing, the body's own mechanisms doing what they were designed to do once given the catalyst. 10 miles. 8. The dimensional harmonizer activated. Harry felt it, a shift in his own being, a tuning as if every cell in his body was being gently adjusted. The bridge between his extra-dimensional nature and local space-time was building, frequency by frequency, aligning the incompatibility that had held the wound open. It wasn't painful, it was strange, like hearing a chord that had always been slightly out of tune finally resolve into harmony. 6 miles. 4. The entity pushed back. The resistance hit Harry like a tidal wave. Not physical force, dimensional force, the weight of something vast pressing against the closing wound from the other side. The scar's contraction slowed, stopped, reversed, the edges pulling apart again as the entity exerted its influence, fighting to keep the window open. Harry braced. The suit systems spiked, amplification matrices at maximum, the Hallows protocol blazing with all three spectrums of light, the dimensional harmonizer straining against the counterpressure. Harry poured more power into the seal, pushing against the entity's resistance with everything he had. It wasn't enough, the entity was stronger. Not infinitely stronger, Harry could feel the limits of its influence, could feel it straining across the dimensional barrier the same way he was, but stronger by enough. Its dimensional pressure was holding the scar at 4 miles, and Harry couldn't push past it. Harry, the scar has stabilized at 4 miles, Bruce said. You've stalled, I know, can you push through? Not alone. The sky above the scar site darkened, not with clouds, with something else. The air itself thickened, the dimensional barrier thinning further under the entity's pressure, and through the thinning barrier, things began to emerge, creatures. The same formless, shifting masses of extra-dimensional matter that had poured through the Hell's Kitchen breach, but more of them. Dozens. They materialized from the darkening air in clusters, dropping to the ground and immediately beginning to dissolve everything they touched. Contact, Steve's voice sharp and commanding. Multiple hostiles, north perimeter, engaging. South perimeter too, Clint reported. I count 30, maybe more, they're spreading fast. East perimeter, Natasha. They're coming from everywhere. It's not a breach, they're forming directly from the air. The barrier is thinning across the whole scar site. Harry felt it. The entity wasn't just pushing against the seal. It was using the seal's incomplete state to expand its influence. The partially closed wound was unstable, and the entity was exploiting the instability to manifest its creatures directly into the scar zone, bypassing the need for a traditional breach. The Patronus, Harry said. The creatures can't survive exposure to concentrated positive magical energy. Steve, Clint, Natasha fall back to the gamma stabilizer perimeter. The gamma field won't destroy them, but it'll slow them down. We can't fall back, Steve said. There are creatures between us and the perimeter. Then hold your position, I'll clear a path. Harry split his focus. The suit helped. The Hallows protocol's emergent intelligence handling the computational load, managing the multiple simultaneous processes that would have overwhelmed any normal wizard. He held the seal with one thread of concentration, maintained the dimensional harmonizer's bridge building with another, and with a third, cast the Patronus. The stag erupted from the core matrix. Not the building-sized version, Harry couldn't afford that much power while maintaining the seal. A focused, concentrated Patronus, burning with silver-white intensity that launched itself into the air and began hunting the creatures with targeted precision. One touch. One burst of concentrated reality. One creature destroyed, dissolved into nothing by an energy that was fundamentally incompatible with its extra-dimensional existence. The stag moved fast, blurring from creature to creature, and each one it touched vanished. But more were forming. The air above the scar site was thick with them now, darkening the morning like a living storm, and the stag was one against dozens, and dozens were becoming hundreds. Tony, I need you, Harry said. What do you need? The creatures can't be destroyed by conventional weapons. But they can be pushed, herded. Use your repulsors to drive them toward the Patronus. Copy. Tony dove from his holding position, the Mark Roman 42 repulsors blazing, and began doing exactly what Harry had described, engaging the creatures not to kill but to corral, using concentrated energy blasts to push them into the path of the silver stag. It worked. Tony herded, the Patronus destroyed. The combination was devastatingly effective, Tony's precision targeting and tactical instincts directing the creatures into kill zones where the Patronus was waiting. In 30 seconds, 50 creatures were gone, but more were coming. Always more. The entity was pouring its influence through the thinning barrier, manufacturing creatures at a rate that exceeded Harry's ability to destroy them. Harry, the scar is expanding, Bruce warned. 5 miles, 6. The entity's pressure is overwhelming the containment layers. Harry gritted his teeth. The seal was slipping. The entity was stronger, the creatures were multiplying, and he was trying to do 3 things at once. Seal the scar, harmonize his nature, fight the creatures. And even with the Mark Roman 3 amplification, even with the Hallows protocol, 3 simultaneous cosmic scale tasks were stretching him to his absolute limit. He needed more power. More than the suit could amplify. More than his magical core could generate. The Hallows protocol pulsed. The emergent intelligence, the alive system that Jarvis had identified, offered Harry something. Not a suggestion. A door. A way to reach deeper, past his magical core, past the amplification matrices, into the source of the Hallows power itself, the place where death and life met, the threshold. The domain of the Master of Death. Harry had touched it before, briefly, during the Hell's Kitchen breach, when he'd drawn on power deeper than any spell to seal the rift. But he hadn't lingered, hadn't fully opened the door, hadn't embraced what the Hallows had made him. The suit was asking him to embrace it now. To become, fully and without reservation, what the Hallows had made him, the Master of Death. Harry hesitated. Not from fear, he'd been afraid so many times that fear was just weather, something that happened around him without changing his course. He hesitated because the power behind that door was vast in a way that even the entity's vastness couldn't match, and he didn't know if he could come back from touching it. Didn't know if the Harry Potter who went through that door would be the same one who came out. Harry. Tony's voice strained, fighting. Whatever you're thinking about doing, do it. We're losing. Harry looked through the suit's dimensional overlay at the battlefield. Steve was holding the north perimeter with nothing but his shield and his stubbornness, batting creatures aside with vibranium, and getting back up every time one knocked him down. Natasha and Clint fought at the south, Clint's arrows useless against the creatures but effective at creating diversions. Natasha moving with lethal grace through a combat situation where lethal grace was insufficient. Tony was in the air, herding, pushing, trying to keep the tide from overwhelming the perimeter. And Bruce. Bruce was at the gamma stabilizer ring, his fists clenched, his skin tinged green, holding back the transformation that would unleash the Hulk into a fight where the Hulk's strength was meaningless against creatures that dissolved what they touched. They were losing. All of them together, the mightiest heroes on Earth, losing to an enemy that came from outside their frame of reference. An enemy that only Harry could truly fight. Harry opened the door. The power came like sunrise. It rose from the bottom of his being, from the place the Hallows had touched, the place where he had died and returned, the place where the boundary between existence and oblivion was not a wall but a threshold he'd crossed and recrossed and now stood upon. The power was not light or dark. It was not magic exactly, though magic was part of it. It was fundamental. It was the energy of the threshold itself, the force that maintained the boundary between being and non-being, the structural principle that kept the universe from dissolving into undifferentiated nothing, death's power. Not the power to kill, the power to define. The power to say this is where one thing ends and another begins. Boundaries, definitions, the architecture of existence. Harry was the master of death, not master in the sense of conqueror, master in the sense of artist. He held the power of boundaries, and the scar was a broken boundary, and the entity was pressing against that boundary from outside, and the creatures were violations of that boundary made manifest. He could fix it. He could fix all of it, not with force, with authority. Harry stood. The Mark Roman 3 blazed with a light that had no color and every color. The 3 Hallows spectrums merged into one, and the one expanded, and the expansion was not an explosion but a statement, a declaration. A cosmic scale assertion of boundary and definition and order that radiated outward from Harry's body at the speed of thought. The creatures stopped, all of them. Hundreds of extra-dimensional horrors, frozen in mid-motion, held by a force that didn't destroy them but defined them. Harry's power, the master of death's power, was telling the universe what belonged here and what didn't, and the creatures, made of extra-dimensional matter, did not belong. They were contradictions, violations of the boundary between realities, and Harry's power was the boundary. What the? Tony's voice, breathless, the creatures dissolved. Not violently, not with the burning annihilation of the Patronus. Gently. They came apart like fog in sunlight, their extra-dimensional matter reverting to its native state, slipping back through the dimensional barrier to the place where it belonged. In 10 seconds, every creature in the scar zone was gone. Harry turned his attention to the scar. The seal resumed. But it was different now, not a struggle, not a fight against the entity's resistance. The power of the Master of Death didn't push against the entity. It defined the boundary between them. It drew the line that said this side is this reality, and that side is yours, and the line is absolute. The scar contracted. 8 miles, 6, 4, 2, the entity pushed. Pushed with everything it had, the full weight of its vast, ancient, incomprehensible being thrown against the closing boundary. Harry felt it, the pressure, the force, the desperate, furious resistance of something that had found a window into a new universe and did not want that window closed. Harry met the pressure. Not with equal force, the entity was stronger than him, had been stronger all along. But the Master of Death's power wasn't about strength, it was about authority. The boundary between realities wasn't Harry's to create, it was the universe's. Harry was just its voice. "This is my home," Harry said, and the words were not words but definition. Not speech but law, spoken by the part of him that had walked through death and returned, that had held all 3 hallows, that stood at the threshold between existence and void with 1 foot on each side. "This reality is mine. The boundary is mine, and you cannot cross it." The entity stopped pushing, not because Harry had overpowered it, because the boundary was real, because the Master of Death's authority was real. Because the universe, given a voice and a will to speak through, had said no with an absoluteness that transcended force. The scar closed. 2 miles, 1/2 a mile, 100 yards, 10, the dimensional harmonizer completed its work. Harry felt the final alignment, the last frequency locking into place, the last incompatibility dissolving, his extra-dimensional nature integrating fully with local space-time. The contradiction that had been holding the wound open ceased to exist. Harry Potter became native to this reality. And the scar sealed. The closure was not dramatic, no explosion, no flash of light, no thunderclap. The wound simply closed, the edges meeting, merging, healing, like a cut closing on skin, like a door shutting gently. One moment the scar was there, diminished but present. The next, it was gone. The dimensional barrier over Manhattan was whole. Harry knelt on the concrete. The Mark Roman 3 lights dimmed, the blazing, colorless luminance fading to the 3 gentle spectrums of the Hallows Protocol's standby mode. His breathing was ragged, his hands were trembling. The power of the Master of Death receded, not gone but settling, returning to the deep place it came from, available but not active, a tool rather than a state of being. Through the suit's dimensional overlay, Harry looked at the spot where the scar had been. The overlay showed nothing. No wound. No weakness, no trace. The dimensional barrier was smooth and unbroken, as if the scar had never existed. He was part of this reality now, not a visitor, not a refugee, not a contradiction. Native, belonging, home. The comm was full of voices, Tony asking for status, Steve reporting the perimeter clear, Natasha confirming no remaining hostiles, Bruce reading flatline on every dimensional sensor. No activity, no anomaly, no scar. "It's done," Harry said. His voice was rough and quiet. "The scar is sealed." Silence on the comm. Then Tony's voice, thick with something that might have been tears from anyone less stubbornly composed. "Confirmed. All sensors reading baseline. The dimensional barrier is intact. Harry, it's gone, completely gone." Harry looked up at the sky, blue, clear. Cold October morning, the sun rising over Manhattan, painting the buildings in gold. A sky that was his sky now, a world that was his world, a reality that had accepted him the way the Sorting Hat had accepted him into Gryffindor, with recognition, with certainty, with the sense that this was always where he was meant to be. The tears came. Not grief, not entirely. There was grief in them for Ron and Hermione and Ginny and everyone he'd never see again, for Hogwarts and the Burrow and the world he'd loved. But there was also release. Relief. The letting go of a tension that had been his constant companion since he'd crawled across this plaza 6 days ago, bleeding and broken and afraid. He wasn't afraid anymore. The suit retracted. The nanoparticles flowed back into the core matrix, and Harry knelt on the cold concrete in borrowed clothes, a 17-year-old boy in the middle of Manhattan, crying in the morning light while the city came alive around him. Tony landed beside him. The Mark Roman 42 retracted. Tony knelt on the concrete too, and he put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and he didn't say anything because nothing needed to be said. They knelt together in the plaza where everything had begun, in the light of a morning that belonged to both of them, and the city moved around them like a river around two stones. And for a few minutes, the world was very small and very warm and very, very quiet. The aftermath was chaos of the ordinary kind. S.H.I.E.L.D. descended on the Scar site with sensors and scientists, and the bureaucratic apparatus of an organization trying to understand something that had happened too fast to be managed. They found nothing. The Scar was gone. The dimensional barrier was whole. Every instrument they deployed returned baseline readings, as if the wound in reality had never existed. The creatures were gone too. No residue, no traces, no evidence of their presence except the dissolved asphalt and destroyed vehicles from the earlier incidents. The extra-dimensional matter had returned to its native reality when the boundary sealed, taking every trace of itself with it. Fury stood in the plaza and looked at the spot where the Scar had been and looked at Harry and didn't speak for a long time. "It's done," he finally asked. "It's done. Permanently. Permanently. The boundary is healed. There's no weakness, no vulnerability. The Scar is gone." Fury nodded slowly. The single eye was unreadable, carrying computations that Harry could only guess at, strategic implications, political ramifications, the reshuffling of threat assessments and resource allocations that a cosmic-level event demanded. "And you," Fury said, "what are you now?" "The same thing I've always been, just more so." Fury's mouth twitched, almost a smile, almost. "I suppose asking you to submit to a full debrief and medical assessment is not going to happen." "Right." Fury turned to Tony. "Stark, the tower's structural damage from the Hydra attack. How long for repairs?" "Weeks. I'm adding upgrades while I'm at it. Better defenses, better sensors, some things I've been putting off. We're going to need a new framework for Potter, for the suit, for whatever he is now. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't classify him and I can't ignore him." "He doesn't need a classification," Tony said. "He needs a designation, same as the rest of us. He's an Avenger." Harry looked at Tony. Tony looked back, and his expression was casual in the way that Tony was casual when he was saying something that mattered enormously to him. "If he wants to be." Tony added, "No pressure." Harry looked around the plaza. At Steve, who was leaning against a S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle, shield across his back, watching with quiet approval. At Natasha and Clint, who were managing the perimeter, efficient and deadly and allied. At Bruce, who was packing up his gamma stabilizers with the careful precision of a man who was always managing something dangerous and had learned to find peace in the management. A team. Not his team from before. Nothing could replace the DA, nothing could replace Ron and Hermione. But a team. People who fought and bled and stood beside each other because it was right. "Yeah," Harry said, "I'd like that." Something warm spread through the group, not spoken, not visible, but felt, the particular warmth of acceptance, of belonging. The moment was broken by Clint, who appeared at Harry's elbow with the timing of a man who had been waiting for the emotional peak to pass before delivering his commentary. "So," Clint said, "you're an Avenger now, apparently. You know there's no dental plan, right? I'll manage. And the meetings are terrible. Steve makes us do icebreakers." "I do not," Steve called from across the plaza. "He absolutely does. Last time he asked us to share our favorite childhood memory. Natasha's was learning to disassemble a rifle at age 6. It was a real mood killer." "It was a fond memory," Natasha said without looking up. Harry's laugh surprised him. It came from somewhere deep and unguarded, the kind of laugh that happens when joy catches you off guard, when the armor drops and the person underneath is simply happy. He stood in the plaza where he'd nearly died, surrounded by people who had fought beside him, wearing a suit that had been built by a man who'd found a broken stranger on his doorstep and decided to make him family, home. For real this time, the entity, beyond the now-sealed barrier, did not rage. It withdrew, slowly, vastly, with the patience of something that measured time in eons. The window was closed. The boy had sealed it with an authority that the entity recognized and, in its alien way, respected, the Master of Death. A title that meant something different on this side of the barrier than it did on the other. On this side, it meant power over the boundary between existence and oblivion. On the other side, where the entity existed, it meant something closer to kinship. The boy had walked through the threshold and returned, and that journey had made him, in a small but significant way, part of the entity's own domain. The window was closed, but the connection was not severed. The boy carried the threshold within him. It was the source of his deepest power, the thing that made him the master of death, and as long as he carried it, the entity could feel him. Distantly, faintly, a point of light in a universe that had been, until recently, entirely dark. The entity could wait. It was good at waiting. It had been waiting before this universe existed, would wait after this universe ended. The window would open again, perhaps not this window, perhaps not this boy, but somewhere, someone, the boundary between realities would thin and the entity would be there. In the meantime, it watched. Through the faintest of connections, through the residual thread that the Master of Death's power maintained between the boundary and its source, the entity watched Harry Potter live. It was fascinating. It could wait. That evening, Tony found Harry on the roof. The sun was setting. Manhattan was painted in shades of amber and rose, the buildings catching the light and throwing it back in 1,000 different colors. The city moved below them in its eternal rhythm, traffic and voices and the distant wail of sirens, and the deep, constant hum of millions of lives being lived simultaneously. Harry was sitting on the edge of the landing pad, legs dangling over 93 stories of empty air, the Mark Roman 3 core matrix dark against his chest. The suit wasn't deployed. He was just Harry jeans t-shirt, the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, a cup of tea in his hands. Tony sat beside him, didn't speak, watched the sunset. After a while Harry said, "It's quiet. The scar's gone. No more dimensional humming. No more background resonance. Not that. Inside, it's quiet inside." Harry touched his chest. "For the first time since I was 15 months old, there's nothing extra in here. No Horcrux, no dimensional tether, no incompatibility, just me." "How does it feel?" "Like breathing without a weight on my chest, like hearing clearly after years of static." Tony nodded. "After I got the shrapnel out, after the arc reactor was finally just a power source and not a life support system, it felt like that, lighter, cleaner, like my body was finally just mine." They sat in comfortable silence. The sunset deepened. "The entity," Harry said, "I didn't destroy it." "I know. It's still there, beyond the barrier, still watching. Can it get through? Not through the seal. The seal is absolute, the boundary is whole, but it's aware of me, through the Hallows connection, a thread, thin and distant, but present." "Is that a threat?" Harry considered. Reached inside to the deep place where the Master of Death's power rested, where the faintest thread of connection to the entity persisted. He could feel it, ancient, vast, patient, watching, and he could feel its nature more clearly now than ever before. Not hostile, not benevolent. Just curious. Endlessly, insatiably curious about a universe it had glimpsed through a crack in the wall. "No," Harry said, "not a threat, not now, maybe not ever. It's not our enemy, it's just other, different, existing in its own way, in its own reality, as far beyond us as we are beyond ants." "That's comforting." "It's not meant to be comforting, it's meant to be true. Those are rarely the same thing." Tony sipped from his own mug. "Coffee, always coffee. Loki's still out there." "I know, he wanted the scar open. The seal ruined his plans. It ruined one plan. Loki will have others, he always has others." "Are you worried?" Harry thought about Loki. about the loneliness he'd seen, the desperation, the thousand-year-old grief wrapped in ambition and malice. About the moment in the common room when Loki's masks had almost fallen and the person underneath had almost surfaced. Not worried, Harry said. Watchful. Loki isn't finished, but neither am I. Tony set his mug down, reached into his back pocket and pulled out something small and flat and dark. A card. He held it out. Harry took it. It was a key card, Stark Tower access, all floors unlimited. The name on it read Harry Potter. Below the name, in smaller text, resident, Pepper had it made, Tony said. Full tower access, your room is permanent, she's already redecorated it. New furniture, new clothes, some books she picked out, and there's a standing order with the kitchen for tea, biscuits, and what she described as proper English breakfast, none of that American diner nonsense. Harry looked at the card. His thumb traced the letters of his name. I have a room. He said, you have a home, Tony corrected. You've had one since the first night, we just made it official. Harry's throat tightened. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, about the tiny room at the Dursleys with bars on the window, about the Gryffindor dormitory, which had been the closest thing to home he'd known before the Burrow, and the Burrow, which had been the closest thing to home he'd known before here, Tony. Yeah, I'm going to save this world. Whatever comes, Loki, Hydra, the entity, things we haven't imagined yet, I'm going to protect it, I know. Not because of prophecy, not because someone told me to, because I choose to, because it's mine now. Tony was quiet for a moment. The sunset painted his face in warm light, and the arc reactor in his chest glowed blue through his t-shirt, and he looked in that moment like what he was. A man who had spent his life building armor against the world and had finally found someone he didn't need armor around. Kid. Tony said, and the word was gentle in a way that nothing Tony said was ever gentle. It's always been yours. Harry looked at the key card, at the sunset, at the city that sprawled below him, vast and bright and fragile and beautiful. He put the card in his pocket. Somewhere across the universe, in a place where distance was meaningless and time was a flat circle, the entity observed the boy who had sealed the boundary and felt something it had not felt in eons. Respect. Below them, Manhattan hummed with the sound of 8 million lives being lived. Above them, the sky darkened toward stars. Between them, on the edge of a building that touched the clouds, two people sat in the gathering dusk and watched the world turn. Tomorrow would bring new threats, new challenges. The Hydra remnants were still out there. Loki was planning. The entity was watching. The universe was vast and dangerous and full of things that wanted to test the boundaries of the possible. But tonight was quiet. Tonight was home. Harry drank his tea. The stars came out. Chapter 10. The Master of Death. 3 weeks later, Loki broke the sky. Harry was in the workshop when it happened. Not working on the suit, the Mark Roman 3 was complete, as perfect as the collaboration between magic and technology could make it. He was doing something ordinary. Something that, 3 weeks ago, would have been unthinkable. He was reading a book on a couch while Tony argued with DUME about the proper way to organize wrenches. The book was a history of the Avengers that Pepper had given him. Harry had been working his way through it with the particular attention of someone trying to understand the mythology of his new home. The Battle of New York, the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D., the emergence of enhanced individuals. A world that had been fundamentally altered by the revelation that gods and monsters were real, and that the only thing standing between civilization and annihilation was a handful of extraordinary people who had chosen to fight, his people now. His story. DUME beeped triumphantly, having arranged the wrenches in what he apparently considered the correct order. Tony stared at the arrangement, which was organized by color rather than size, and pinched the bridge of his nose. That's not, you can't, Jarvis explained to him. Sir, DUME has been organizing tools by color for 17 years. I have attempted to correct this behavior 4,312 times. I have accepted my failure. There's no failure in persistence, Jarvis. There is when the definition of insanity is, the alarm went off. Not the tower's standard security alarm. Not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s threat notification. The alarm that Jarvis had built specifically for dimensional anomalies, the one that hadn't sounded since Harry had sealed the scar, because there had been no dimensional anomalies since Harry had sealed the scar, until now. Harry was on his feet before the first pulse faded. The book hit the floor. The Mark Roman 3 deployed from the core matrix in a rush of dark nanoparticles, armoring him in under 2 seconds, the Hallows Protocol's 3 lights blazing to life. Jarvis, report. A dimensional disturbance has been detected above Manhattan. It is not a natural breach. It is being generated artificially from within this dimension, using a combination of Asgardian sorcery and an energy source I cannot identify. Tony was already in the Mark Roman 42, the autonomous assembly wrapping him in red and gold with practiced efficiency. Location: directly above the tower, sir. Altitude: 1,000 feet. The disturbance is growing. Harry and Tony hit the landing pad simultaneously. The morning was clear and cold, late October sunlight slanting through the canyons of Manhattan, and above them the sky was wrong, not torn, not wounded, shaped. The air above Stark Tower was being folded, manipulated, sculpted by a force that was not breaking the dimensional barrier but bending it, pressing it inward like a finger pressing on the surface of a balloon, creating a bulge, a pocket. A space between spaces that existed within this reality but was not quite of it. And standing at the center of the disturbance, visible against the warped sky like a figure in a stained glass window, was Loki. He looked different. The simple black clothing was gone, replaced by full Asgardian armor, dark green and gold horned helmet, the ceremonial battle dress of an Asgardian prince. But the armor was modified. Inscribed with patterns that Harry recognized with a jolt of alarm, dimensional formulae, similar to the ones Hydra had used, but vastly more sophisticated. Asgardian sorcery married to dimensional science, the product of a mind that had spent 3 weeks studying the sealed barrier and finding, not a way through it, but a way around it. Loki wasn't trying to open the scar. The scar was gone, sealed permanently by the Master of Death's authority. Instead, he was doing something more subtle and more dangerous. He was creating a pocket dimension, a space that existed between realities, neither fully in this universe nor fully outside it. A diplomatic zone, a meeting room, a place where the entity could be present without crossing the barrier. "Tony, get the team," Harry said. His voice was calm. The battle calm, the eye of the storm calm that descended on him in moments of crisis and turned his mind into a weapon. Everyone now, already calling, "Harry, what is he?" He found a loophole. "I sealed the barrier, he's not breaking it. He's bending it, creating a space where the barrier is thin enough for the entity to communicate without actually crossing." Can he do that? He's doing it. The pocket dimension expanded. The sky above the tower shimmered and distorted, and through the distortion, Harry could feel the entity's presence surging toward the thin spot, pressing against the bent barrier with eager, focused intensity. Not trying to break through, just pressing close, close enough to see, to hear, to speak. Loki's voice rang out across the sky, amplified by sorcery, carrying the weight of Asgardian authority and the precision of 1,000 years of magical mastery. Harry Potter. The name echoed between the buildings. "I told you I would not be stopped. I told you the entity is the answer. I've spent 3 weeks building this bridge, not through the barrier you sealed, but around it. A diplomatic channel. A way to communicate with the greatest source of knowledge in existence without threatening your precious reality." Harry launched. The Mark Roman 3 flight systems carried him upward in a controlled ascent, the dimensional overlay painting the pocket dimension in sharp detail. It was intricate, layers of Asgardian sorcery woven with dimensional manipulation, a bubble of altered spacetime that existed half in this reality and half in the void between realities. Loki had built it with the patience and precision of a master architect, each component carefully placed, each layer reinforcing the others. It was also unstable. Harry could see the stress lines, the places where the pocket dimension pressed against the sealed barrier, where the bend was deepest and the risk of rupture was highest. The pocket itself wasn't a breach. But if it failed, if the carefully balanced forces that held it together collapsed, the resulting dimensional shockwave could tear the barrier open across a wider area than the original scar. Loki had built a bomb that he thought was a telephone. Harry reached Loki's altitude. They hovered 100 feet apart, the pocket dimension shimmering between them, the entity's presence pressing against the thin spot like a face against glass. "You're going to destroy the barrier," Harry said. "I'm going to use it. There's a difference." Loki's face was alight with the particular fervor of someone who had found their purpose and couldn't be dissuaded. "The pocket dimension is stable. I've tested it, modeled it, refined it. It can maintain itself indefinitely without weakening the barrier." "You're wrong. I can see the stress lines. The barrier is bending, not breaking, but bend it far enough and it will snap, and when it does, it won't." Loki's voice was absolute. "I have spent 1,000 years studying dimensional magic. I have mastered forces that your brief, brilliant, impossible existence has barely touched. The pocket is stable, it's not. Loki, listen to me. The barrier has a tolerance, a maximum deformation before it fails. Your pocket dimension is at 70% of that tolerance right now, and the entity is pushing from the other side. If its pressure increases, I can manage the entity's pressure. You can't. You don't understand what it is. It's not a force you can negotiate with or contain. It's a fundamental aspect of existence on the other side, like gravity, like time. When it pushes, it's not making a choice. It's being what it is. And what it is will break your pocket dimension like a wave breaks a sand castle." Loki's expression flickered. The certainty wavered, not much, but enough to show Harry that Loki wasn't insane, wasn't deluded. He knew the risk. He'd calculated it, modeled it, decided it was acceptable. The problem was that his models were based on incomplete data, because no one in the 9 realms had ever encountered the entity before, and Loki's 1,000 years of experience were a candle held up against an ocean of darkness. "I'm not asking your permission," Loki said. "I'm asking for your understanding. Stand aside, Harry Potter. Let me make contact. 5 minutes. That's all I need. 5 minutes of communication with the entity, and then I'll collapse the pocket dimension myself. And if those 5 minutes are enough for the entity to learn the architecture of your pocket dimension, to understand how you bent the barrier, if it takes that knowledge and applies it from its side, it can create its own pockets, its own thin spots. Thousands of them, all over the world, all at once." The color drained from Loki's face. He hadn't considered that. 1,000 years of genius, and he hadn't considered the possibility that the entity could learn from the interaction as much as he could. "You don't know that would happen," Loki said, but the certainty was gone from his voice. "I know what it is. I've felt it, touched it, looked into it from inches away while I sealed the scar. It is the most intelligent, the most aware, the most comprehensively observant thing I have ever encountered. If you open a channel, it will learn everything about this reality's dimensional structure in seconds, and it will use that knowledge. It's not hostile, it's not anything, Loki. It's beyond our categories. Hostile, benevolent, neutral, those are human words for human motivations. The entity doesn't have motivations, it has nature, and its nature is to exist as fully as possible in as many realities as possible. If you give it a map of our dimensional structure, it will use that map not out of malice but because expansion is what it does." Loki hovered in the warped air, his horned helmet casting a shadow across his face, and Harry watched him think. Watched the brilliant, tortured, endlessly calculating mind process the new information, weigh it against desire, measure it against ambition. "You're asking me to give up," Loki said. "I'm asking you to stop. That's the same thing, it's not. Giving up is accepting defeat, stopping is choosing wisdom. You're the god of mischief, not the god of stupidity. You know the difference." Loki's laugh was short and sharp and bitter. "Wisdom, you sound like Odin. I sound like someone who's died and come back and learned that some doors are closed for a reason." The pocket dimension pulsed. The entity's pressure was increasing, not aggressively, just naturally, the way water pressure increases as you go deeper. The stress lines in the barrier brightened. 80% tolerance. 85, Loki, Harry said. Collapse it now, before the choice is taken from you. If I collapse it, I lose everything. 3 weeks of work, the only chance to understand what's beyond the barrier, the greatest discovery in the history of the 9 realms. If you don't collapse it, you lose this reality. 8 billion people, every life on this planet, every life in the 9 realms, because if the entity learns to create its own thin spots, it won't stop at Earth. 90% tolerance. The air around the pocket dimension was vibrating, a deep thrumming that Harry felt in his teeth and his bones. The entity was pressing closer, drawn by the thin spot, by the proximity of a reality it had only glimpsed through a crack. It wasn't attacking, it was leaning in. The way you lean toward a window to see the view, but its weight was cosmic and the window was cracking. Loki, I know. The scream came from somewhere real, not performance, not theater. The raw, anguished cry of a man watching his dream die. 95% tolerance. Below them, the Avengers were arriving. Steve and Natasha in a Quinjet, Clint piloting, the vehicle banking hard as it approached the disturbance. Tony was circling, the Mark Roman 42 weapons hot, ready to fire on the pocket dimension if Harry gave the word. Bruce was on the ground, watching the sky with green-tinged eyes, the other guy pressing against the walls of his control. And above them all, the sky bent and the barrier strained and Loki hung between genius and catastrophe. Harry made a decision. He didn't attack Loki. Didn't try to overpower him or outmaneuver him or fight his way through the pocket dimension's defenses. Instead, he did the thing that no one, not Fury, not Tony, not the entity itself, would have predicted. He flew to Loki and stopped 6 feet away and retracted his faceplate. Loki stared at him. Harry's face was open, unarmored, the green eyes bright against the pale skin, the lightning bolt scar vivid on his forehead. A 17-year-old boy floating in the air at 1,000 feet, looking into the eyes of a god. I know what you're looking for, Harry said. His voice was quiet, carried by the suit's amplifiers but intimate in tone, meant for Loki alone. I know because I've looked for it too. You know nothing, you're looking for proof that you matter. That your existence means something beyond Asgard, beyond Odin's shadow, beyond being the trickster, the liar, the monster. Harry's voice didn't waver. The entity is the answer to that, you think. If you can make contact, if you can understand something that no one else can, then you'll finally have something that's yours. Something that proves you're more than what they made you. Loki's face was a war. Fury and grief and the terrible vulnerability of someone who was seen completely by someone who had no reason to look that deeply. I know, Harry said again, because I spent my whole life looking for the same thing. Proof that I was more than the boy who lived, more than the prophecy. More than the weapon they made me into. I thought if I was powerful enough, brave enough, good enough, I'd finally feel like I belonged. And did you? Harry held Loki's gaze. The pocket dimension pulsed. 97%. No, Harry said. Power didn't do it. Bravery didn't do it. Being good didn't do it. You know what did it? Loki's jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like cables. People, Harry said. Not gods, not entities, not cosmic knowledge, people. Flawed, limited, mortal people who chose to care about me not because of what I could do, but because of who I was. Ron Weasley, who was jealous and insecure and stayed anyway. Hermione Granger, who was bossy and afraid and fought beside me to the end. Tony Stark, who found me bleeding on his doorstep and decided I was worth saving. 98%. The air was screaming. The barrier was a hair's breadth from rupture. You don't need the entity, Loki. You need someone to look at you and see you, really see you, not the trickster. Not the villain, not the god of mischief. You. Loki's eyes were bright, too bright. The green was luminous, almost incandescent, and his hands were shaking at his sides, and the pocket dimension was shaking with them, the carefully constructed sorcery reflecting its creator's inner state. And who, Loki said, his voice cracked and raw, would ever do that? I just did. The moment stretched, infinite and fragile. 2 men in the sky, one in armor and one in pain, with the fate of the world balanced between them like a coin on its edge. 99%. Loki closed his eyes. When he opened them, the madness was gone. The desperation was gone. What remained was exhaustion and something else, something that looked impossibly like peace. He raised his hands, the pocket dimension collapsed. Not violently, Loki was too skilled for that. He unwound it layer by layer, with the precision of a bomb disposal expert reversing his own creation. The warped sky smoothed. The thin spot thickened. The entity's pressure eased as the barrier returned to its full strength, and the vast, ancient presence on the other side receded, withdrawing from the window that was no longer there. In 10 seconds, it was over. The sky was blue. The barrier was whole. The pocket dimension was gone as if it had never existed. Loki hung in the air, hands at his sides, armor dull in the morning light. He looked smaller. Not diminished, unburdened. A man who had been carrying something impossibly heavy and had, for the first time, set it down. It's gone. Loki said, "The bridge, the channel, everything. I know. I spent 3 weeks building it, I know, and you talked me out of it with a speech about friendship. I talked you out of it with the truth. The friendship part was just context." Loki's mouth curved, not the sharp, dangerous smile. Not the performance. A real smile, weary and honest and carrying the faintest shadow of something that might, with time and patience, become genuine warmth. "You're insufferable," Loki said. "I've been told." Below them, the Avengers were in various states of combat readiness and confusion. Tony was hovering with both repulsors aimed at Loki. Steve had his shield up. Natasha had a weapon drawn. Clint had an arrow knocked. Bruce was very, very green. "Harry," Tony said carefully, "is the situation resolved?" "The situation is resolved." "And Loki?" Harry looked at Loki. Loki looked at Harry. The moment held a question that neither of them voiced. "What now?" Loki collapsed the pocket dimension voluntarily, Harry said. "He's not a threat." He tried to bend the dimensional barrier. Tony's voice was flat with controlled anger. He almost broke it, and he stopped. "Because he chose to." Harry turned to face the group below. "Tony, I'm not asking anyone to trust him. I'm asking you to trust me." The silence that followed was heavy. Trust was a currency that Harry had spent carefully since arriving in this world, building it through action and honesty, and the consistent demonstration that his judgment was sound. He was spending a significant amount of it now. Tony lowered his repulsors, not all the way, but enough. "This isn't over," Tony said. "There will be a conversation." "There will be several conversations," Harry agreed, "but not now, not in the air." They descended, all of them. Harry and Loki side by side, the Avengers forming a wary escort, descending through the cold October air to the tower's landing pad. The touchdown was tense, Loki's boots hitting the metal with a sound that made everyone's weapons twitch. But Harry positioned himself between Loki and the team, a deliberate physical statement that communicated more than any words could. "He's with me," Harry said. "That's a terrible idea." Natasha said, "Most of my good decisions look like terrible ideas at first." "Name one." "Letting Tony build me a suit of armor powered by magic." Natasha opened her mouth, closed it, conceded the point with a tilt of her head. Steve stepped forward. His eyes were on Loki, and the weight of history was in them. New York, the invasion, the lives lost. But Steve Rogers was, above all things, a man who believed in second chances because he himself was a second chance, a man out of time given a new purpose. "You collapsed the dimension voluntarily," Steve said. Loki met his gaze, held it. "I did." "Why?" Loki was quiet for a moment, then, "Because a 17-year-old wizard told me the truth about myself and I was too tired to lie about it." Steve studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. Not forgiveness, not acceptance, but acknowledgement. It was a start. The conversations happened. Many of them, over many hours, in the common room of Stark Tower where so many pivotal moments had already taken place. Loki talked. Not with his usual performance, not with the silver tongue and the calculated charisma. He talked the way Harry had talked to Tony in the workshop at 3 a.m., honestly, painfully, without the armor of wit and malice that had protected him for a millennium. He talked about Odin. About the revelation of his true heritage, Jotun, not as guardian. A frost giant's child taken as a trophy, raised as a lie. about the betrayal that knowledge represented, the fundamental breaking of trust between father and son that had poisoned everything that came after. He talked about Thor. About the love and the jealousy and the desperate, gnawing inadequacy of being the shadow to someone else's son. About wanting, with a ferocity that consumed everything it touched, to be seen as Thor's equal and knowing, with equal ferocity, that he never would be. Not because he was lesser, but because the world measured greatness in thunder and he was made of ice. He talked about the invasion. About the Mind Stone's influence, not as an excuse, because Loki was too proud for excuses, but as a factor. The stone had amplified his worst impulses, fed his rage, turned his pain into a weapon. He'd been responsible for his choices, but the stone had made sure those choices were made from the darkest possible place. The Avengers listened. Some with sympathy, some with skepticism, some with the reserved judgment of people who had been hurt by this man and weren't ready to let that go. Harry listened too. Not to judge, he'd already made his judgment in the sky when he'd looked into Loki's eyes and seen the person behind the myth. He listened to learn, to understand the full shape of the man he'd defended, so that when the time came to explain his decision, he could do it with the same honesty that Loki was showing. When it was over, Fury stood by the window and said nothing for a long time. "He's a war criminal." Fury said finally. "He's a prisoner of war who was used as a weapon," Harry countered. "The Mind Stone is a factor, not an absolution." "I'm not asking for absolution, I'm asking for perspective." Loki was manipulated by a force that even the Avengers couldn't resist. Clint knows what the Mind Stone does to a person's judgment. The invasion was Loki's hands, but not entirely Loki's mind. Clint shifted uncomfortably. The Mind Stone was a wound that hadn't fully healed for him, and the reminder was unwelcome. But he didn't deny it. "What are you proposing?" Fury asked. "Supervised integration. Loki stays at the tower under my watch. He has knowledge and abilities that are valuable as Guardian sorcery, dimensional expertise, 1,000 years of magical theory. He's an asset if he's handled right. And if he's not handled right, then I handle him wrong." Harry's voice was quiet and certain. "Fury, I sealed a dimensional wound that threatened this entire reality. I dismantled a Hydra weapons program in an afternoon. I can manage one Asgardian with self-esteem issues." "I'm standing right here," Loki said mildly. "I know." Fury looked at Harry, at Loki. At Tony, who was leaning against the bar with the expression of a man who had accepted the insanity of his life and was simply along for the ride. At Steve, who was watching Loki with the cautious, measured assessment of a man keeping his options open. At Natasha and Clint and Bruce, each processing, each deciding. "One condition," Fury said. "Name it. If he steps out of line 1 inch one time, you bring him in. No speeches, no second chances. You bring him in and he goes to a cell so deep that Asgard will need a telescope to find it." "Agreed," Harry said. "Agreed," Loki said, and the word carried a weight that suggested it cost him something to say. Fury left. The helicopter carried him away into the afternoon sky, and the Triskelion swallowed him, and the world continued turning. The weeks that followed were strange and transformative. Loki stayed. Not comfortably, not at first. The tower's other residents treated him with a range of responses from hostile silence, Clint, to careful neutrality, Steve, to fascinated observation, Bruce, to absolute suspicion, Natasha. Tony ignored him unless spoken to, which for Tony was the most extreme form of disapproval available, but Harry was there. Constant, patient, firm, he didn't coddle Loki, didn't excuse his past, didn't pretend that the road from war criminal to ally was short or easy. He simply treated Loki as a person, a complicated, damaged, brilliant person who had done terrible things and was capable of better ones, and held him to the standard of the better. It worked. Slowly. In increments so small they were almost invisible, Loki started helping. Small things at first, identifying weaknesses in the tower's magical defenses that Harry hadn't noticed, analyzing the remnants of Hydra dimensional technology, providing context from Asgardian history that illuminated the nature of the entity beyond the barrier. His knowledge was vast and his perspective was unique, and when he applied both without the filter of ambition and resentment, the value was extraordinary. He and Tony circled each other for days before finding common ground in the only language they both spoke fluently: brilliance. Tony showed Loki the arc reactor. Loki showed Tony an Asgardian spell that converted thermal energy into light with zero loss. They spent 6 hours arguing about whether the spell was physics or magic, and by the end, they were finishing each other's sentences, and Pepper was photographing them for blackmail material. Bruce and Loki discovered a mutual interest in the theoretical boundaries of transformation. Bruce's GAM induced metamorphosis, and Loki's shapeshifting operating on fundamentally different principles, but producing eerily similar results. They talked for hours about identity, about the self, about what it meant to contain something vast within something small. Bruce was the first Avenger to voluntarily share a meal with Loki, and the conversation over dinner was so engrossing that Jarvis had to remind them to eat. Natasha watched everything, said little, drew conclusions that she kept to herself. But Harry noticed, weeks in, that she'd stopped positioning herself between Loki and the exits. That was Natasha's version of trust, not watching your back because she decided you weren't going to stab it. Clint took the longest. The Mind Stone had left scars that weren't visible and weren't healed, and Loki's presence was a constant reminder. But Clint was, beneath the humor and the sharp edges, a man of tremendous empathy. And Harry saw the moment it shifted, a conversation on the range, where Clint was shooting and Loki was watching, and Clint said, without looking at him, "The stone. Did it hurt you too?" And Loki said, very quietly, "Yes." And Clint nodded once and went back to shooting, and something between them, not forgiveness but something adjacent to it, took root. Steve was last. Not because he was the most hostile, but because he was the most principled. Steve's moral framework was not flexible. Right was right, wrong was wrong, and the distance between them was measured in actions, not intentions. Loki's actions had been catastrophic. His intentions were irrelevant, but Steve watched. Watched Loki help Harry reinforce the dimensional barrier seal. Watched Loki work with Bruce on gamma sorcery interactions. Watched Loki sit in the common room reading Midgardian poetry with an expression of genuine, unperformative wonder. One evening, Steve sat down across from Loki and said, "Tell me about Asgard." Loki looked up from his book, surprised, wary. "Not the politics," Steve said. "Not the wars, tell me about the place. What's it like? The sky, the buildings, the people." And Loki talked about the Bifrost Bridge, shimmering with every color, spanning the void between stars. About the golden spires of the palace, catching the light of an ancient sun. About the warriors Three and Lady Sif, about feasts that lasted days, about the sound of Asgardian children laughing in the gardens of the palace, about Frigga, his mother. The one person who had loved him without condition, without agenda, who had taught him magic when Odin had wanted him to fight, who had visited him in his cell and brought him books, and never, not once, given up on him. Loki's voice broke when he talked about Frigga. Not dramatically, a hairline fracture quickly sealed, but Steve heard it. And Steve, who had lost everyone he'd loved to the ice and the years and the merciless arithmetic of time, understood it. "She sounds wonderful," Steve said. "She was," Loki said. "She is," Steve nodded. "Then honor her. Be what she saw in you." Loki stared at him. The god of mischief, the trickster, the silver-tongued prince of Asgard, stared at a man from Brooklyn who had been born a century ago and had never stopped believing that people could be better than their worst moments. "I'll try," Loki said. It was enough. November became December. The first snow fell on Manhattan, turning the city into a postcard, softening the hard edges of glass and steel with white. Harry stood on the roof of Stark Tower, his roof, his tower, his home, and watched the snow fall. The Mark Roman 3-core matrix hummed against his chest, warm and steady. The Hallows Protocol pulsed with its 3 lights, visible through his shirt if you knew where to look. He was 18 now. His birthday had been 2 weeks ago, July 31st in his world. But Pepper had declared that his birthday in this world would be the anniversary of his arrival, and had organized a celebration that was simultaneously the most extravagant and the most genuine party Harry had ever experienced. Tony had given him a custom workshop on the 65th floor. Steve had given him a vintage compass that had belonged to Peggy Carter with a note that said, "For finding your way." Natasha had given him a knife. Clint had given him a bow, in case the magic thing doesn't work out. Bruce had given him a first-edition copy of A Brief History of Time with a handwritten inscription. "The universe is stranger than we suppose. Your proof." Loki had given him a book. An old one, leather-bound, written in runes that Harry's magic translated automatically. It was an Asgardian text on dimensional theory, the real thing, not the simplified versions that existed in the public libraries of the 9 realms. Loki had stolen it from Odin's private collection before leaving Asgard, and it was, he said, the most valuable single object he possessed. Why? Harry had asked. Because it's knowledge, Loki had said. And knowledge given freely is the only gift worth giving. Harry had read it twice. It was brilliant. It was also, he suspected, Loki's way of saying "I'm sorry and thank you and I see you too." Now Harry stood in the snow and looked at the sky and thought about the future. The entity was still there. Beyond the sealed barrier, in the space between dimensions, watching through the faintest thread of connection that the Master of Death's power maintained. Harry could feel it, a distant awareness, patient and vast, like the gravitational pull of a star too far away to see but too massive to ignore. It would be there for a long time. Maybe forever. And someday, not today, not soon, but someday, Harry would have to deal with it, not by fighting it. Not by sealing it away, by understanding it, by finding a way to coexist with something that existed on a scale that made human categories meaningless. But that was the future. Today was today. Hydra was still out there, diminished but not destroyed. The 12 operatives who had escaped the Triskelion purge were in the wind, along with whatever resources they'd squirreled away. They'd try again. They always tried again. Let them. The dimensional barrier was sealed. The scar was gone. But Harry's magic had shown him something during the sealing that he hadn't shared with anyone yet, other thin spots in the barrier, scattered across the globe. Not wounds, not scars. Just places where the barrier between realities was naturally thinner, where the fabric of space-time was worn by age or proximity to cosmic phenomena. Places that could become breaches if the right, or wrong, force was applied. There was work to do. There would always be work to do. The universe was vast and dangerous and full of things that pushed against boundaries, and Harry was the master of death, the guardian of those boundaries, the voice that said this far and no further. It was, he reflected, not so different from being the chosen one. The scope had changed. The scale had changed. But the fundamental job was the same. Stand between the darkness and the light and don't move. "Penny for your thoughts," Tony said, appearing on the roof with 2 mugs, coffee for him, tea for Harry. He was wearing a sweater that Pepper had given him, which was hideously festive, and which he wore with the defiant pride of a man who was so secure in his coolness that he could survive reindeer patterns. Harry took the tea, sipped, perfect as always. "Thinking about the future," Harry said. "Good future or bad future?" "Both, there's always both, optimistic, realistic." Tony leaned against the railing beside him. The snow caught in his hair, on his shoulders, on the ridiculous reindeer sweater. Below them, the city hummed with its December rhythms, holiday lights, crowded sidewalks, the particular energy of a metropolis gearing up for the end of the year. "You know," Tony said, "when I found you in the plaza, I thought you were going to die. You were so messed up, broken arm, shattered knee, bleeding from everywhere. I couldn't figure out what you were. My sensors were going haywire. Jarvis was confused, which never happens. I remember. I almost called S.H.I.E.L.D., almost called an ambulance. Almost did the sensible thing and let someone else deal with it." "Why didn't you?" "Because you crawled." Tony's voice was warm and rough. "Because you were dying and you crawled toward the light instead of lying down, and I thought, this is someone who doesn't give up. This is someone like me." "I'm nothing like you. You're exactly like me. We're both too stubborn to die, too smart for our own good, and too broken to admit it. The only difference is I use humor as a defense mechanism and you use heroism. Heroism isn't a defense mechanism. It absolutely is. You throw yourself at danger because it's easier than sitting still with your own thoughts. I build suits for the same reason. We're the same kind of broken, kid. I knew it the first night. Harry looked at him. Tony Stark. Genius, billionaire, former arms dealer, full-time hero, part-time disaster. The man who had found a stranger in his plaza and built him a home and a purpose and a family out of technology and stubbornness and love. Thank you, Harry said, for everything. For the suits, for the workshop, for the team, for not calling S.H.I.E.L.D. that first night. For sitting with me at 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. For the tea, for the terrible jokes, for all of it. I told you to stop thanking me. I know, I'm doing it anyway, Tony smiled, the real one. The one that Pepper saw, that Rhodey saw, that a very small number of people on the planet had ever seen. The smile of a man who had spent his life building armor against the world and had found, in a broken wizard from another dimension, someone he didn't need armor for. You're welcome, Harry. They stood together in the snow. The city sparkled below them. The sky was gray and white and peaceful. The barrier between realities was whole and strong, sealed by a power that understood boundaries not as limitations but as definitions, the lines that gave shape to existence, that separated one thing from another, that made the universe comprehensible. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The master of death. The wizard who had crawled to Stark Tower half dead and had been given the most dangerous suit ever made and had used it not to conquer or to dominate but to protect, to heal, to choose. He was home. The snow fell. The tea steamed. The city moved below them in its infinite, ordinary, extraordinary rhythm. And somewhere in the deep space between stars, something stirred, not the entity, something else, something smaller, more personal. A ripple in the cosmic fabric, a whisper between dimensions, carrying a message from a reality that Harry had sealed himself away from forever. The message was not words, it was warmth. Familiar, fierce, impossible warmth, carrying the particular frequency of people who loved someone across an unbridgeable distance and wanted them to know somehow that the love persisted, that it crossed the void, that no seal, no barrier, no dimensional boundary could stop it. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, the Weasleys, Hagrid, everyone. Harry felt it. A pulse of warmth in his chest, where the core matrix hummed, where the Hallows power rested, where the Master of Death lived. A message from home, his first home, the one he'd lost, the one he'd chosen to leave, we know. We're okay, we love you, live well. Harry's eyes stung. The snow blurred. He breathed in, breathed out, and let the warmth settle into his bones. Not grief this time, not loss, just love. Vast and quiet and permanent, crossing the divide between worlds because love, it turned out, was the one thing that no boundary could contain. He wiped his eyes, drank his tea, looked at the sky. Tony. Yeah, I'm happy. Tony looked at him. The snow was falling between them. The city was bright below. The future was uncertain and dangerous and full of possibility. Yeah, kid, Tony said. Me too. The snow fell on Stark Tower, on Manhattan, on a world that was safer than it had been a month ago because a broken boy had crawled to the right doorstep, and the right man had opened the door. And in the deepest part of space, where even light feared to travel, on a throne carved from the bones of dead worlds, a being of immense and patient malice learned of the boy who had fallen between dimensions. A boy who carried death's mark. A boy who had sealed a cosmic wound with the authority of the Master of Death. A boy who wore a suit of armor that merged magic and technology into something that had never existed before. Thanos leaned forward on his throne. His eyes, set in a face like a purple cliff, narrowed with the particular interest of a collector who has just learned of a new and valuable specimen. Interesting, Thanos said. He could wait. He was very good at waiting, but sooner or later the boy and the Titan would meet. And when they did, the universe would hold its breath.